Time.
Strawberry Run, go.
Yeah, go. So what that was is when the spells got shuffled around during the glitch, when you go through the actual dwarf castle section, it does some magical things to Fu's spells because of the way we arrange them. And so we get this spell called Upsco, which is the end of Disrupt and the beginning of, I never remember the name of whatever enemy
Cold
spell
Mist.
that.
Cold Mist,
okay. And what it uses is the reaction command, which is, it's an enemy command. It's not, you can't get this. And it's kill yourself to kill someone else. And for what I feel are obvious reasons, nobody thought they should program Zeromus to have defense against an enemy skill, because
why would you already have them? Yeah.
Why? So yeah, you just blow Fu up. You literally recruit your favorite mop to blow him up to finish the game. It's beautiful. It's just so great.
Yeah, the reaction spell is learned from the grenade, which is a moon enemy, and if you cast a lightning spell, lit 1 on it, it casts reaction, and that kills the entire enemy party, basically. And so we just grabbed that spell, and we're like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
C is E.
Exactly. So we are gonna do the last one.
Nothing to it.
We are just doing our last fight. So if anyone's interested in speedrunning this game, could you post the knowledge base one more time in chat for them Rivers? So we have been the Final Fantasy IV community. I'm Natara with my lovely co-host Rivers McCown. And please come speedrun Final Fantasy IV with us. This is a super fun game, a really amazing community. I've never felt so welcomed by a community in my life, and I've been in a lot of really excellent communities, so that says something about this one. So definitely come hang with us, come learn how to send your mop and defeat your final boss.
It's a big board, sub 2 is free, that's what I've heard.
Team Chocobo, get ready.
Yeah, and I feel real called out right now.
It's okay.
I'll get my sub 2 one day.
you got sub 2 in the
quality of life. It's easy.
Right.
Team Chocobo, that is time.
Okay, it's gonna show up a little late on stream because Vonnie's stream was delayed. But congratulations, everyone! Good luck, FF7. You're fabulous, and we love Tifa. Just saying. Bye, everybody!
Bye!
Alright, hello everybody. This is FF7 Remake. This is not the OG. Just came out for PS3 with PS1 graphics, but I am Vin, and I am joined by...
And I am Boring Born, and I am also a runner of this game.
Hey everybody, Wodie's back. I'm also a runner of this game.
Hey everyone, my name is Sebastian. I'm also a runner of this game.
Alright, so this combat is a little different from the original. The original is obviously turn-based, and we have like the ATB going on. They went with like a more hybrid for this game. It's like part turn-based, part action. It's mostly action. In the bottom right, you'll see like 2 bars under Cloud's name when they're in battle or whatever. And those are your ATB bars. When one is filled by either doing nothing, you get like passive regen, or you block, or you attack, or whatever. Each attack kind of builds a different amount of ATB. When that's filled, you can use an action like Braver, Focus Thrust, and Fire, which they start with, which we will see all of them.
Yeah, and one thing that you'll be seeing as well is we have like a lot of ATB builded that we're doing, and we have different modes to build that ATB. So like you'll see Cloud switching between modes, between Operator and Punisher, and that's actually really important because in Operator we move really fast, while in Punisher we move really slow, but we also deal like a lot of damage.
Yep, and here we have your infamous first chapter, of course, the reactor basically attack where we got to go blow up this reactor. A little bit different than we used to remember, of course.
Yeah, I think in the, like... Honestly, I don't remember a lot of the cutscenes in this game because we skipped them, but... yeah, the things we go through in this reactor are just slightly altered from the original. This is a remake, it's not a remaster. There are some changes, for better or worse. But combat-wise, there is something that we're going to see on going screen here, where if you do certain moves on certain enemies and you deal a certain amount of damage with that element or physical damage or whatever, the enemy gets pressured, which is like a new thing to this. It's kind of like akin to like FF13. It's going to have like the stagger system. When you fill the stagger bar, it fills more when they're pressured, and then it pops. It's called a burst, and then they're staggered and they take a damage multiplier.
Yeah, just
Goran gets the Jesse skip.
And one thing that I want to mention is that we have like different characters. We have Cloud and we have Barrett currently with some of the crew, and Cloud. All the characters in this game are very unique. Cloud, is very melee oriented, but has his two different modes that he's in, Operator and Punisher. And Punisher's able to get Berserk and other things. Barrett's a little bit more simple. He just kind of shoots and shoots more, and then you charge to shoot more. So it's it's pretty fun how both these characters are just like how all the characters in this game are very unique in terms of how they play. And as mentioned by Woody before, something that people go for is Jesse Door. Jesse Door is, after that sweeper fight that we just saw, if you roll at a certain point, the door here that Hello is walking into will open early like it did.
The double Jesse door. Look at that. Can we make it a 3? A 3 for?
And so yeah, so two runners have already gotten Jesse Door, and we're hoping that the last one gets Jesse Door as well.
Yeah, it's pretty minor. No one resets over. It's like 4 seconds saved. But you can do a stand switch. Rolling is just the easiest. But we have something on screen right now for Goran. That is Guard Scorpion. Kind of different than we remember, but we're going to try to aim for certain things. There's a really important material we need later called First Strike, and we need this before Chapter 5. The runners are going to get them kind of at separate points. We have 3 different routes going on. This is a new game. We have, a lot of different things we can do. But for bosses, they have phases. So even if we could somehow do a ton of damage, it wouldn't matter too much. I think New Game Plus Easy can kind of skip a couple of phases here. But phase 1, you just kind of damage through it. Phase 2, he puts on a shield, and they get behind him and do a fire on the field generator behind him, and that pops the shield off and allows us to actually do stuff. And now they're very meticulously building the stagger gauge here to set up to pop it right here. And you can counter, like, even that jump. Cloud can counter pretty much every physical attack in the game. Which does a good amount of damage, good stagger, and gives almost a full ATB bar. But really importantly is they are using their triangle abilities when the enemy is staggered. They've been doing this a little bit, even starting from the first dog, because to get First Strike, you need to fill an ATB bar with a triangle ability. For Cloud, his Punisher hits count, and when you switch back to Operator, which I'll just call opping, so if you op or hit him with it, you get, and you fill a bar, you get a tick towards this. We need 10 of these, and we can't see how many we get yet. We'll see in Chapter 3 where we're at.
Now, I know Internet always gets 10 out of 10. That's how his route works. He usually will have 10 out of 10 all the time, but the other two, it may be 10 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10, maybe 8 out of 10, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I've had several runs where I've only had like 5 or 6 of these ATB build-ups once you get to Chapter 3, and it gets really scary on whether you're going to get First Strike when you need it.
Yeah, and you lose a little bit of time, obviously, to start farming those charges in the later chapters, around 4 and 5, so you definitely want to get them earlier if better, and definitely on fights where you're almost guaranteed to get it, like the first sweeper fight.
Yeah, that first sweeper fight does have a slightly faster setup that you can do. It can be like 4 seconds quicker, but we go for the First Strike ticks because you don't want to have to reset an hour into your run because you didn't get First Strike. just because you wanted to save 4 seconds.
Definitely not.
And there is another thing we're keeping track of. We're going to need to get a thing called Atp Stagger in Chapter 13 or 14, depending on the route. And this means we need to get 40 staggers on different enemies. So like a mono drive, an officer, an elite officer. You can't do 2 for the same. And even the bosses count. So they are taking small time losses to get like the officer in Chapter 1 if they can, and the mono drive. I'm gonna go into that a little bit more in a second, but we should probably go into the category. And they are in PS5s, first of all. This has basically no difference from the PS4 Pro currently. When the integrate upgrade drops, there would be a major difference because there'll actually be the PS5 patch where it'll cut loads significantly. Right now, a load, if you were to say retry fight, for example, would be 40 seconds to a minute. When the PS5 update is out, it might be like 5 seconds or something. We'll see. So it doesn't matter that they're on PS5. I run on PS4 Pro because I can't get a PS5.
Yeah, that's always a struggle. So anyway, we're coming up to the escape of Chapter 1. So basically, after Guard Score, we have to exit the reactor. And so we're hanging out with Jesse and Barrett, trying to get out of the reactor. And there's a little bit of RNG coming up. Basically, there's a shock trooper that will pop up, and he will either be targeted onto Cloud or be targeted onto Barrett. And if he's targeted onto Barrett, that means they'll either go for a risky strat to try, because we can kind of move our party members by switching them. They can either go for a risky strat where they summon him early, or they can go for a more safer strat for summoning him later if the shock trooper ends up targeting Barrett.
Yeah, if characters get too far apart and you switch them, it teleports them into battle. And we're just trying to gain as much distance as we can. This escape, there is one particular shock trooper who can be a little uncooperative. He just likes to wait to get picked up or something. I don't know. But if that happens, they'll kind of have to go down and get him, and we don't want to see that.
And looks like Goran
got him to come up, which is good.
Yep, shock troopers are annoying. They dodge. They'll dodge twice in a row. Once to the side, once to the other side, typically. So the best thing to do is just counter. And then use your ATB when you can. They are weak to fire, so they're going to stagger them and berserk fire. If you hold square while on Punisher, you berserk, and that gets you a debuff, technically, where you take and deal 30% more damage.
Not bad shock troopers for Goran there.
Yeah, that was very nice.
And I'm sure Vin, you'll mention it a little later, but the keep value of keep value in general, but holding counter through their attacks can actually prevent you from being knocked back.
Yeah, actually, just being in, we're going to cut and keep, but just being in Punisher ups your keep value. And I think it's like, it gets a bit weird if you start attacking, it drops and stuff like that. And cut and keep is the kind of the most important mechanic in the game. We'll be making use of it. Keep is your defense against interruption, and cut is the ability to cut through the interruption. So like fire is 50 cut, and an enemy that has like 40 keep, it'll just like interrupt them and stuff.
Pretty good Chapter 1 from Goran. Looks like it was maybe about a 320, give or take, 330-ish.
Internet's getting a little trolled here.
13. Yeah, it looks like Internet also had to, because I think he missed the stagger on a mono drive that he needs, and he had to take one of the extra ones on the running away portion, because I saw him actually cleave and stagger one of them.
I've never smelled anything so foul.
Yeah, but overall, looks like pretty solid Chapter 1s from both who finished.
And soon.
It's a barn. You want to go into the actual category, what like no major glitches is and stuff?
Yeah, I'll talk about it. So we have a couple categories in FF7 Remake. The two big ones are basically any percent and no major glitches. So any percent allows for any type of glitch or any type of skip to be used. We are running the no major glitches category, which is essentially we are not going to be doing certain skips and certain glitches that can just break the game and like skip like 30 minutes of the game.
Stand
So
back
we're
then. I'll set the bomb.
but while this game is like, you know, okay made, there even no major glitches, runners run into some of these glitches, and so they have to we try our best to keep it as glitchless as possible, but there's only so much you can do with this game.
Glitchless is not possible. That's why it's no major glitches. We see a new one every run. I get some crazy ones sometimes where like my HP bars and the stagger bars just disappeared, and that's like a brutal one. I've only had it once. I mean, we see new stuff all the time.
Yeah,
See,
Fell
it's
had
a good
a
shock
shock trooper
Yeah, he
go
got
into
the
the
good
air.
Yeah, in chapter 4, his shock trooper went out of bounds and was like on the higher area, so he couldn't get to it.
I'd like my money now.
Once we're back at base.
The game's held together by duct tape.
Sometimes it feels
Yeah,
like
but
that.
these skips, like, they have how many skips do we got now? Chapter 5,
We
chapter 6.
around like 6 or 7 chapter skips.
Yeah,
skip.
some of these chapters are like half the chapter, and then there's like, 13 where nothing was lost.
So it looks like all the runners got out of the reactor, so the beginning part of chapter 2 is a little bit slower. Cloud's kind of just walking through the town right after the reactor gets blown up. We're just progressing the story at this point.
Oh yeah, basically in chapter 2, so we finally got out of the reactor, and we were making our way, through FF7, and in FF7 OG, this was like a couple of screens. Like you only walk through a couple things. You get like a potion or something. Here we got a full-fledged map, and we encounter a little bit of lore. This is kind of where the run slows down a bit. We have a little bit of sections where the run kind of slows down, and we have a little bit of downtime to kind of breathe after some RNG intensive sections like chapter 1 or other things.
This part. So we can see on going screen he's looking down, and the reason for this, for whatever reason, this whole walking segment right here, there's like something weird going on that's not in the original. We're kind of seeing like a mix of Nibelheim and Midgard, but he's looking down because if you time this whole segment without looking down, you'll get like a 106 every time. If you look down, you can get as low as a 104 for some reason. Yeah. And that's not with the loads. Like some of these loads are inconsistent. This one right before this fire segment can be like 3 seconds difference, and there's not much we can do about that.
Yeah, I found I timed it once. I got like an 8-second load and like an 11-second load. It seemed to hover around that.
Yeah, I spent a few, like 4 hours timing this segment, using a bunch of people's data, and looking down does have the potential to save like 1.5 seconds. That's the kind of stuff that I time.
A quick note on the way that they're skipping the cutscenes. The game does allow you to buffer the down input to actually go to select skip. So that really helps us as speedrunners because we can obviously already be holding down before we know the cutscene is coming up, and then we just hit X to skip the cutscene.
Just don't return to title screen.
Or that, just don't do that. There are some fights where if you do it too quickly, like I think Specimen's a great example, you can return to title screen by mistake.
We do have autosaves. We do have autosaves.
Yes, so it wouldn't be, it's not the end of the world, but definitely would be a time loss.
Depending where you did it, I've done it on the train at the start of chapter 5 where I go to do my menu, and if you get a buffered input, because sometimes if you're like holding up and you go into the menu, it'll buffer your input if you're not neutral sticked. And the inputs for that menu is the exact inputs to load a checkpoint, and that checkpoint is before the Whispers fight. So it was awful. So I'm always careful there now. So here we have the fountain. Someone want to go into this?
So the fight is an interesting fight. Basically, it's on a. You'll see a lot of runners trying to do this as fast as they can. Goran kind of threw a fire at nothing. But basically, we're trying to do it in a certain speed, because if we can do it fast enough, we can get a certain cycle.
Yeah, it'll save 10
faster.
seconds.
And we'll get early shock troopers, and we'll end up be saving like 10 seconds or so.
There are certain cycles in this game, like in the first reactor, the laser cycle that we kind of glossed over, but that they go through is on a global cycle, like a timer. So sometimes, you know, going too fast doesn't really matter. But yeah. And so because that's on a global timer, you can go into the menu and like set better shortcut and you won't lose any time.
That's how it looks like Goran got the slow fountain.
Yeah, he was locked onto the dog. Yep, so there's a trick you can do if you don't lock onto the dog and then you lock on once you start casting the fire, it'll never throw it at the officer because we're fleeing from an encounter there. Some encounters you can flee from, there's not a lot we can flee in the game, but because you're fleeing, it still like registers them in the fight and sometimes Cloud throws the fire at the officer on the other side of the planet. So you're always sad when that happens. Or if you throw the fire into a pole. The poles here are devastating.
Yeah, they are devastating. It's like reset worthy sometimes.
Yeah, Hello Internet actually almost threw one into a pole. He was really close.
Looks like Internet got it. Yep.
Yep, Internet got the quick fountain.
So right there, that dialogue is how we can tell whether he got it or not. The trooper's on standby.
Sometimes I get it and I like didn't. Sometimes I get that one and I didn't make it, and it's like what?
And so we saw Goran pick up one of the first chests we pick up outside of the ether at the beginning of this chapter. That contains Iron Bangle. We have armor and accessories we're going to be equipping throughout this run that will help us, you know, equip materia or boost our damage and other things to have a better run.
I thought that was optional, Born.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh.
I mean, no one would forget to grab that in a marathon, right?
Nope. Yeah. No one forgot.
You can always just buy it in Chapter 5, right?
Yeah. You totally have the money for that, right?
Or you can go back to the weapon shop after chapter 4. Get ready. Or like before you end chapter 4.
So now we have the Huntsman fight. This has like a bunch of officers here. This is like in the original where like Cloud goes and you like run from the fights and you jump off onto the train. But here we gotta fight him. And when this red dude, the Huntsman, he's just a stronger shield guy. These shield riot troopers, you hit him from the front, they block you. So we typically try to hit him with a grenade and a fire to pressure him. And then we're going to wait until he's unpressured and then hit him with a berserk fire. And repress him and just lock him down.
And I can't stress enough how important Berserk is in this game. Whether you have Berserk or not determines a lot whether you pressure him and whether you get the most out of your ATB. So if we are not Berserked at the correct times, we will have a really difficult time with most fights. And I think Fel just got the quick shocks as well.
Yep, looks like it went well for Fel.
Not bad, 2 out of 3.
So I don't know if we introduced the runners completely, but basically for Team Chocobo we have Phil Wagner, and for Team Mog we have Hello, Internet, and for Tonberry we have Goran Aldo.
No big skip for Goran, that's fine.
No.
You can kind of get, if you have perfect movement, you can get in front of Biggs and save like 2 seconds. We love when it happens.
I've never actually successfully gotten it in a run ever in any category.
There is a setup for it actually.
Oh, there is.
I'll point it out on internets. Well, he does it a little differently, but I do have a setup. As long as you do it, you'll like hold run and you release it at a point, and that is Team Mog done with Huntsman. So if you hold run going up to this first doorway, and then you release it, and then after that, this other doorway here. Like half a step, you hold run and you cut next to the boxes, and then just a sharp left, you'll get it pretty much every time. And then you hold up left here. It doesn't really take too much practice, and it just saves 2 seconds, so it's not a big deal.
How about it, baby girl? Not long now, honey.
So it looks like Fel's coming up to his Huntsman fight here as well. The other runners are, again, progressing through Chapter 3, which is, the beginning of it is a little slow as well, as we're kind of just progressing the story. Cloud's kind of come back from the reactor at this point, and he's back, and we're going to meet up with an old childhood friend. I'm sure a lot of people might know her.
That hot shower can't come soon enough.
One last note about the Huntsman battle. The Huntsman won't appear until you take out one of the two sets of groups of soldiers. So you have to either defeat... We usually defeat the first group that's right in front of us because they're right in front of us. There's only one riot dude, but yeah, he won't appear until one group is actually dead. So you do have to take them out first before he'll show up. And you don't actually have to kill all the soldiers. We do it for the experience and AP, for our materia and levels. But technically, you could just take out the Huntsman and move forward from there.
Yep, so, Felringer, it's so weird calling him by his username. He's gonna have to kill that officer, or get the backup.
And you can kill him right after the cutscene, like after you kill Huntsman. You can't?
If you do that, it does not give you the experience.
Interesting. I did not know that.
I've checked that.
Oh, really?
That may answer a lot of reasons why I was gonna go back to research. Reroute.
Yeah, and the experience route and the AP route is very meticulous.
Sure does.
What? I'll let you take off second point. Wait, it's just we need to be level 13 for Crab in Chapter 5, and then depending on the route, you want to be 16 for Reno. That's pretty much it.
Okay, so we get to meet everybody's favorite character, who is Tiffany, and she is one of the best characters in this game.
Did you say Tiffany?
And we'll expand. We'll expand more upon that. Probably when we get to actually play as her. When we get to Scrap Boulevard.
You had me worried.
Yeah. Tifa, she's a bit different. She's kind of more like the glass cannon. So we had Cloud, who's like the balanced protag, you know. He's like the gloomy anti-hero or whatever. And then we have Barrett, who's like the tank. He's a bit aggressive for a tank, but he's good at support and tanky stuff. And is he good at anything else? Well, whatever. And then we have the glass cannon. The glass cannon, like I said, Tofu? Yeah, Tofu. And then we have someone else later who is like the magician. Eric. And that is our characters. We do have a fifth. Casually, he's not really a fifth character, but we'll get into him when you get there and manipulate him.
Not even time to decorate.
And here we get to see the infamous PlayStation 1 doors.
You did?
I'm glad they were able to keep those around.
No. And this?
Just for a little bit of nostalgia.
You know what? It's good.
Yeah, so we're gonna have like a weird cutscene here that we're not gonna see, but there's like a black robe man. If you remember the OG, these black robe men are like everywhere. They're like what, Sephiroth's clones or something? I haven't played OG in forever.
Yeah, they're Genova clones. They've been experimented. They're basically Nibelheim citizens that have been experimented on by Hojo, and they're basically Genova clones.
And now it's daytime, and we have this lovely old lady, Marl, the landlord. She's pretty cool. She's kind of like a more leadery type.
If you ever need any
I like her.
the granddaughter.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, Marl's pretty cool.
Now you'd best get a move on to Seventh Heaven.
I like that she has a similar kind of hairstyle to the Marl from Chrono Trigger. Kind of got that ponytail.
I never even noticed that.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a broom, but whatever.
It's a sad day.
So on that we didn't talk about it, but on Felwanger's screen here, he's interacting with the jukebox here, even though it kind of looks like it'd lose time. But this is gonna actually save time later. Not only do you have to kind of wait when you reach Tifa, coming up on Goran's screen, there would be a tutorial for music, and interacting with the jukebox earlier makes it so you don't hit the tutorial. He's gonna run up to here. As long as you don't like hit a certain trigger zone, Tifa will keep running. If he just went forward, Tifa would start walking to the shop, and we don't want that.
Yeah, there's certain little like dexterous things like that where it's like, okay, you have to move Cloud in a specific way to manipulate the NPCs around you or other characters to move in the spots that they need to move.
Yeah, and you'll see Goran picks up the deadly dodge materia there. It's the first one he buys in the run.
Well,
It's going to come in handy in some of the fights in this chapter and a little later on as well. It's a bit of a finicky materia and sometimes doesn't work if the input isn't done correctly. But it definitely can help with some fights in this game up to about chapter 9.
I think when it doesn't work, it's just a dropped input because it's pretty tight timing. So the integrate should fix that.
Yeah, and when you do miss or the input does get dropped, Cloud kind of does like the worst possible thing imaginable and like flicks the enemies up into the air as opposed to kind of bringing them together, which is one of the reasons why we get the deadly dodge materia.
Yeah, if it's used on Cloud or Aerith, it will group. If it's used on Tifa, it's really wonky and hard to hit. And on Barret, it does like an AoE that does like hardly any damage. It's bad.
But never mind that. We've got to get you your money.
And coming up for Goran, he's gonna hit like the weapon shop. He has to wait until a certain dialogue line, so Tifa has to be close enough. Otherwise, he'd go in the shop and Tifa wouldn't come in.
Savior.
All right.
The hell?
My associate.
Think you can mosey?
And it looks like Internet gets some other stuff here in his do you know what he's getting here, Vin, like in his route?
Yes, so we have 3 routes. Gornaldo's doing one of my really older routes. Fernando, Fellwinger, he's doing and Internet are doing the early boost route. A really dumb idea I had once, and I didn't want to route it, and they routed it. Where you would get 15 staggers before chapter 5. This is very difficult. There's only 16 different enemies, I believe. And so because of this, they're going to be doing a little more shopping, maybe buying lightning fire, etc., depending what they need.
Sure thing. I know these streets.
Just because they need to do some selling and buying and stuff. It depends on like your menuing. Whereas like Goran is gonna have to get that stuff later, so it's not like it's a time save to not do it now or whatever.
And I do believe they both skip the chapter 4 shop. I know Fell does, but I don't remember if
yes, Internet does skip that. It does not save any time. Well, it saves like 1 second, I guess, because you have to wait. Coming up, we have ice materia on the ground. This is really important. We don't have to pay 500 gil to get it, and it's just right there.
Yeah,
and we have gorgeous
double feast.
Double feast. Oh boy.
Oh my
Goran.
god.
That is as bad as it can get.
So this is the bind mechanic.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, well this is where we get a catch-up possibly.
So, the bind mechanic, your character gets locked down and you're supposed to like hit the enemy or do like a high enough cut move to free them. But if they both get grabbed, well, you can't do that. You just lose time.
Oh boy.
This is a poorly thought out mechanic later, and I'll explain if it happens on Hoodlums.
Yeah,
okay,
Goran just got the stagger there. Yeah, he got the stagger on the Gorger.
That's nice. Man,
and
so there is this weird mechanic in Scrap Boulevard where if one character is feasted and the other goes for like Tifa or whatever, they like can't actually grab her, but if it's at the same time, they can actually both grab. However, it's also important to note that part of the AI of Gorgers is that they can only feast if there is another Gorger, which we'll see soon enough how this works.
Okay, so no more feast for Goran. It was just the first that did the two at the beginning.
That's great. I'm glad that happened. I mean, dang, that sucks.
Oh my gosh, poor Goran.
So Internet's coming up to those same fights now. He just picked up his piece of candy on the floor there. It looks like he's doing a menu as well.
Yeah, he does one of his menus here for some of the materia he equips.
This is a safe strat. So that he can use ice on these to get the stagger. Because he's doing early boost, he needs to make sure he gets the staggers. And he got the gorgeous stagger good. You can tell because the screen froze for a moment.
No need.
Yeah, without ice, the only way to really stagger a Gorger is to do like a cleave into a focus thrust due to how low their health is.
No better way to keep you and your family
yeah, and there was a forced menu opening where we equipped the DD because you're forced to do it there. You could upgrade the Buster Sword and get attack +4, but then you will not be able to get the stagger, and so we don't do that. And we would get this. We will be getting that attack later, but we do it so that we don't overdamage. Yep. So Internet handles this a little differently. He goes from the 3rd encounter into the 4th, so he can fire one of the Gorges right away to remove a feast possibility.
And no feast for Internet.
I'm an intern. Please
Yep.
accept this.
And
I
then
would like to
we
accept this
hit the
data.
weapon shop,
I'm not
and you're
interested.
rewarded
You
with
should
your
know.
next weapon,
I'm sure
the
you
Mean
will.
Blade.
And if you later,
And we buy earrings there, which
Excellent.
increases
Once
the
you've
base magic stat by 5%. And then you have power wrist, which we'll get later, which increases base strength by 5%. It's important to note this is base stats, not your current attack, so having like a magic weapon won't just increase it by even more.
And we get access to one of our favorite abilities, the Triple Oski.
Yep, this is going to be used a lot. It hits 3 different targets, and we'll get into it once we start using it, but the assess battle here. So, to progress with the game, you need to do a side quest. There's like 4 side quests, and 2 of them are horrible. The Betty one is the coolest one, but this is the quickest one. We gain access... Hold on.
Looks like he got the call on.
Oh, he got called on.
Yeah. I thought he didn't get it there for a second.
It looked like he didn't.
got a
So,
rat.
you have to assess 2 different enemies, which means we need the rat and the gorger, and we need to not kill them before the assess goes off. This is a lot harder than it seems. There are backup enemies, but if like you kill the rats, you have to go to the farthest encounter away, and that's awful.
You were the first.
Yeah, I've
And
lost
then-
several runs to that encounter.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice to learn all the different nuances. Pretty much the strat is like get in there with a couple hits and then try to counter something to get a lot of ATB, and then you react based on
That went well.
how many rats you got, basically. That's how I do it. So the strat
Yeah.
changes then.
And just as a side note, on easy, we actually changed the difficulty to normal because the enemies just die too quick for us to even get ATB to even assess them.
Yep, on this category, you are not allowed to change your difficulty at all, but on easy, because it's basically the actual any percent, you're allowed to change it to a harder difficulty.
Yep.
For normal, you can't just put it on hard though, because that's Get Plus. That's reserved for that.
Yep.
And it looks like Goran got 10 out of 10, so he's clear on his first strike.
That's
Good.
real good.
Yeah, don't have to worry about that. Like, if you're really low, then you start improvising. Yikes.
Yeah, on average with the strats that have come out for these runners, 8 out of 10 to 9, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 is pretty common for what I've seen watching everybody do their runs. So it's not. I don't think I've seen anybody get lower than 7. I think is the worst I've seen.
I've gotten like 5.
Yeah, if you're not paying attention, you can get really low. I always take like the safer route on the dogs. So I switch out a Punisher, and then yeah, you learn to manipulate your ATB over time.
Come on, let's get a closer.
Yeah, it looks like Internet, I don't know if Goran did, but Internet opted to run away from the call to arms there. I know, Vin, you did some work on whether it's quicker to just take the fight or to run away from it.
So, Call to Arms. It is an ability that calls more rats, and it depends on each individual battle. This is different per battle. For this one, you can get 2 Call to Arms, and then you have to wait for the enemies to load in, otherwise they HP lock, which is where they're left at 1 health, because you did too much damage, etc. before they spawned in. In most cases, it's quicker to flee, but there is variance too
Anyway,
when you actually get out of battle. It kind of depends on your situation. And we see Internet bought Wind in First Strike. He does a slightly different route. He's going to be using First Strike, which gives you an ATB boost at the start of battle. This will level up throughout the run, so you gain more. And he equipped Wind. To get Wind, you have to use the 3 weaknesses, Fire, Ice, and Lightning on enemies that are weak. For Blizzard, you just have to connect with it. It doesn't have to deal damage. Blizzard hits, which normally would pressure an enemy, but because it knocks down, and then it would pop. And Blizzard gives a lot of stagger. Lightning doesn't give much, but it tracks, and it's not going to miss. It can miss if an enemy dodges, but that's a little bit of a different mechanic. And then Fire kind of has wonky tracking sometimes, but it does do its job. It gets to the enemy. I've even seen it circle around a pole and stuff. It's crazy.
It's just.
And that's kind of like the more balance between the two. And then there's Wind.
What do you want to do now?
And that's why they use the weaknesses, because they need Wind later. Which is kind of like Ice, where it like lands on an enemy, but it doesn't do anything the first hit. It has like a delayed hit, and then it hits them, and it pulls enemies.
And 10 out of 10 for Fell as well.
Yep, everybody got past the Assess Rats quest.
Yeah, it looks like Fell actually opted to take
And
out the
here
Call to
we-
Arms that he got and just get
Could
the
use a
extra
little-
money
how about a-
and experience and
Yeah.
AP from it.
Hey.
Yeah, we every runner then got the call to arms, so
Yes, for the EXP route, they do need to kill the Gorger and 2 rats. There's some backups, but it's important to stay on the route. Because later on we'd be under damaging.
So
and I didn't even mention Chadley.
Oh yeah, does anyone want to talk about Chadley? Because he's going to be very important in this run.
I can talk about Chadley a bit. So Chadley, we've already talked to him several times. Already did his little side quest. He was the one that gives us the Rats quest in the Cess quest. And so basically, he also gives us these battle intels, which is what we're talking about, which is the staggers, the first strikes, and all that stuff. To be able to get certain materia, we have to do certain things. And so he gives us these battle intels throughout the game. And so the first one we get is the stagger effect and the elemental weakness. So we have to hit something with ice to get access to wind, and we have to get our 10 stagger effect things to get first strike. And so later on, we get more and more things. We have to do different things. We have to do things like assess things. To get enemy skill, we have to do things like stagger. We have to max out materia and other things just to get access to more materia and just more battle intels to get more cool stuff. And so one of the cool things. So one of the cool things that we end up using him a lot throughout the run to get a lot of things, and there were several routes or runs that even used to have we used to talk to him in like chapter 16, like the very last time we see him. So it's kind of crazy how useful he is while he's just he's just helping us out.
And his materia can only be acquired from him. So like you can't get wind or ATB stagger or anything like that from anywhere else in the game. So like this is why we have to talk to him for stuff like that.
And you can't sell it. If you can't acquire it again, you can't sell it. Just like chakra that Tifa comes with, you can't sell it. Because when I was first routing the game, I was like, oh, I'll just get auto cure and sell it. Nope. Okay, we have a fight. This fight is super consistent.
Oh boy.
Already going. This is according to plan. We take the grenade damage.
Oh boy.
Of course. This is the hoodlums.
Oh man.
Double drugs.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Backup strats.
Yeah.
Oh no. He didn't get grabbed though, right? I should stop talking.
No.
Not yet.
I should stop talking. Oh boy.
Oh, I love it.
Oh man, he's getting trolled real hard. Oh. Okay, no grab.
Okay, he got through the fight. So this fight is not consistent. We can't make it consistent. We try to use DD to group them and do fire. So you open with dash on the left and then do an outer DD, and this kind of gets you enough ATB. Because even if you do DD and you get the lowest ATB roll, you don't have enough to do like fire, and they're weak to fire. But eventually, if they take any amount of damage, they might decide to pop these drugs, which ups their health by 66 repeating. So 67%, it ups their current and max health. And then it ups their base keep by 20, which is a nightmare. If it was just the health, it'd be fine, but the keep thing is just, it's too much.
You all set?
And they can also bind. They can do a frame 1 grab. You can't do anything about it, and you lose 20 seconds. It lasts 15 seconds, but there's like 5 seconds extra animation. And they'll just beat you up doing it. And we hope we don't see that. They can do like spider webs to slow. They can use an orb of gravity to take off a percentage of your health. They have so many moves, actually. And when you get down to 2, they kind of stop what they're doing, put their hands up, and you kind of get some free hits, and they'll throw a grenade at you.
See what happens on the internet here.
Yeah, let's see. He doesn't do DD, so...
Oh, that's right. He doesn't have DD. Oh, wow.
Wow.
No way.
No way.
He posted a video of this perfect fight, and he just got it.
There it is. There it is. That was almost about as good as it can get there.
Oh my
That was
God.
insane.
Does he
So
do
that's the
Blizzard at the end
variance
for the
between
sniper?
fights.
Wow.
No. He just did it because it's on shortcut or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
You can't... It would take 2 to stagger them. They have, like, a ridiculous amount.
Wow, yeah, but that was a really good fight for internet
Yeah,
there.
it was. Looks like Fell's about to have his turn at the hoodlums.
Yeah.
So they had to go into the darts. We didn't talk about it because we were talking, but you have to go into the darts minigame to progress, so you just exit out. We don't play darts, but you have to go into it.
Yeah, the
And,
game wants you to interact with stuff to know about it.
Yeah. We'll talk about the bike stuff in a second. I want to watch Fel's fight here.
See what happens.
This is a really important fight for the run to make sure it goes quick. Going for the inner DD, that's fine. Important to note that even though they have abilities on shortcut, we do use tack menu to slow down the game to choose the correct target. It's just faster overall and more consistent. That was a good fight.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. It looks like only Goran got trolled by it. And speaking of Goran, though, he did get the dialogue skip.
Yep. So, bikes. This was not in the original. You, like... What did you do for this part of the run? Or this just wasn't even part of the game, was it? Anything at all?
No, this is completely new.
We went straight into what is basically Chapter 5 at this point in the original game.
Yep. So we're on bikes. We have Jesse on it. You have health in the bottom right. We don't care about that. That's not going to matter. That is just for, like, trophy stuff. If you handle this fight a very specific way, you have one officer on the screen. You kill him. And then about 7.7 seconds afterwards, we have these two officers spawn. If you spin them, you will skip a bunch of dialogue and you'll save 18 seconds. If you miss it, it's pretty brutal. At the start, they hit this ramp. When you hit the ramp, it completely fills up your thing on the bottom left on the internet screen. You see spinning slash, and it allows you to do like your little super move. If you hold L1, it does a gust, which is kind of like blade beam. And as we saw, he just filled it completely with the jump. Or you can hit enemies or wait and it'll fill up, but we use jumps everywhere we can. And then you have 3 officers, and then you move to the next cycle, which is 2 elite officers. They like to speed up if you do enough damage, so we have a setup to where we will eliminate the one behind and then the one in front. So you slow down. Slowing down actually speeds up this fight. It makes them stop quicker. Taking damage on purpose to fill up the spinning slash bar. And then, as we can see, he's going to group them. They're really tanky, so we have to have a setup here. And then you have like drones, which can be trolly. They use luminous blast, which they go forward. You can never catch them, ever. So it's best to just slow down, because we are trying to make a bit of a cycle here, where we'll see a cutscene with this character Roche, and if you do it a certain way, you can get it early, right after ramp, and if you barely miss this, you're losing like 20-30 seconds, because he's only on a certain part of the track, and this track just loops. So you have to get back there, pretty much. The ramps and the tunnels here kind of mess with things.
Yeah, it looks like all 3 of them got the dialogue skip, and 2 of them got the early Roche, so that's good. We'll see if we get a third one.
And Goran here is entering the actual kind of Roche fight, which is the boss fight of this bike minigame. So we do things certain way that because he can do certain things. If he gets low enough HP, he'll like right on the wall. You just waste a bunch of time. So we do things a certain way that he only does that once.
Yep. So at the start, we're trying to get a couple cheeky hits. You can tell where he is based off his light. If you don't see it, you go right and you start attacking. We only got 1, that's fine. You can't catch up to him right here, so we're gonna hold our special and we're gonna use the gust attack when he uses a move. That way we don't get slowed down and we slow him down. That was too early. We didn't get hit. That's fine. So he's gonna block whatever hits he can to get some spinning slash meter back. I don't know. I'll just call it meter, I guess. Yeah, so if you mistime it, you get like a bad opener like this.
Yes. Someone's asking if we can actually skip the lightning phase on normal, and I think I've gotten close, but I don't think I've actually done it.
No, we can't. I've gotten close-ish to where if I had one more spin, I could have done it. You just can't. We also have... That was like the wind cycle that he was doing at the start. We want to hope he doesn't do another. If you keep up with him, so if you kind of like save your spin slash for when he does his stomp, he'll go forward and do a stomp. And if you use it then, you can kind of prevent the wind phase, but sometimes it doesn't work. This fight is really wonky. There is an Ultimania that describes a lot of things in the games. It's a huge amount of information. It's in Japanese only. We kind of translate it ourselves. But there's some things here that don't work like it says in Ultimania, so it's a bit weird. But now we see the lightning phase. You tank the first 8. If you don't get hit, they'll always be in a row, so you can block the first 8, and then we take the damage on the 9th one on purpose. and we take damage on purpose when he stomps back down. Unless we have spin ready, then we just spin through it. After 3 moves, well, there's a chance after 2 that he'll do another lightning cycle, but typically after 3. Oh, he almost went for it.
Nice.
That was.
He was going.
After 2 moves.
Oh man. Yeah, Goran almost got a second lightning phase there. Got like the tip of the sword.
Good biking section for Goran there.
Yikes.
Oh.
Yep, he got him. That's important.
Yep.
Yeah, on easy you actually can skip the lightning cycle, but it is actually not it's definitely not a gimme. Like you do have to have some good stuff happen, but I'm pretty sure it's impossible on normal.
Yep, so I did a lot of work yesterday on the attacks and the animations. If you're on the left side of an enemy, Cloud's combo is actually 1 frame faster compared to on the right. So you always want to be on the left. And it matters for Roche because it might be the difference between getting him or not. I spent like a couple hours on this yesterday because I thought it was weird on Motorball sometimes. And it turns out that it is 1 frame faster.
So also just another looks like, well, let me just wait to see if internet. Let's see if internet gets it here.
Yep, he got it.
Yep.
All right.
Good fight.
Looks good. Yeah, on hard and new game, any new game plus categories, you can actually completely just skip these biking sections. That's also a kind of like an interesting difference between the other categories.
Yeah,
Also,
and it's go ahead.
Also, one thing to note about bike minigame is that our stats or our weapon or our accessories or anything like that, they don't matter. So we'll be doing the same damage, have the same HP value, have the same defense values, regardless of what we have equipped.
Yeah, the game
and
treats it like a mini game.
Even the difficulty doesn't affect it. The only thing different for easy is you get your meter back faster.
Why don't you wait around the corner?
Right, and that allows us to do more ATB attacks at the start. We can throw more the wind slash. I always forget the name of it, but let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see what happens with Fell here.
Yeah, so this whole the whole segment leading up to this is pretty much the same depending.
Looks good.
Yep, good
And
fight.
all three runners did not get 2 cycle, which is good.
Okay, so currently we are like in chapter 4. So chapter 4 is kind of this extra chapter that was put into the game. It kind of explains a little bit more about Avalanche. You spend a little bit more time with Avalanche, Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. And namely Jesse, as she hires Cloud to basically cover her while she grabs some materials for the next bomb, for the next bombing mission.
Supervisor at the reactor.
I do want to say one more thing about the biking game because Adrian's in chat. Adrian is the one who kind of worked out Roche a lot. He spent 13 hours on the fight to work out how it works, so I just wanted to make sure to shout him out.
Yeah, we're grateful because that fight can be very difficult.
Yeah, big shout out to Mamba. So we're again, this is kind of just a bit of an Eye of the Storm sort of moment where we're progressing the story again. This is obviously not part of the OG. We're kind of in like wherever Jesse's parents live, on top of the plate, and we're kind of like on a little bit of a secret mission to get this key card from her dad's room. Her dad is, as we'll find out soon, has some issues like Mako poisoning. And we're gonna grab his key card, and then we're gonna head over to a kind of like a warehouse to get some explosive agents for our next mission.
We don't need to gloss it over. Jesse's having us steal something from her dad who's in a coma. I'm just saying. I didn't see it. Did Goran or Internet do the 360? I didn't see it.
I wasn't looking either. I saw. I think. I don't think Hello did it. He did like a 180.
I didn't see.
I would have done it. Come on, Fernando.
Oh,
there's 360.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
Hey.
Swag.
I'm glad someone did it. It doesn't lose any time.
No, it's just
seek out Avalanche.
it's just a neat little thing because yeah, he interacts, and if you're facing the same way that he's supposed to lean, he gets into two positions.
Body and the heart of the planet. So
That's
if
how
we
it
don't
be.
shut down the reactors soon,
So they're coming up to a bit of a gauntlet event here. I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it.
Yeah, I can talk
Alright.
about it a bit.
You
So
can go ahead.
So basically, we're coming up, and so Jessie gets basically found out when she takes the blasting agent that she needs.
is not something.
So Wedge, Biggs, and Cloud run in to basically provide cover that she can escape. And so we're going to be fighting several officers. We're going to be fighting dogs. We're going to be fighting sweepers, and eventually we'll get to Roche again. And so we have we set up our menus and our characters a certain way, and we do these fights a certain way. That way we have ATB going into certain fights. That way we can handle them in the correct way.
Okay, here on Goran's screen, we saw him do some shopping. There were items on sale. These items are in specific locations where, like an ether instead of 500 gil is 100 gil, and mega potions instead of 700, so yeah, are 300, and Phoenix Sounds instead of like whatever they are, they're like 100. And we do need those. This is important. We're going to be pretty tight on resources this run. There's some backup stuff if we need it. The runners will get it if they have to.
Yeah, with this gauntlet of battles, it is all one giant battle after another. So, like, were they to die, per se, which is very low risk, but if they were to die, then they would start from the existing battle, but they do have to get through the entire set of battle with really no break to heal or anything in between without wasting ATB.
Yep. If you retry, you keep your EXP and AP, though.
Yeah.
But it is
correct me if
routed...
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there's a certain fight that if you retry on, you actually lose EXP and AP.
I'm not sure.
Like,
this signal.
No, it should be every
Like-
battle, because the game always tells you, like, you retain your stuff when you retry.
Right. Yeah.
You only lose it if you load a save. That's the only way, like, which makes practice sometimes very slow for us, is because we have to load a save file.
This is an annoying thing for routing because you have to be very careful not to have retry EXP in your routing files.
Yeah.
Very annoying. It's really annoying. I wish it could be turned off, but for casual players, it obviously is more beneficial to them.
Yep, so first round, we got some officers. We just try to deal with them as best we can. Goran is just going to go through and annihilate them. Fellwanger and Internet are going to have to get a stagger off a Grenadier and the Elite Grenadier. I think Fellwanger is going to get the Riot Trooper as well. But Goran is doing a 1 first strike, no early boost route, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Whereas the other two are doing 2 first strike and early boost, because if you're doing early boost, you should be doing 2 first strikes so you don't have to talk to Shelby in Chapter 8.
and one thing
This
to know,
one we
he
just-
went into like that next fight with 2 ATB. Like that's kind of the setup. Like, oh, we could have used triple slash earlier to do that fight a little bit faster, but then we wouldn't have the ATB for like
Yeah.
the next part of the encounter.
If they're like really bad grouping, you use it anyways, and you group the 2 enemies here, the Riot and the Elite, with like 1 fire. It's a lot harder to do. And here we just got a couple chump enemies. He's gonna make short work. He fights here because there's missile launchers up top, which are shooting, and it's kind of random when they shoot. We don't want to get hit, so we stay safe and out of the way.
Oh, have we explained boxes yet?
No,
And
this is the
Mago-
first
and Mago
case where we
shards?
use it.
So basically,
So-
boxes. There's boxes hidden around all of this game. In Chapter 1, we get a tutorial on it, and basically they have items in it. They have Moogle medals in it, potions, ethers, Phoenix Downs, and more importantly, they have Mako shards. And certain boxes are guaranteed to have these Mako shards, and they give us a little bit of MP back when we hit them.
Yep. And then the other ones, you'll get items sometimes based on which chapter you're in. For now, it'd be like potions. I don't think we can get high potions till later. Sweepers here. I mean, we kind of made short work of like the other enemies because whatever. But sweepers here have a setup where we come to the fight with limit, and we push the other sweeper back just by being in a certain spot. It'll back up.
Uh-oh. This fight can be dangerous. So Goran has to be careful here.
Yeah, and we hit both with cross slash. didn't get a
Oh
mine
boy.
either. Needs
Yeah. He's being safe here by healing it. That's the right move right there, because these guys would definitely have killed him. I think
he
if
started getting
this,
shot there.
and you'll see him thundering the guy doing hard charger there, because it's gonna stun him, and in that case killed him. But otherwise, he would have eaten that again. You can counter hard charger, but you have to kind of be really aware of it.
And Wedge can throw a mine, and it matters like at the start of battle, and that does a ton of stagger damage to him and kind of knocks him down. And if you get that, you can actually stagger the sweeper, and then you have a very nice fight. But sometimes it doesn't happen. And now we see Roche. Roche is a soldier, and soldiers have this inherent shield that you kind of chunk away. If you do counters, it does more to it. If you do weaker hits, it does more to it. If you do a block, it does more to it. But blocking it, you can't really recover from the animation. So we have a specific setup to try to pop it right away. In the second phase, we're going to throw a fire, 2 hits, and then counter, and that pops it. And we're going to do a full combo into a focus thrust. And that's just going to build the meter a ton.
So one thing I want to mention is that kind of the dogs fight. Both Hello and I think Fel, they throw a grenade at the dogs, and that actually ends up... Well, I guess Fel didn't, but yeah, they throw a grenade and it puts them into pressure, and they just wait for a counter to stagger them.
Yep, sometimes you don't have a grenade.
Yeah, there's a couple different strats used for the dog battle. The grenade strat just pressures a chunk of them, and then you kind of stand in the center and counter. Because we found that Wedge will say lines of dialogue based on the amount of dogs that you kill, and so we try to kill as many at one time as possible to keep him from talking as much, so the cutscene can happen.
Yeah, you can't really manipulate it. You just hope you get it.
More crowded now.
Yeah.
Security's out in force.
The dogs move around like crazy.
So are we not gonna wait for
Man, nobody got
So
a mine on their sweeper.
Yeah, no one got a mine here. As Vin mentioned before, Wedge can throw like these mines out, and if it hits one of these guys, their pressure will basically almost be full, and you can stagger them, which obviously makes the fight go a lot quicker.
Which I think that mine is like attached to how long you are in that fight before you like pressure the sweepers. Since I've noticed whenever the sweeper like takes a while to like move back, that way we can hit both of them with cross slash. They end up getting mine more often.
That's because it's actually an ATB action from Wedge.
Roche is definitely like I would say one of the more intriguing fights when I started learning it, because well I don't know, and I'm sure that there's a reason for this, but when he does that dash attack, he can just basically miss you, and you'll miss your counter, which obviously loses time. Ooh.
Yeah, there's a reason, all right. Spaghetti goat. So that's why we do like 2 hits at the start, because it's like an animation thing. It helps with it.
Yeah, it's because there's hitbox morphing in this game. Anyone that's played a couple of fighting games, basically hitboxes are attached to the model. So if you are in certain animations, your hitboxes move according to your animations. So if you only do like 1 hit, or do like Punisher at certain times, you'll shift your hitboxes, and some moves are just weird and they'll miss depending on where your hitboxes are, or your hidden hurt boxes.
Cloud was just saying how he hopes
And another thing, because all the runners, I believe all of them did they all get 10 out of 10 on first strike? Because I didn't see anyone have to farm anything there. Yeah, there was no farming necessary, and some of the ways you can get more charges is on the double sweepers, on Roche, and then we have some of our friends
you can get it on the dogs. I should explain it a little more specifically. So you can do it with counter as well. If your blow that would stagger the enemy fills your ATB, it does count. So your counters can actually get them, but it's really hard to even notice when that happens because you're so focused on like the dogs.
Yeah, and there's so many things popping off. So we're kind of now we're kind of progressing the story again. We've just finished. We got what we came for, and we're kind of heading back to.
We also got something else on the way here, which is important, which is the revival materia. This will be selling for 1,500 gil, but it's a higher tier materia kind of. Materia, they give stats. I'm just gonna try to find my spreadsheet here.
Yeah, I think it was like +2 magic, MP. It's revival and barrier give a good amount of stats.
Yeah. So like the base stuff, like fire, ice, lightning, wind, they give 2% MP. Revival, barrier, subversion, and time are like a higher tier. They give 5% MP, 1 magic, and 1 spirit, and that basically is like 2 magic attack and 2 magic defense.
He's got a habit.
Wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of different than OG, where spells would actually decrease like your strength and whatnot, as well as give you stats for being more of a spellcaster. Here we just get, depending on the material, we just get buffs. I don't think there's any material that gives us a decrease in stats.
And before Chapter 5 started, we got a summon materia from Jesse, and they equipped it, even though they didn't summon. And that's because Ifrit gives 2% MP, 2 strength, and 2 spirit, or 2 fight, sorry. So it makes you more physically stronger. And that matters, definitely.
Though I would like to see Ifrit.
Oh my god, if we get an Ifrit
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
If a summon happens, it's probably an accident because it becomes the bottom option, and normally the bottom option is limits. Sometimes you might do Star Shower into Ifrit summon on Genova.
Oh boy.
Yeah, who did that?
I've done Ifrit on Sephi. I've done Ifrit on
I've done Powerhouse.
on
Airbuster.
Whispers.
Airbuster and Genova for me.
And we
it's
should
a
also
long animation.
we should take a moment as well just to realize like all these runners are really close right now, and
Yeah.
it's a really like this is
Honestly,
I think
this
we're all enjoying what we're
upcoming
seeing.
Yeah, this upcoming battle, depending on entwines, could definitely sway one of the runs.
Yeah, major
By
props to all the
a few
runners keeping it close. For the whole event, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing we didn't point out, because we're not doing it yet, but we'll see this a bit later, is weapons cater to different stats, of course. So we'll swap weapons for magic needs, physical needs, based on the strats that have been developed for these battles.
Yep, and you can't sell your weapons.
Nope.
No impales for Goran, didn't get any counters there.
Yeah.
This fight, we just try to give them ATB by smacking them a lot, and then hope that they do impales as like a counter. And that feeds our ATB, and we do Tribolowski, and we just kind of keep the cycle going. There's 6 of these. Sometimes you get Spectre skips, sometimes you don't. Where they don't spawn.
So what Spectre skip is there's Spectre like E and F that spawn after you defeat the first 4 Spectres, A, B, C, and D. But if you defeat them all at the same time, then neither E or F will spawn, and you'll just end the fight. And I don't think Spectres give EXP or AP, so it's just
They
pure time
don't.
save. It's just pure time save if we skip them.
Yep.
They do it more on New Game Plus categories than on New Game categories, though.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do here. Sometimes you get it.
Yeah, Spectre skip is like a failure for me. I think I keep going back to it every like month or so. I'm like, I'm gonna try again and see if I can find consistency. Nope. I think I've spent like 5 or 6 hours trying to find consistency.
Good start
Alright.
there for internet.
Alright, so now on Goran screen, Team Tomberry, we have the Enigmatic Spectre. These whispers, we'll go into the story and crap in a bit, but we're doing a very specific setup because until he releases Tifa, it goes to its like initial position on the side there, you will gain half stagger if you do stuff to it, and in order to pressure the boss, you have to kill a Spectre. So we use it to get a stagger for our stagger count, and then we pressure it after this timer is up. And we go with a very safe strat. No, for Goran, this is one of my strats where it doesn't matter who gets entwined, as long as you're not both entwined. It might be I think I got double entwined.
Oh boy.
Which is yikes.
Oh, Cloud got
Cloud got entwined, and then, oh no. It got a little ugly here.
He's gonna have to pressure another. He's not gonna catch us.
He's gonna, oof.
He's gonna keep trying.
Wow.
He might.
He got it.
He got it. He got
That was
it.
good.
Ooh, he got it.
Yeah, if he went up any higher, he would have had to stagger
Yeah,
another.
normally he goes
can't
and
root
does
him.
flood at that point.
And that was like one of the worst things that can happen.
The worst thing that has happened to me there was Enigmatic, the dumb purple Spectre dude. He actually got out of bounds, and I couldn't reach him anymore.
I had that happen, and I tried to do somersault, and it doesn't reach. He was like over by 7th heaven. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
There's also like a weird thing where we've seen like a Spectre in the first set of Spectre battles just get launched to the skybox. I've had it happen, Adrian's had it happen, and it's weird.
It looks like Hell Internet got entwined on Tifa.
So Internet does a bit of a different strat. He does do the eggs in one basket cross slash, but he goes for damage on the half stagger phase, and then he pressures another. If you don't build the stagger enough and you kill 2, sometimes there's this glitch where the pressure state just falls off instantly. It's listed in the Ultimania that your first one's like 6 seconds or 3 seconds, then the next pressure is 6 and then 9. But that's not how it is. It's like a 4-second timer and it resets when you use an ATB action on it. So Ultimania is wrong. But he got the cross slash strat off. If Cloud gets entwined when it's staggered, it's not good.
Tifa gets entwined.
Man, everybody got entwined.
Yeah, they were not. He could get the stagger here. Yes, okay, you got it.
Yeah, I got it. All right.
But he has to kind of wait there. Ooh.
Rise and fall. All right.
That should be enough.
Yeah, one for
like
the double.
One more. Yep.
Oh, definitely enough.
All right.
Okay.
Sure. So here we're walking all the way to the train after leaving 7th Heaven. Basically what was happening was Cloud wasn't going on the next bombing mission. And so the Spectres basically hurt some of the Avalanche members and basically forced Cloud to go on this bombing mission.
That doesn't mean I don't.
And we come to Chadley here, and it looks like Hello and I don't know if Fernando sells some money to get 2 first strikes.
Yep, they gotta sell some stuff.
Why is that?
But Chadley, you're forced to talk to him, so like all you have to do is walk to him. You don't have to hit triangle. He will talk to you. And we are going to get our first strike materia, and that will allow us. That way, whenever we enter a fight, we just have like an ATB. Another thing that we can do with Chadley is we can also reset our weapons. So if we have upgrades on certain weapons, we can reset them. It's useful for like basically upgrading our weapons at certain SP values to get certain nodes.
But we can go in the tunnel. There used to be a reset here in Iron Blade because it would give you get like Punisher counter damage and defense for chapter 4, but then we just got better and didn't need it anymore. That was about it. We didn't go into those whispers, but they're just like things added to the game to try to throw things back on the path of destiny, they call it. And they're going to be a recurring thing in this game. They were just added.
Cool strat we use here for these slug rays, but you actually just need to get to that door by the time that timer is at 2:38 because it won't open before that anyway.
Yep, so even if you do it super fast, you gotta wait. Now we jumped off the train, and we're just gonna flee this battle and go where we need to go.
I believe all the runners switch to Tifa for main here, so they can run away quicker.
Yeah, different characters have different movement speed, and Tifa, our current fastest way of moving, is punch rolls. Later we'll get a faster method, but for now you punch and you roll and you punch and you roll. So you gotta make sure you're not like locked onto anything or anything like that. And we're going to do something. Just Goran. I don't know if Goran does the potion lag. We'll see it. So
yeah. Real quick, because it was brought up in chat, Goran is not doing early boost, so him not being at 15 before then is perfectly normal for him. It's not part of his route.
So he used a couple potions at a certain point. It was a little late.
Yeah.
We'll see it from internet.
Yeah, I've seen internet get it pretty consistently.
Yeah. So that officer he killed is not part of the EXP route, but it's kind of like a freebie because you're fleeing, and if you keep just fleeing, you're going to get into a position where you can't do the potion lag, and you will actually lose time. like a couple seconds or something. But if you kill that guy, it'll be enough kind of like time lag to make it so you can flee the battle, and then you can get the potion lag every single time.
So there we saw our first instance of Tifa flee. Her just punching and rolling to all the way to the end of the map.
Yeah, and again on Fell's screen here, you're gonna see that door is not opening. He's at 240 and he's just basically waiting. And right there, he can open it now.
Yep. So this potion lag, we'll see, but it saves. It was 1.6 seconds if I recall. The reason why is because Cloud, if you don't lag, he'll do like a jog, and then he'll walk and do like a jog.
Keep it together.
But in this case, you kind of skip one of those jogging animations, and that's why it does save time.
And that was a really good setup by Holo. He got a really good push.
It doesn't matter how far you get though, because it's just that one animation that it saves, but it does save time. There's a lot of meticulous testing that had to go into that one. We will see even more here later.
And potion lag is one of the few glitches that are that we can do in the.
If you can call it a glitch.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it. It's not really.
Because like
it allows us to do chapter 15 skip, so it's definitely a glitch.
No, it's a character completing an animation.
You're good.
Either way, it would be minor, and we allow it. So, we're now upgrading our weapons. We're level 12. We have unlocked what is known as the next core. We will actually see these from Goran. But he put the weapons on auto attack. You can either manually upgrade weapons, go into like kind of this, almost like a Crystarium from FF13. Choose what you want. Somewhat. I mean, it's obviously different. Or you can have your weapons go automatically between bounce, attack, or defense. Defense prioritizes defensive stuff. Attack prioritizes your attack stuff, attack magic. And balance picks things from the first core, top to bottom, in order through all the cores. So first core, then second core. And we will see uses of attack and balance. We would not see defense. If there is materia, all three will always prioritize all materia slots first. That's just a priority thing.
And this might also be a good time to talk about weapon proficiency, as we're seeing Goran is swapping to Barret here to do focus shots to get the stagger on some of these enemies. Does anyone want to talk about how you can get weapon proficiency and how it works?
Sure. So weapons in this game, and we only do this for certain weapons where we need their abilities, but basically the game has determined that you can gain an additional level of proficiency by doing certain actions. So what Goran has tried to do a few times now is he has tried to use Focus Shot to stagger an enemy, because that will give Focus Shot proficiency. Later on, there's an ability we'll get called Star Shower, where you gain proficiency by using Star Shower and then some other action after Star Shower. Some of these we have to kind of account for when we do them. Some of them just happen naturally, like Dive Kick and Triple Slash. We're just going to get those naturally over time, because their proficiencies are pretty easy to pull off. But yeah, we do that because when we swap a weapon, we won't have that ability anymore. And so for certain weapons like Star Shower, the weapon that Star Shower comes on is not a very good weapon compared to a weapon Tifa has called Metal Knuckles, which we'll get at the end of this chapter. So we want that ability, but we want it on a different weapon to get the best damage from Tifa out of it.
And Cloud starts with Braver and Focus Thrust learned. Barret does not start with Focus Shot learned. Any use in Reactor 1 does not count towards proficiency, even though he still gains EXP and AP on the route, even though he's like not in the party. It's really weird. But for a 1 ATB action, you gain 10% per use, and plus 20% extra if you do the requisite thing for the proficiency, so 30%. For a 2 ATB action, it's 10 and plus 30, so you would gain 40 if you hit the thing.
Yeah, you don't start getting proficiency until you get Iron Blade, because that's where you get the tutorial for the proficiency, weapon proficiency. So if you even dive kicks and Scrap Boulevard or anything like that, don't count until you get Iron Blade.
Yep, not till the SS battle.
So Goran is coming up to a fight here that I think most normal runners would agree can be a little dangerous and can go wrong real quick. We're going to have these two Flame Troopers and these two turrets. The turrets can do this move called Full Salvo, and the Flame Troopers can do a move called Combustion, which can both deal a ton of damage in a small amount of time. and if you're not blocking it or already have low health, they can definitely kill a character here, which forces us to use. Or exactly, or if you're in Berserk and you are taking more damage because of it.
This fight is a nightmare.
Yep. I don't think we explained the queen fight.
No.
Where basically we end up staggering the 2 little guys first, and then we stagger the last guy with Cloud and use a cross slash, Berserk cross slash to take him out.
We didn't even go on a limit. Your limit abilities in this game, you have limits just like the, OG. But limit does not take up an ATB to use. If you do 3 staggers for a level 1 limit or 5 for a level 2 limit, you will fill your bar. Or if you take a percentage of your health, it'll fill it. Or if you have Fury from like an Adrenaline, it would be 2 staggers and stuff. But we're not going to see that in the run.
Little scary with Cloud here. Gorn's not going to heal. But
So there's going to be a lot of setups. We even did it on Guard Scorpion, where you stagger the boss. Like, you set up to get limit and stagger, and then you just hit him when they're staggered to do a ton of damage. These
so as you
launchers,
can see there, yeah.
They're a bit scary, like we said. They only take stagger from lightning, so you fill up half the bar per thunder spell. We're going to be seeing some benches, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
Benches, they have the little save point icon, and they fully heal your party's MP and HP, unless you're on hard or whatever.
Yeah, on hard you only get HP. You do not get MP back. So hard runners do have to manage a lot more of their MP with their fights because of it.
Yeah, so internet coming up to that fight now as well.
Gorn picks up.
Oh, and he does have boost. So with internet and Fell having boost on this fight, it can definitely make it more consistent and safe. I don't know if we already mentioned it, but ATB boost will double the ATB that you currently have. So ideally, you want to be using it when you have at least 1 ATB, so that you would just get 2 ATB.
Yep. If you have no ATB, well, you get no ATB.
And I personally feel like when I played this game casually, that the game did not explain that well enough, and I used to think that it increased the rate that your ATB regenerated, and I used it all the time, and it never did anything.
I was really bad with it too. Some of the descriptions in the game are just either not very concise or thorough or anything, or they just say the wrong thing. I think Unbridled has the wrong description. So it's like your basic attacks do more damage when that's not how it is. Or like Overpower says your attacks do more damage, but it actually ups the cut of your next abilities. Some of it's just iffy. And they're actually, some of these descriptions are correct in other languages. It's just English, it's wrong.
Alright, hello, skip to Ben.
Refocus is pretty bad too. You have to go into the shortcut menu, the battle setup menu, to actually see what refocus does, because it just says uses the limit break.
Yeah, and when you use refocus, which we'll see later, it just takes up half your bar. So, internet skips that bench. My route,
Crab Warden.
My route does no benches at all in the whole run. My PP is the first one to do it, so it's pretty scary though, resource wise. And now we have Crabwood, as they're working on. Crab has 4 legs. This is why we have the EXP route we have. At level 13 with our upgrades, the Meme Blade gets +5 magic at high HP, which is enough to actually interrupt Crab's first attack, unless you get a low roll. And we need the magic here so that a Thunder from Tifa and Cloud can break a leg. It's 2 from Cloud and 1 from Tifa, but pretty much you get a bunch of pressure stagger gauge when you break legs. So they're going to be managing the parts of the body very, very carefully, because after these 4 legs, you have the 2 auxiliary weapons, and then after that, you have nothing. So if you go into this last phase with no weapon, no part, cripple part to break, this thing is a god. You cannot pressure it, you can't do anything. I had it happen in a run, and I could not beat it.
Alright, let's see if Goran gets the quick kill. He's got like 4 seconds to input a lot of moves. He got it.
He got it.
Getting that quick kill is not easy.
At the end of that final phase, we kind of have it set up so we have enough ATB so that when the generator is shown, we can hit it a lot. That's like the part on the bottom, the orange part. It takes a ton more damage. It takes more damage from physical than magic, but on the last phase, it's a very tiny window, 4 seconds, and then the pilot comes out, and you have to break it with magic, and then you have access to the generator. So all of our setups nuke it. We're gonna see a different ending here from Internet actually, and I'm not gonna talk about it, but we're just gonna watch it. He goes in with, I think he still has legs remaining or something. He has a way different fight here. He does like ice and stuff.
He should have a
with
front
Tifa.
leg remaining, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, he has a front leg remaining because he's gonna break it, pressure, and then stagger from the like punches from Tifa essentially.
Oh, was that? Oh.
Yep, and then
Okay,
he
he got
be
it.
somersaulting
And he
it.
just somersaults it, and it's dead.
All right,
Yeah,
nice fight.
Very unique strat.
Yeah, the Crabwood battle is also kind of one of those battles when you're learning the run where targeting becomes kind of your enemy at first until you kind of.
Hammer is a nightmare in that fight, even when you're used to it.
Yeah, it's not fun because like he moves, you have to shift it, but then the way it wraps around sometimes is all over the place. Like, oh, you hit right, oh, it went down. What?
There's other enemies in that fight. There's ads, and your camera might snap to them. But you can always open the attack menu and use the right stick to adjust your target if you need to. Sometimes we have to do that.
Oh, he lived with 1 HP.
But still solid by all 3 runners on Crab there. No one had to see the pilot. I think we saw for a second with Fell, but
I totally forgot to split, but whatever.
Whoops. Well, we missed for all 3, it looks like.
Let's go.
Yeah, talking about the fight. It's fine. It's fine.
Chapter 6.
There's a lot going on in this game. All the fights are like, because in basic Final Fantasies, you have your turn base, and you generally have like, okay, I want to do like a certain move that does a lot of damage, and you just you select the moves that you want to do. This game's a little bit more freeform in the way turns go, and so it's very like each fight is just like a lot of things you have to do, a lot of like ATB building, a lot of things, other things you have to do, swapping characters and whatnot, using ATB, using limit. It's pretty crazy how some of these fights are just at a technical level.
Especially once you actually just start using shortcuts everywhere, because we do that. If you have to use a move like more than once, then you pretty much put it on shortcut. But you also have to make sure your targeting is correct and you're not messing up and stuff. So some people move on from like attack menu to shortcuts and stuff as they get better.
Yeah, and there's sometimes where tactical menu, if you're not feeling confident, the tactical menu isn't that bad. It only wastes like a couple seconds. And if it's just one part, like just to get you going, that's okay.
So chapter 6 is definitely, I think most runners would agree, one of the slower chapters in the entire run. We're kind of, again, just progressing through the story. Cloud and the team are going to bomb another reactor, and we're trying to get there. Not a ton of fights in this chapter at all, so there's usually not a ton of time saved, but still little things we can do to keep on pace.
So we're shooting for those giant fans way over there.
Yeah, one of the biggest techs here is basically switching our party members, because we want to flee with Tifa for a couple encounters, then we want to do either Cloud leader or Barrett leader, and then we want to switch back to Tifa for a couple encounters, and it saves time to set the other party members to the party leader instead of swapping, as every time we swap a character, it's like, I forget how many frames it is, like 12 or something. It's a little bit of time that it takes for, like, the game pauses, swaps to the character, and then the game resumes, essentially. So if we just set to the party leader, we don't have to wait that time, and we can do menus pretty fast in this game. So it's generally worth it to swap party members or swap party leader.
Enough.
We'll get one of our favorite lines in the game from Tifa here, where we're not supposed to look at the the wind tunnel here, and then she asks us to. She basically says, "Isn't there something over there? Why don't you look at it?"
Yeah, and you can look at it. I don't think it wastes that much time to look at it.
I don't think it
Basically-
does at all, but it is kind of funny that,
But
I think
ba-
there's like a summon over there.
Yeah, there's Chocomog over there. There's a couple like materia in this chapter. That's kind of cool. Elemental materia is in this chapter. It takes about 2.5 minutes to grab, and that's pretty cool materia. I think there's a MP up or HP up on top of what's it called? Like one of the we'll see him like one of the bridge things.
And there's an elixir you can grab as well.
And there's actually some boxes by the last lamp. You get a control of a bridge thing, and you can knock those boxes off, and those are like the Don Corneo boxes in chapter 14, where they'll have elixirs, they'll have ethers, they'll have Mugo metals, and all sorts of things in them.
I'm pretty sure that's the one.
So those are some pretty cool boxes.
I did step away. Did we talk about elemental?
Do we have Boren talk about elemental?
I've talked about it a little bit, but basically elemental is elemental materia. You can attach it to a weapon or armor, and it does like a couple effects. If it's attached to armor, at level 1 you receive 50% less damage from that type of element that it is linked to. So if I link it with fire onto my armor, I'll take 50% less damage from fire, fire rose, fire agos, whatever fire-based attacks are, or be completely immune to it at level 2, and that will prevent hit stun or anything. So like I think Rufus has some explosion attacks that are fire-based, and you can just ignore them if you have elemental fire on your armor. But in the weapon, it adds a little bit of damage based on your magic stat. It is just a little bit, and supposedly it's not really affected by a lot of the other damage modifiers. And
for the damage, it comes later in the damage calculation, so that means that it's actually not affected by Berserk. It's not affected by an enemy being staggered even, because the only thing after the elemental is difficulty multiplier. That's it. So because it comes last, the damage is bad, and it scales off your magic versus their magic defense.
Yeah, and that's
so unlike a physical weapon, it's not very good.
Yeah.
However,
one of the pluses of it is that it can hit weakness, and it can increase the amount of stagger that you inflict onto an enemy when they're pressured or not. So you can stagger things a little bit easier with elemental.
Sector 4 slums down there.
Yep.
As well
You
as
do
hit
get
for
the-
weakness.
Yeah, you get the stagger multiplier. That's like the true strength of it. And the fastest theoretical route that I know would be early boost, 2FS, and elemental, but no one wants to route it because it's the strats we have on like bosses and even enemies. We have spent many days. Some of these strats have been like a week creating and stuff. And like you would have to completely do things differently. It would be far different route. It would be ridiculous. The amount of work that would have to go into routing that.
You'll see
The run is not
Goran.
at the point where it needs to be done.
Almost done.
You'll see Goran hit that sentry ray there, the prototype. You don't actually need to kill any of those, but he is getting it just for the AP. Those guys give 3 AP each, which is really helpful to get it. I'm sure he's probably doing it for Thundaga before Valk.
If there's no viable path, we'll just have
Yeah,
to
definitely getting elemental will changes like all of your menu like inventory management. From like
Yeah,
around.
managing your materia gets pretty tricky, especially on the early boost route and another FS. So because of that, Internet and Fernando or Fellinger, they have to have more menus. I'm not sure which one is faster. I was waiting to see results from people to see like maybe like airbuster times, etc., but I haven't seen anything yet.
Ooh, getting grabbed there.
I have never seen that bind attack ever.
I think I've seen it once.
I've seen it a couple times.
Definitely have never seen it.
Well, but Goran already got the binding. He already got the tutorial for getting bound.
Definitely doing good on world record for number of binds so far.
Poor Goran. The enemies just want to give him a hug. So Goran also ended up picking up another piece of armor. It is the Mesmeric Bracelet or Armlet, and it ends up giving us 2 materia slots, and that is very important for the run and AP gain and whatnot.
When do we link up with Bates?
All right, we're coming up to another fight. They made sure to grab the Mesmeric Armlet, but we're coming up to another sentry fight like before. We have 2 of the big launchers that are really dangerous, 2 of the tiny rays, kind of like from Chapter 1 or whatever. Sometimes they hit you at a bad time though and interrupt you. And then we have 2 sentry prototypes, like we kind of ran past and killed an extra for the EXP route, an AP route, just because we had time. But here, they're kind of on the side, and the only one who's guaranteed to kill in 1 hit on those is Cloud, unless Steve has Bag Bearer or something. But the strat is going to be like overcharge one of the small rays and then kind of stagger one of the launchers, because we don't want both of them doing like missile launcher and full salvo. They can do it. They can do missile launcher right when they spawn. They're like coming up and they're shooting already, and it's...
I've seen them do missile launcher. Both of them do missile launcher, and both of them go into full salvo right after. Like, and so that's one of my strats I used to have. I used to just hide behind the pillar and just say like, "Hey, are they doing the full party wipe?" but
Yep.
generally they're not that mean. But they can.
I did explain the stagger route, but again, we are making sure to stagger certain enemies throughout the route so we get the material that we need later on in the game, depending on the route. For Internet and Vanguard, they just need to get enough for ATP Stagger later. Goranaudo is going to be getting boost at the start of Chapter 8 because you can't miss it pretty much. It's like just not really possible to miss it.
Yeah, it's generally in Chapter 13 and 12 where we're really paying attention to that ATP Stagger.
For me, I just have
stagger counts.
I just have like a little spreadsheet, and I have to get 9 optional staggers. That's how I do it. We don't track all the enemies. We just track the ones that we know are optional. Because for our strats, we know, okay, we're going to stagger this enemy. Like these sentry launches, we know we're going to get that stagger. So we don't have to track that.
So one thing that we do in that fight, I'll probably mentioned in a previous fight, but we do stagger the sentry launchers, and we don't want to like burst kill them with thunders. We want to like build ATB off of them, and then use that ATB to clear out the rest of the enemies. And we've done that in several fights before, but I'm just letting people know that's why we're not like killing the sentry launchers instantly, is because we need to build ATB on them still.
Yeah, because the only way we can hit those other guys is with Barret, which is not quick at all, or with Thunder, or any sort of other ranged magic. Thunder obviously being the most logical because it's strong against them and won't miss. Ooh, looks like Internet got a full salvo there, but he killed him.
He's getting 2 of them.
Little cross slash there.
Alright, so Goran's entering Chapter 7. In Chapter 7, it's one of my favorite chapters. It's Reactor 5, the bomb mission there.
Here, maybe?
And one of the biggest things about Remake's Chapter 7 is that they kind of hype up this Airbuster guy a lot. And so Airbuster, you can do certain things. You get these key cards, and you can like get rid of like I think his big bomber shells,
scary, huh?
slow down how many times he does the his finger lasers, as well as get rid of his electrospheres that will stun you. Well, in the speedrun, we don't got time to nerf the Airbusters. We simply have to do it once just to get rid of like one thing, and then we just fight him at basically full power.
Where is everybody?
Yeah, this chapter is a lot of fun. I think it's one of my favorites as well. There's a lot of cool fights in it, a lot of cool strats, and obviously Airbuster himself is a really fun fight. Even casually, I think most people would say that they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
This whole chapter is nice, honestly. Sometimes some memes happen. It's routed really nicely. We're gonna see slight variation in strats, maybe, but It's all pretty much based on enemy positions and stuff.
Must have missed
It's nice to execute too.
I can't remember if any of them do the Barret leader route for this chapter.
I don't know. Maybe Fernando will. For me, at this point before this is where on the sweeper fight I would do my menu before it and swap the leader to Barret. It is a little nicer to be able to open it with overcharge. We end up using it anyways. Early ATB, yikes.
Yeah, fire blast from these sweepers is a very dangerous move that they can do.
That's such a wide arc too. It's bigger than you'd think.
Yeah, it's huge and it does a lot of damage, and it's luckily you can block it, but
it's not like the ideal where you can just counter.
Yeah, the ideal situation would be to just stun them so that they don't get it off, but sometimes you have bad ATB and you can kind of get trolled. You could clean up there by Gorn.
Sure thing, Coach.
looks like Hello picked up ether.
Yeah,
chest
extra
after
ether
the
there if
slug
they need
fights.
it. I don't know if he got the one in chapter 3, but he probably did. I mean, marathon safety, you definitely want more resources if possible.
Yeah. Well, I think our ether route's pretty good.
Yeah, and it all depends if you want to take benches and stuff. You can choose to be riskier and heal up, but you will use your resources.
Yeah.
If you choose to skip benches. Each bench, if you're right next to it, it takes 12 seconds with the animation and load and stuff.
Yeah, and you'll see internet using Blizzard on some of these fights, and as we mentioned before, Blizzard has this really great way of putting extra pressure onto the enemies.
Yep, even if they're like a robot, we're gonna see ice on robots.
Yep.
On Goran's screen, we have the fight that's a pain. We have 2 regular shocks and then elite shock. The elite shock is a lot tankier.
I have to say, out of all the enemies, I think I hate the shock troopers the most. Everything that involves shock troopers is just it's just dumb.
Are you sure? There might be one more enemy that's worse.
Hello troopers aren't that bad. Oh, Drakes, yeah, Drakes.
Yeah, we'll talk about
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll
get there.
But I would blame the layout, the arena, more than the Drakes themselves.
Yeah, it's not really the Drake that's the problem. They can be annoying, but yeah, it's just we'll get there. So they're going to be progressing through here. These waves of enemies essentially will go wipe out some enemies, and then we'll go on to the next group and the next group. And throughout here, you're supposed to find these key cards, which we're going to pick up one right now in Goran's screen. And then you use it on these consoles to remove parts from Airbuster. Like was mentioned a little bit earlier, you can remove the AI things and you can sell them for 500 gil, I think it is. You can remove the big bombers, which lowers the number of times you can use the move big bomber. And the AI stuff, like you can sell it, but I think it also slows down his ATB game. And then the M unit is just like items.
Yeah, M units are ethers.
Each one is different. I remember that much. They're good items, but they're like just not worth it, you know.
Yeah, I think you can use Big Bomber in a fight. I don't remember what it does, but
oh yeah, it's just like a bigger grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they're only going to do this one because it's the required one, and then they're not going to do any. That would take time to grab the key cards and remove parts and stuff, and we rely on the boss's AI because they're going to have a consistent AI. This one at least.
Yeah, I mean, Airbuster, and you could probably shed light on this, like, how many times have y'all changed that strat? Like, that strat,
oh
like,
my
even
God.
when I came to the community in September, and at the time I was running the easy category, but it's like, yeah, I feel like that strat has changed a lot.
That has been the most changed strat in the run. My current PB even uses an altered strat for phase 3. because it uses one less ether. Cloud needs 39 MP instead of 44 for my strat there. But it used to have this insanely difficult strat, and I think I was the only one who was able to pull it off in a run. You had to react, like once he went down the middle, you had to react if he does flame or electric. And I think people were learning it. But then Digor, I forget his exact name, it's a weird name. He found the Tifa Bop, and we'll get into that, but essentially every strat does Tifa Bops now. But first, we have to make it there.
Yeah, Internet and Fel basically almost even right now.
Yeah, they're like a couple seconds apart from each other at this point. They're basically like doing the same thing at the same time. So one of them have a battle. If one of them has a battle goes slightly better than the other by a few seconds, they'll pull ahead. So Airbuster may be a defining run change here, depending on how their battles go.
Okay, we're going to be seeing some upgrades from Goran. We have the next core, and so we're going to start with our upgrades here, which is level 15, and we get the better stuff. When you upgrade your weapon does definitely matter, because we don't want to waste SP on bad stuff. As long as you have it on auto, whatever, and the character's in the party, if it has enough SP to get what it's supposed to get, it will get it. So in that case, we turn the auto upgrades off until we get like our next core if we need certain things. There's some exceptions to this and it's a bit weird, but yeah. The upgrades here make it so this fight is a lot better. I changed it to be before the 2 sentries and the shock, and it is better that way.
I tell you, we're about to make...
And then they kind of just move some stuff around because now Tifa's on her Metal Knuckles, which is her physical weapon, and Tifa is going to start showing her glass cannon ability. She's going to hit harder than anyone else, her strength gain is better, and these weapons are insane. There's so much attack in the Galaxy mode and stuff for the upgrades.
I think Fel and Internet are getting synced.
Are they synced? Goran, he picked up the Sonic Strikers. That weapon, you can buy it later, but that'll be too late. We get that because we need Focus Strike, which is the weapon ability on it, so depending where they are. Goran's going to be using it later for apps, and Felwanger and Internet are going to be using it in the reactor to learn Focus Strike. Because they're going to be using it on Airbuster. Because, yeah, they need to use Metal Knuckles for Airbuster.
Yeah, and Focus Strike does less pressure than Cloud's Focus Thrust, assuming Cloud's Focus Thrust hits all the way through.
Yep.
But we do have the ability to do something called a parry cancel with it, which we'll see later when we get parry. But it's a very, very useful move because it also basically refunds you the ATB that you use to use it.
Yeah, more or less. It gives like a certain amount, so if you're refocused and you use it, you actually gain more ATB than you used.
Shock Trooper dodged the blizzard on Goran.
Yeah, so for these shock troopers, you basically want to wait for them to do something, and then you use like a spell, and that'll knock them down and pressure them. So it pays to be patient on this fight.
Oh man, and he got interrupted there. That's really bad luck.
If he is staggered, you switch to Tifa immediately and do roll dives. That's it. Just up, down, up, down.
They're not being nice to him right now.
Target, dude. It's fine. You got him.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, being able to being able to switch characters and manage like when a character gets stunned goes a long way with the run to avoid obviously like because now Goran is going to need to use some of his resources, heal himself back up to make sure he's not too weakened for upcoming battles.
Yep. So far on your screen, we'll see he is staggering enemies with Focus Strike to get the proficiency bonus from when you stagger them, you gain 20% extra. So he has a little bit of a different strat there.
Yeah, and Fel's routing, he aims to have Focus Strike by the time he gets to Airbuster.
This fight here kind of has a bit of a, it's kind of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a set timer. Yeah, kind of like an auto scroll. There's a guy back there in the computer. He's going to be HP locked until a certain point in the battle, which is just based on time.
Yep. So you can just...
Yeah,
but you only got too slow. I've had some memes here, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think like
I saw Gordon throw a grenade, and the grenade just went well past literally all the enemies.
Yeah,
He might have tried to
time.
put elite.
big
Oh, I've
memes
done
you
that
can have in this
before.
fight.
I've accidentally had Tifa because I was targeting the elite grenadier in the distance dive kick, so she just starts running like off into the distance.
Yeah, so here we have a trigger, you just do a couple triggers, and we're gonna fight a cutter. This is our first instance of them. If you use a spell on them, they will usually try to counter you with a silence. You can block it though, you can move. Just don't get silenced.
Just don't get hit by it.
Yeah, well, one thing
It lasts
about this game is that most status effects in general can be blocked. So if a move has a status attached to it, if you block, you will not get that status effect in general.
And so on cutters, these blades, you can like hit them with like magic and break them and build a bunch of stagger and stun it, but you have to make sure to try to not be in front attacking, because the blades, if you're hitting them instead of the main body, it will take reduced damage. Corn does not grab the ether there, huh?
Interesting.
Yeah, if you notice,
stress.
in Goran's fight there, he was fighting from the side by the blade a lot, so the numbers were saying reduced, kind of like what Close to War was saying with that is, if you're going to fight the cutter, you're going to want to be like behind it, with whoever's doing the DPS, because hitting the blades will reduce the damage you're out.
Yeah, this will be important in Chapter 13 to be behind it, but at all costs. Otherwise, you're going to be there a while. Almost
Yeah, you lose
But-
a lot of damage with Star Shower there.
We are coming up to the boss. Airbuster is such a fun fight, honestly, to execute. But first, we do have a first minigame.
It's locked down.
Is there any way we?
Yeah.
Will they all
This
pass
minigame?
it?
They will all pass this first try.
I hope so.
I really
As long
hope
as,
so.
as long as like as long as they don't push the left stick before the right stick, but like that doesn't happen.
Pressure's on, Gorn.
So
Boring.
It's simple. You move the lever.
Not these ones.
I'll take left, which just leaves right. So
Yeah, so this little mini game here is very easy to, once you practice it a couple times, it's very hard to mess it up. There's a couple cues. The one that I personally use, I don't know if every other runner uses it well, but
You
the
do
arrows on the
visual?
computer. Yeah, I do the visual one
They
with
turn
when the
red,
color
yeah.
changes. And you just
This
spin it.
is not an audio cue. It's important to know that, because if you decide to play in another language, the languages we haven't mentioned, but they don't change the speed of anything at all because you have to wait for animations and stuff. The audio is faster in Japanese, but I did time this. It is exactly the same length, even though the audio is faster. So if you're using audio cues, it's gonna mess you up. You actually want to use the visual cue of when the arrows turn red, like Sebastian said. Get some Mega Potions. This is the first time you can buy Mega Potions on sale. And take the bench. This one, it's like you may as well do it for math and safety. This one takes about 29 seconds out of the way to do the shop and bench here. So we try to skip this one nowadays, but no harm in doing it in a marathon, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely. But Airbuster. Airbuster is very cool. We'll be seeing a lot of Tifa. We're going to be actually timing a rail dive where she goes up and then down to dodging these back cannons. We're gonna make them target Barret instead of Tifa. Our party is split. Clouds is in front, Barret and Tifa in the back, and we're gonna dodge these cannons. Very important.
Oh, good.
Otherwise, you're gonna be hit a few times. And then we're just gonna be doing a specific combo to build his stagger gauge as close to full as possible, without staggering him in phase 1, because in phase 2 he has this nasty ability called Divide and Conquer, where the arms come out and they go to the sides of the arena, and then even if you take too long they come forward and they put an electric shield in front of him, and you gotta use magic key under damaged. There's a backup for that, but I don't think he knows the backup.
All I have to do is not stagger it.
Yeah,
Yep.
so he's really
Yeah, he
low there.
didn't stagger him.
Yeah, unfortunately the combo, if you get really, really low damage, you can under damage, and you have to kind of back it up, which he did. He backed it up great.
And he's going to take the hit from Tank Buster because we're trying to build limit on Tifa to have Somersault for the final phase of the battle.
Yep, he sets up 2 Unbridleds because we need the damage here, but we need to put the stagger gauge at 200% or higher, because this is going to allow us to get parry later.
Yeah, parry.
Yeah.
And Tifa's
And then we
the
heal up
only
Tifa.
character. Yeah, and then Tifa's the only character whose triangle ability can increase the stagger. bar for the speed run, so we have to use her pretty
For
much
her
here.
uppercut, it builds it by 5%. Omni Strike is 25%, and then Rise and Fall is 20%. But Rise and Fall gives you more ATB, Omni Strike kind of hits hard, so sometimes you want to use one or the other. Here, we use both. On this, and we skip the divide and conquer phase, because even if its arms come out and you push them, you have to wait for them to merge again, and it's so slow. This has been the idea from day one to skip that. In phase 3, we use Thundara at a very specific moment. It's 10 seconds after we get into phase 3, and that forces Airbuster to come forward. And then we're going to pressure him, and we're going to stagger him right here. We're just going to do a bunch of stagger damage.
Everything we can do.
Yep. This was an accident when I found it. I accidentally used Ice on Tifa, and then I was like, huh, can we actually stagger it? And it turns out we could.
Yeah, and since Goran doesn't have Focus Strike here, he's going with the Blizzard.
Yep. And now he's going to switch to a ranged character, or at least you have to be a certain distance away, and it's going to cause Airbuster to use a ranged move on this phase, and we hit him with Somersault to stop him, and that's the fight for him.
Nice.
Alright, nice fight.
Good Airbuster.
That fight can go a lot
Goran.
worse.
Yeah, good Airbuster split.
If you're close when he goes into phase 4 for too long, he'll actually do this series of like 6 punches, and that would hit Tifa and kill her. So we make sure to switch and move back, or whatever you have to make him use his ranged ability.
Yeah, we see Focus Strike there from Tifa. Builds the stagger.
It's split Pojo. You just gotta wait for it to update.
Yeah. There's a delay in the splits, everybody. So yeah, don't worry. They'll come.
It'll be correct. It'll just it's just delayed on the stream. It's correct. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And that is internet's done.
Yep. And we're getting to the Reno fight with Goran. Basically, our focus on the Reno fight is to
Fernando having trouble.
Yeah, this could be a little sketchy here because I don't think he has enough pressure here.
Well,
I don't know if he messed up or he just under damaged.
I think he under damaged and he tried to buffer the focus thrust.
This is bad.
Yeah, this is gonna get.
He's gonna have to do a backup.
Oh, so there's this annoying thing where that punch, it'll switch you to aerial combat. Aerial combat, if you play this game casually, awful. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's awful.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh boy.
But thankfully, there's not a lot of aerial combat, so we don't have to suffer through it as much.
Oh, he's
just get Tifa up.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Okay, he dodged the tank buster.
Okay, he should be fine now.
So again, explaining the Reno fight. So it's a very quick fight. We stagger a couple guys in the first encounter. We jump over Reno by him doing an attack and rolling into him, and then we stagger him again. And that gives us cross slash to be able to just end him rightly.
Maybe we can get out that way.
And in his second phase,
Choco got through.
As we just saw on internet screen, he timed a roll to hop over, and that ups the stagger gauge on Reno to ×2, or you can dodge it, but the rollover is kind of cooler looking. You just hop over his head. A lot of people don't know about this, but we do a setup, of course, with the enemies beforehand and with Reno to get limit to just nuke them down. If you're doing Buster Sword route, you must be level 16 when you go into Reno. So you'll level off the 2 fights before it, and you'll hit 16 in order to not under damage. Internet, he is using Mean Blade, so he has a spell and cross slash to not under damage. At 15, you can still do it, but it's pretty rare. It's happened to me twice in a row, though, where I got the rare under damage. So then I started routing to 16. And everything was just peachy after that, you know. And now we have Power Ranger working on Reno, and we have a mini game here. We don't have the barrel mini game. We have monkey bars. I like the barrel game more.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had the barrel game too.
Yeah, that would be fun.
And this isn't the last time we're going to see monkey bars either.
Thank you.
Let's move.
Yeah, and since the game kind of treats these Reno fights like three fights in one, kind of, you can see Cloud Keats' limit gauge, as mentioned before, and that's why we can get Cross Slash to just kind of kill him in the last phase.
Oh yeah, there's no clear winner here. Like, there's so much stuff that can happen. Anyone can just take it or catch up. Especially with the different routing between the routes, you never know.
Yeah, they're all still really close.
Yeah, and there's Hell House and Valkyrie. There's definitely bosses that can.
It's hard to go over this because we are doing 3 different routes, but I'll say that Fellringer and Goran, a lot of the strats will, what's the word? They'll come together, their routes later. But Internet's is still gonna be weird because he just has to be weird like that.
Yeah.
He just wants to not copy my route.
As long as it works.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, he's found like so much of the stuff that we use. He's a genius when it comes to the weird stuff.
So a bit of a lull in the run as well here. We're kind of, again, so now this is probably one of the more famous scenes from the original game where we're kind of running on the rooftops with Aerith. Really iconic. I think this was one of my personal favorite moments in the entire game. And we're kind of just moving along here. Moving over to Aerith's house.
Yeah, and I think we should take this time to. I think we should take this time to reintroduce ourselves. It has been 2 hours, and so I'm Boring Born. I am have a 7 runner. I've done no major glitches, any percent, and stuff like that.
I'm Boring Boring. I'm FF7 runner. I've done any percent, no major glitches, and stuff like that.
I'm Sebastian. I've run 80% normal. I've done this category, and I'm currently working on the easy version of this category.
And I'm WodyB. I run easy and normal. Used to run any percent, been doing no major glitches for a couple months now.
First time.
Okay, I'm actually close to war. Everyone just calls me Vinny, just by my name. I'll just prefer it that way. And I am the predominant router. We have 2 main routers for this category, and that is me and Internet. And also I might be a little faster than these guys. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Close to War is the current world record holder for this category, so he's pretty good. And our runners currently for Team Tonberry, we have Goran. For Team Mog, we have Hello Internet. And for Team Chocobo, we have Fel Wagner.
Oh, close enough. That's
wait, Winger?
Winger, yeah.
For Winger, yeah. I always say that wrong. I'm so bad.
We just call him Fel, or
yeah. I just call him Fel. So.
Too dangerous.
Too much.
Yep.
Maybe more than even now.
These runners are all pretty equally skilled, honestly. Their times are very close to each other. Fel has like a 627, Internet a very, very low 629. Goran, I don't remember, 634 or something.
630,
so they're pretty close.
See for yourself. Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just.
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
Then you.
Yeah, Rookie. Boren did make his own route for NMG. Boren was running this, I think, before anyone else, any of us.
Oh yeah, I started running this game just like it. Basically, when it dropped, I started running essentially.
Yeah, that was when I started routing. So while Boren was running, I was just routing the whole time, just to make things better for everyone. And Boren did his elemental route, which I was impressed by some parts of it, definitely in late game.
Here goes nothing.
Yeah, all these guys running right now are awesome. I think I started learning this game by using Fel's guide that he originally had posted in our Discord, and it's very easy to understand, and it was a lot of fun to learn and to kind of build it out, you know.
We're getting closer to.
And this game's still kind of fresh, and we're getting integrated literally in less than 2 weeks, and we're still going to be like messing with this game, trying to hit it down.
Yeah.
Like Close to Work was mentioning, he took out all the benches recently, so that's pretty big in terms of route changes, since we have to pay attention to our restoratives and whatnot to see what we can
cool new Valk strat as well. Finally worked out how the laser works. Like we're still optimizing and redoing things. I mean, the game's a year old. That's gonna happen. I have a big list of stuff I gotta work on. It's just a lot of it I don't want to do until PS5 because of load times. Like with routing, a lot of it is actually just loading times because you have to redo.
That in practice, like if you want to practice a fight, it's like, okay, I messed up this part. All right, 1 to 2 minute load to retry it. Okay, it's a little grating at times, but that should be fixed in Intergrade.
That's really nice.
Nothing like routing the final boss battle and hitting retry from the beginning.
Yeah, we can talk about when we hit there. So we used to also, at the beginning of this run, when it was out, we didn't have the Ultimania. There was so much stuff that we had to figure out ourselves. It was pretty crazy. I remember I spent, during like lockdown kind of happened in April, and so I spent that on this, and I played a couple other games, but I would like route Genova for like 16 hours, and then the next day I would do it again, and the next day. So the first Genova star I came up with took about 3 days. We had no information. You just had to figure it out. And even though we have the Ultimania again, it's in Japanese, so people have done great work translating stuff, and we try to do it ourselves as well and get as much information as we can going.
Yeah, the Google Translate app sometimes can be kind of funny the way it explains things. You kind of have to get an understanding of the words. Like I think for limit or pressure, they use like heat gauge, something like that.
Yep, the burst gauge.
The burst gauge, yeah. Or like scenarios to heat was something I saw a lot. Like it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but more importantly, it has the numbers. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Well, we need the name and the numbers. Like what
okay, well there is one problem with it. It has, for like enemies that appear in multiple chapters, it has a range of numbers. So it has the first point up until the last point. So the stuff in the middle, you don't know the stats of enemies.
Yeah, there's a handful of enemies, and we'll see here later on that we'll see in like chapter 10, and then we'll see again in chapter 14. So they can like, boost their stats.
And as we're seeing rats again, which we haven't seen since chapter 3.
Well, we did.
And some of the runners are opting to kill a certain number of some of these trash mobs just to gain some EXP and AP.
Yep. So those rats are part of the AP route at this point. We don't care about the EXP route too much now, but it is part of the AP route because we need to have Thundaga for the fastest strats at Valkyrie at the end of 15, and we are just barely going to get it. It is that tight on AP routing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it literally on like the fight before Valkyrie.
I think it's also for making sure Blizzara before Eligor. I think on that second ice too.
Well, we'll definitely have that in time.
Yeah,
we have way more than we
easier
need.
to get. It's only 300 versus 900 or the 12,000 you need for, or 1,200.
Yeah, that's 1,200 I think. Yeah. Now we have Smoggers. Smoggers, they can silence you, so you have to be very careful with how you approach it if you're using magic strats.
Yeah, almost got silence there.
Yeah, I go for a super safe setup where you do 4 hits Berserk and Thundara. That way if I get silence, it doesn't matter. You can also get a stagger there if it attacks you and you counter it.
And those guys can self-destruct too, which we'll see later in the kids quest, which can do massive amounts of damage.
They will hopefully be looking out for that.
And there's also one in 13 that likes to get a lot of runners.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all. I've had Eret's AI stand in the wrong spot on the kids battle. Just getting whacked by it.
Yeah. And there's a thing they could have opted to do. Goran, the current weapon upgrade, there's like a weird thing with weapon upgrades. If it would automatically update, it doesn't update until you open the menu for 1 frame. So you could have opened the menu and closed it to get magic +6 before Smogger. That's what I do. It's like a weird thing that we kind of recently found out. Except in chapter 12 it actually upgrades. I don't understand what's up with that. But this is a thing in chapter 13 as well. It won't auto-update the weapon until you open the menu. But very important to the runners, and you don't get this in any percent. There's a break coming up, a 1.5-minute break.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna do some things in town, and again just kind of moving the story forward. This is a great time in the run where the runners really get to kind of exhale from the early game. I think one of the things we like to consider the early game is up your Airbuster. Once Airbuster's over, you're kind of entering the next part of the run. But after this cutscene's kind of over, the runners will kind of have a chance to just relax a little more.
Yeah, and so here, you see Goran, he's just watching TV, so here's our little break. And one thing that's coming up is that we're going to be able to pick some flowers with Aerith, and we can pick white, yellow, or green flowers. And if we pick all white flowers, we get Mog. If we pick all yellow flowers, we'll get Chocobo. And if we pick all green flowers, we'll get Cactuar.
We get Tonberry. I wish. It's almost perfect.
Yeah, almost fits. Sadly, I don't know if the runners are actually going to go. Mog is the fastest one to
Yes, they are going to. Yes.
So I don't know if they're all going to go to pick their specific team.
They will. I'll talk about it when we get there. So we have Boober on screen. She's like the head of weapons stuff, and Shinra, and she's kind of like spinning the story that we're working with like Wutai or something. Avalanche. It's funny on this screen you don't see Cloud. So like if Cloud was on the screen, everyone might recognize him.
What do you think?
But she's one of the heads of Shinra, and we have President Shinra and his son Rufus. We have Heidegger, which was in cutscenes, but we skipped them. He looks a lot rougher and more manly than in the original. And we have Palmer, still a bit crazy.
Let's go.
And then that Kate Sith guy. What's his name again?
Reed.
Reed.
Yeah.
Reed.
Yeah. So basically, we see a lot more of these Shinra cast in the cutscenes, but we generally don't see a lot of them until we get to near the end of the game where we finally get into Shinra HQ. So we get to see them a little bit, like in this cutscene, but in 90% we actually skip that TV, so we don't even get to see them there.
Hey, get off my back, Death. I haven't played OGFO7 for many years. I kind of want to play through it again soon. It's been forever. Like this game makes me want to play through it again.
Get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is
I'm gonna meet
Cloud.
Oates here
He's a mercenary.
on the roof.
And
He's
currently
gonna be
my
part of the
bodyguard.
next quest. I hope he has
That's
good
Oates.
pathing. Gorn doesn't do like there's like a weird pathing you can do that we've done recently.
2 peas in a
Found by
pod.
Lose, where you can save like 2 seconds, but it's finicky. But yeah, this is just the auto scroller stuff through town. Kind of a nice break after that whole chapter 7 segment where it's just go.
What are you guys up to?
Yeah, basically since chapter 5, it's just all been go. Even chapter 4, well, you get a little break in chapter 4, but since chapter 5, it's just been go. So finally having a little like breather is nice.
I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aaron, where'd you go? The church again? Next time, we should all go to
I think she lives in the, we're gonna see her home. She lives in like the swankiest part of town. Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, she's
I don't know
like
how
the
she...
Apparently.
the nicest
They sure
house
keep me on
compared
my
to everyone
toes.
else's.
Yeah.
It's like a paradise there. I don't know if she found it or what.
I know, like the rest of the town is like living in slums, and she's living in like a pretty nice house.
Oh yeah.
But very true to the OG. I mean, that's kind of how they portrayed it as well.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Yeah.
Used to
it's
love
a-
just chilling there at her house and leaving Eris theme on her. That's a very nice theme.
Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes.
I believe that house is Elmira's house, which is
There you are. We're back.
Her
Eris.
foster
Don't
mom
be.
or
foster
adopted mother.
No problem.
All you can carry. What with all the
And
dudes?
so,
I'm sure they will.
Let's all
and
watch
she is a
that.
widow. Like her, Elmira's husband was in the war and had some, ended up losing his life. So
Having Aerith in
I
her
don't-
life definitely helped.
So,
Did
Cloud,
Gorn not
what's
destroy
your
all the
favorite
stools?
flower?
Come on, man.
They're all the same to me.
Huh.
if you don't
sure
destroy
you
all the
wanna say
stools,
that
you
to
gotta
a
at least try to
florist?
get like one of them as far as you can to
Okay.
Eris' house.
Then what'd you do with the flower I gave you?
They're probably not gonna do it, but in chapter 16, I would definitely go start destroying the cafeteria.
Oh, internet's
those
not
chairs.
coming down.
Oh, that's so much time lost.
I know.
I thought you didn't
It's
like
so fun.
playing.
I think I saw an image of somebody pushing all of the chairs in Chapter 16 into an elevator.
Oh yeah, to the escalator.
I saw that one too.
Oh, also, during the like slow walk stuff and auto scroller, they did pick up a 200 guild chest. That is important for the route. It's free money, so you may as well grab it.
Yep. And there's a couple of these guild chests that are kind of throughout the maps, but I think that's the only one we pick up, if I'm correct.
It's amazing.
Is the 200 gold one? I don't think we pick up the 1200.
I don't
one.
know.
I don't
know
think we
if
pick up some of the stuff in like the tunnel in chapter. Like,
Internet
13,
might get the 1200 one. I don't know. He got it in his PV, but I think he said he cut it.
I think he was getting it at one point to buy like supernaturals or something earlier than others. I can't remember.
He does get it a little bit earlier. I just went over this yesterday. I don't remember why. Goran kind of forget what he's doing. That's fine. If you go up to the top of that building and you go outside, you get blinded. Because the lighting just gets so bright when you step outside. And here we have the flower segment. So, white is the fastest. Yellow is comparable in time. It's the same time, but Aerith's in the way, so you have to walk around it. And then the green ones, because you have time to get to the white ones, before you can pick them, the green ones here actually lose the most time. But
Good eye.
no,
Oh,
Gor-
he's going for white.
Wow.
oh my god!
Wow, Goran.
Interesting, right?
What the?
No loyalty. No loyalty.
No loyalty.
It's like 1.8 seconds. Come on.
I think
He's
we still
going
need
for
two
the
more.
throat. He doesn't. He wants to win.
I mean, he did get that ether chest in Chapter 7, so.
Which I'm surprised because I don't. I'm not sure many runners skip it. It's only like what 2-3
It's
seconds to
free.
pick it up.
It's
So maybe
very
a few
very
more?
yeah. It's like 3 seconds.
He is.
I can't believe that.
Goodness, dude.
Well,
I think we're good now. What do you say?
Cactuars are not tonberries. Still, man.
Still, we have the white, yellow, and green in this run, and yeah, he doesn't show it off. Come on.
technically he had a handicap too because he started before the other runners. So
You'll be drowning in job offers.
Can't believe that. Dude.
how do you
Whatever.
arrange these
That's
flowers?
fine. I know my boys
We'll soon find
Fel
out.
and Internet are gonna pick the right ones.
Well, yeah.
see
well,
what internet does.
internet will.
yeah, yeah.
It's Fel. That is the only thing.
Yep. So we deliver them, and now we can finally start running again. We're gonna go talk to Oates, and then we're gonna have for Goran, he's gonna have to talk to Shadley. He does not have boost. He does not have the second first strike yet, so he's gonna have to get them
I
here.
remember you.
Where's Aerith?
So he has to talk to Chadley. So Internet and Felwinger are gonna save around 20 seconds here to not have to talk to him. Slightly less, I think, because you do have to kind of wait for Oates when you're following.
Is something
You could say,
Yeah.
a Turk?
But another thing
This
to
is
note
dark.
that
They
he,
say I don't like this.
I know
boost, it's gonna level up to where you can use it more, but it doesn't matter. The cooldown isn't gonna matter for us at all. But first
Yeah,
strike,
For
the other
boost, like
two-
I never understood that. Like why they
Yeah.
even like. It's not even worth it.
I know it's like a 3-minute cooldown or something.
Yeah,
Or it
even
starts at
casually.
4.
How many fights? Like how many fights really ever last that long?
I mean, casually, they sometimes last that long.
Oh, okay, Fel's
Maybe
getting
like.
the correct ones.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, Phil's getting the right one. Alright.
Ooh, that's a...
Well.
2 out of 3.
And that's bad?
There must have been some sort
Goran.
Yep, and first strike though, but Goran is not going to have a level 2 first strike. Aerith has it. He's going to have a level 1, so he's going to have to swap it to because it hasn't been gaining AP all this time. So this means that Internet and Fel are going to have level 2 on both of them earlier, and thus level 3 on both earlier. It's not going to matter much. Very, very minimal.
And again, for anyone who doesn't already know, First Strike is a materia that basically gives us ATB at the start of the battle, which is huge in a speed run. It has 3 levels. The first level is small, the second level is medium, and the third level being the largest amount of ATB gain, which can almost give you up to 2 ATB near the end of the game.
If you
So
get a
it's-
lucky roll,
Yeah.
well, the first strike it'll always be the same roll, but then like you get the initial roll as well, so you could have 2 ATB. Just like with the level 1 first strike, you could get a full ATB at the start of battle, but it like pretty much never happens.
Super useful materia for speedrunning.
But at level 2 first strike, you are guaranteed to start with 1 ATB, and that is used everywhere. We're gonna try to use all the ATB giving materia we can, except for like steadfast block and stuff, just because more ATB, more damage, more fast. This next segment?
Who knows?
Oh, you can go ahead.
I was going to say this next segment, basically we're going to try to help rescue these kids, so there's a series of battles. Internet is going to have a very different battle against a group of rats compared to the other 3 runners because of his route, so that'll be fun to see. But
I want to point out that first... Oh, Goran got rat jammed. He didn't even
do the strat.
He
I saw the strat where if you walk backwards behind Aerith, they'll kind of all aggro to her, and then you just
that's
DD
in the
them.
second battle. I just recently made that. I don't think he knows that one. But first of all, before that fight he just had, there is an encounter with 3 hedgehog pies. Because we did our menu before going into that kid's playground, we don't give them enough time to spawn. So on PS5 version, they might actually spawn.
Yeah, we might have
and that might change things. Oh, he is doing it.
Good. No rat jam.
Okay, he did learn it.
Yeah, and again, we're just talking about Call to Arms. It's a move that those were-rats have where they basically call more rats, which obviously wastes time for us since we don't necessarily need the AP.
Especially here, they can chain it, and you can get up to like Rat O or something. It's crazy.
Yep.
You can get a lot of rats. Especially in the 4 encounter one. Since you can get up to 2, I believe, in each rat encounter.
So Internet actually relies on that because he's going to be using a refocus. So one of the battle intels Chadley gives us, we need to use refocus twice to get us the ATB assist materia. And so Internet has routed it in early in his route. Normally we get it the point in chapter 14 before we go into the sewer section, but he gets it much sooner than that to use for chapter 9.
He's going to use Blizzard on 2 of the hedgehogs, and then a Blizzard on a were-rat, so that he can get it. And then he's going to get his second use here as well. His second refocus use. It's worth noting that refocus must finish. You can't just choose it. It has to finish, and your ATB has to split from 2 ATB to 3 ATB. Otherwise, it won't count.
Yeah. That's really important because I've definitely had runs where you don't get it, and you won't get the Chadley. It will not count as completion toward the Chadley quest.
Yep. And I mean, it's kind of like a pseudo haste where you have, because you don't have to fill as much ATB to use your ATB abilities. Worth noting on Goran's screen, he fled from this enemy because when you kill the Smogger, you start slow walking. So you want to be near the trigger to leave and then kill it.
And similarly on these fights here, you'll see the runners want to be as close to the docks near the water as possible when the fight ends, where those last 2 Smoggers spawn, because you can trigger the cutscene right away and don't have to wait for Cloud to slow walk over there.
Yep. Also, refocus is another materia which gives stats. Refocus, let me pull it up from the nerd spreadsheet. It gives you 1 strength, magic, bite, and spirit. So it will be used for attack to get rid of some damage rolls later.
Thank you, Mr. Popular. That was so cool, you guys. Especially that. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, and Fel gets 2 canisters of hazardous material.
You've got it all.
Who got the drop?
Fel.
Oh, got it.
Okay. Yep, so we need to use poison on the chapter 17 boss. One of them. So we are looking out for a hazardous drop, which can come off of the Smoggers on a red drop. We also have chapter 14. We can get it in a very last scenario. You can get it off Zanines on the drum. And in a very, very last scenario, you could put poison on Aerith. I've had to do that.
Thank you.
But there is a chest in chapter 14 with 2 of them, as long as you don't forget it. And we only need 1. We need that drop.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's generally
it'll
a
be
pretty
slow.
common. It's generally a pretty common drop since there's several times I've gone into like the chapter 17 boss and I've had like 10 of them, but it's just like
I know a lot. When I'm
It's
out
just
on-
trying to pay attention to when it drops is like.
Don't worry.
When
It's
certain
hard.
items drop is very hard when you're in the middle run when there's so many other things on your mind than what's dropping.
You're paying attention to like everything in battle, especially that kids fight. You're looking at all the enemies at once, pretty much. It's crazy.
And you're trying to pay attention to like self-destructs and other things like. Yeah, it gets difficult.
One of the coolest fights in the game, in my opinion, coming up here with Rude. I think he's personally one of the coolest characters in the game.
He's the second coolest character in the game. Betty is the coolest.
Aerith, you're back.
I love this fight. They don't do it at
Great
any percent
job.
because they skip it, but man, he's so cool.
He was dressed all in
I can't help but fan over him.
I mean, a guy who carries that many pairs of sunglasses.
Do you see that Mog on Goran's screen?
Yep, so the picture there outside the orphanage would change based on your flowers. Rude is gonna go by it very quickly. It's less than a minute actually. However, so he's weak to wind. We're gonna set up to get a certain amount of stagger and stagger him like right away. Just like that, we're gonna push to phase 2. Phase 2 has a glitch. If you dash right at the start, he'll put up his shield and you can't build any stagger damage. So they need to let him do his move. To do that, we're just gonna roll with Cloud and then switch to Aerith and get some ATB. If you switch to Aerith right away, he'll actually target Aerith. So we also have to make sure we have, for Goran's 11 MP on Aerith entering this fight, and about like 300-400 HP on Cloud. Once you use an ATB ability on the first part of his shield, he'll go down on his knees, and you need to use another ATB ability to get through it. And then we can just keep him stun locked, because this pressure lasts quite a while, and stagger him just like that.
That's a nice Rude. And
the Rude and Reno fights in Remake were not in the original game. We only had a Reno fight like after this section, and Rude fight was like well into the end game. We didn't have Rude and Reno this early.
I always felt like these fights were very tasteful, though. Like, I actually really enjoyed them in this game. I didn't feel like they were out of place at all.
Oh yeah, they felt good. Yeah.
Internet screen. He actually, with his AP route, he gets Aurora, so he's gonna be using Aurora on.
That's cool.
The fight is faster, but well.
And he also uses Mean Blade over Buster's sword.
Yep, he uses that on this chapter. I go for attack.
And Rude can just, if you mess up any part of the strat and he doesn't get staggered here, Rude can be a real asshole because he has insane like keep value. Like, he just doesn't pressure very easily.
He'll try to put Aerith to sleep. If you're controlling her, he'll try to throw Cloud at her. Like it's a nightmare, man.
Yeah, he gets really. You can lose a lot of time on it.
I love it when he does the spinning. He'll spin Cloud and throw him into air.
Yeah.
I don't love that because that means I messed up.
It's great though, yeah. Cloud,
true.
Just throws Cloud at air.
Goran didn't kick the bucket, did he? I didn't see if Goran didn't kick the bucket, right? Okay.
No, he got.
Yeah, we were talking about Rude. So we have the Escape Aerith's House minigame. It's harder than the original. You don't just walk out. There's stuff in the way. You hit it, and then if you hit it, Aerith will wake up, and then there's extra dialogue. So if you fail once, you lose 24 seconds. Don't fail it. You can run. It's not worth running through this. It's not worth it. Just walk, man. I see a lot of people. Internet always runs though. I don't know how he gets that every time. That's crazy.
I've had it happen to me like three runs in a row now in my easy attempts where I've kicked the bucket. I'm just so lazy to practice it because it's like it feels like such a silly thing to practice, but 24 seconds is a lot.
Yep. And no buckets there. There's a mistake I see a lot of people do, which makes it harder, where they actually stop, because you do have to kind of turn Cloud. If you stop and you start walking again, Cloud will go left a bit. So I think it's better just to make sure to keep moving instead of stopping at the corner. It's just easier for me.
Alright,
no buckets. No buckets.
So yeah, we're coming on to chapter 9. And we're getting into actually the music here is actually really cool. Yeah, I didn't expect to like the music here as much as I did, like in the casual playthrough, but then more constantly playing it, I'm always excited to come back to this section. Even though it has the one of the best mini games in the game.
the one that I lose focus on all the time, and I've been messing it up lately. I've accidentally put Aerith back on the hand, and it's like 15 seconds gone. It's like, ugh. So I just can't pay attention.
Yeah, the hand mini game is kind of a bit of an homage to the original. With I guess in one screen when you're walking back between Aerith's house and Wall Market, there's like this hand on one of the screens, and they kind of flesh that out too here. So.
Yep, just a JPEG of a robot hand.
And that's all it took.
They gave it.
That's all it took.
They gave it to us in full fold.
Yep.
I'll show you what I can do.
I really like this Braver strat here. I actually saw that one recently where you can pressure the Drake off the start if it hits.
What's that?
A
Nothing
big
to it.
arm. Kinda cute, don't you think? Oh, great. Someone's pulled up
Yeah, the
ladder.
Braver, I never get it to work though. I don't know. I always typically miss it. It's like 30% successful for me. For internet, it's like 70%. It is his strat. He made it.
It's this way.
Yeah,
Here's an idea.
You serious?
If you don't, you just spam some Tempest. So I should explain a difference here. So when enemies are staggered, they typically take. They take more or when they're pressured, they take more stagger damage. So something that would hit them for 1 would do 2, and stuff like this. There's the abilities themselves have like a way bigger multiplier and stuff. If it's pressured, you want to do regular attacks, because if you use the single Tempest, Aerith Triangle, it doesn't get like the multiplier for pressure. But if it's not pressured, then you kind of spam Tempest.
Yeah,
just because you can hit him with magic and fill it really quick.
Obviously, as we probably already mentioned before, aerial combat in this game is super wonky, and we'll see it later in the run where it kind of is more prevalent, but...
Oh, internet miss Braver. Commentator's curse. Always glad to be here, man.
It's always sad when you miss Braver.
Yeah, now we have a sweeper prototype. Literally nothing can pressure them. It says Nashi at the menu, which means nothing. None. So you cannot pressure sweeper prototypes, so we just nuke them.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we got a glimpse of Aerith's Arcane Ward ability as well. First time we really use it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Important.
Arcane Ward is a simple ability. It's her default ability on the guard stick. It's puts a fancy little design on the ground, and whoever stands on it, if they use a spell, they'll use a full power spell for their first shot, and then they'll get a second follow-up hit that uses a lot less MP than the first one.
But it
only does like 1/3 of the amount of damage that is done.
Half. It's weird. It's 1/3 MP, half damage, and like half stagger gain. Which matters, but you pretty much use it if you want to save MP, but it's part of some of the strats leading to the repeated spell. It's used a lot less than it used to be. And we kind of realized that like on Arsenal it was a trap. Especially we'll get into Arsenal, but it would like move around all the time.
Well, it would like
trap.
disappear but still be there.
Yeah, sometimes it was weird.
It was just
But it
weird
turns out it was just faster not to use it. But we do need it for some fights.
I also used, when I first started running, I also thought that it used to be a free second cast on the Arcane Ward, but it's not. And I learned that the hard way in one of my Hell House attempts where I tried to do it and Cloud didn't have enough mana to cast the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we'll see that today.
Hopefully
then,
not.
There's something weird with it. Sometimes if you would be put to 0 MP, the caster would not do their second spell. So for like Sword Apede, you want to make sure you have 57 MP on Aerith, even though it takes 56 to do the combo. I've had it where she would have hit 0 and she just didn't do it.
Whoa.
Although there's like 2 different setups there, but whatever, we'll get there. We have some more hand stuff on the second hand thingy here. You can pick up stuff. We have to see this minigame 3 times.
And we get tutorial cards for each minigame.
Yeah, tutorials. Fun. Especially when practicing.
And something really important to notice here is that you can actually get the Magnify materia, which Magnify is equivalent to like the All materia from the OG, which basically makes any of your spells that you attach it to in your materia menu hit multiple targets. However, none of these runners are getting it now because it does lose too much time to try and go out of the way and grab it.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 minutes here, and the strats are good enough to not need it. However, and we'll get into it when we get it later, but we are going to pick it up later. And there's a reason why later. And on Goran's screen, we had these.
They're the Garden Angles.
Yeah.
They are a set of 3 uniquely named enemies. I think it's Burke, Butch, and I don't remember the last guy's name. Beck.
Yeah,
and,
Beck, Butch, and
we'll see them, I believe, like 3 times in the run.
Yeah.
And that was our first encounter with them.
Isn't there like another there's like an optional one or something?
There's a side
There's
quest.
a side quest.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
side
and-
quest where you'll run into him again, but in the speedrun, it's here, the Coliseum, and Chapter 13.
Yep. So Butch has low stagger gauge, but he has a lot of health, so he's tanky. We kind of just use Spyra, but if as a backup, you could Blazara him and it'll take care of him. Beck and Burke have 300 stagger gauge. You are not staggering them, as opposed to Butch who has like 30. So, but they die really quick, honestly.
Yeah, they die. To the point that in a casual run, getting those guys staggered is like really, really difficult.
yeah, and these guys, if you look on internet screen there for a second, they put these little mines on the floor, and those things are probably the worst thing ever. If you stand in one of them or touch one of them, they'll stun Cloud and you, or anyone who touches it, and you'll just lose tons of time.
Yeah, you have to like swap to your other character. I used to just like put Aerith in it on purpose to get rid of it. If you kill the person who puts it down though, then it'll go away.
And the hitbox for them is really
Even
weird,
the
too.
bandits here, so the bandits that we're going to be fighting throughout here, they can do it as well, the mine.
Yeah.
And yep, on Goran's screen we have the mini game, which would have Magnify. I don't know. It's right there on the bottom right. You can see it for a moment. But yeah, you have to do. There's 2 ways to do the puzzle. One is quicker than the other, but that's still like 2.5 minutes.
It's this way.
It's just not worth it. Even though you get like level 2 earlier and stuff. But yeah. And Magnify, like Zeb said, is the all, and it reduces your damage by like 60%, but like it's 60 I think the first time, and then like 80 or something when it levels.
Yeah, well, you get like 30%. You get like 1/3 potency of your spells with it, and then when it levels up, you get like 60, and then once it's like max level, I think it's like 80 or something. Like 8.
Yeah,
like
it's like 40,
80%.
60, 80 something.
So you basically, at a certain point, you're basically like almost throwing full spells that go all.
We got
Great
3.
material.
All hand, all screens, all runners.
And what's funny about the Magnified materia is that I believe that only one can exist. If there's another one like put into the game via hacks or something, it will just straight up like crash the game, I believe. Just because it's just not programmed to handle more than one Magnify.
Yep, and
Yeah.
Magnify doesn't actually hit everything. If it hits its main target, it will repeat twice. So it'll go to another enemy and another one,
Yeah, up to
kinda
3.
wherever they are, within 10 meters, which is hard to judge in the game, but it's pretty far, honestly.
Don't worry.
In general, we like to use Magnify with spells like Blizzard and Fire that also end up splashing to other enemies, so you end up getting like, not only like it hits the initial hit and the 3 other hits, but you also get them splashing onto the other enemies as well. It's actually pretty cool looking once you get to the end game.
Goran just got like a bandit stagger or something there. That's not normal. But we take it. But yeah, so the splash thing we hope to see in chapter 15. The repeated splash.
Cloud, up top.
A bit of
the
a
slowest high five ever.
Yeah, bit of a little mini break here as well because we kind of have to get set up for the event that's coming up in Wall Market.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're getting to Wall Market, which is it's a little different than what it was in the original. It's a little bit more expanded upon, a little bit more colorful, I would say, and has a little bit of different music. But more importantly, we have to rescue Tifa. We end up saving the cutscene for it, but we have to end up rescuing Tifa for in Wall Market. So we end up doing things for it.
Guess this is it.
Kind of wish the runners would have gone and played on the slide or the tires. Yeah. I think we kind of forget that you can do that, but you can.
Yeah, internet and fell basically even right now.
What's funny about like in
Come on, Cloud.
In Chapter 8 skip, yeah, Phil and internet are synced. But yeah, funny is that we have a Chapter 8 skip, and before we knew exactly how it worked, we used to walk and do the tires to make sure that the game was loaded.
Wow.
Before we learned exactly how it worked.
So we have the decisions coming up here. If anyone wants to talk about the choices we kind of have to make in these Walmart conversations.
Yes.
So, throughout here, well, first of all, we're here because we saw Tifa in the cutscene, and you see her different dresses based on like Chapter 3 and stuff. But here, we need to make sure to say very specific choices because there's going to be, after Hell House, a set of quests, either Madame M or Sam. Sam, because we're already at Madame M's, if you get hers, you just go back inside the building. If you get Sam, you have to run over to him, talk to him, and then go back. And that loses 37 seconds. So we make sure to say very specific things that give affection to either Sam or Madame M, or less points towards Sam. So for the one we took, I don't have the Ultimania open, but that gives like a point to Madame M or something. And then we're gonna get one where we're gonna like flip a coin. That one, the bottom option, no deal, gives 0.5 towards Sam, 1.5 for heads and tails, but it's routed so that you can say heads because it's the top option. And it's okay. Because we're gonna give Madame M 2 points through them, and Sam 1.5. And something recently I found out, if you take the drink in the Coliseum, it gives 1 point to Sam. That's all it does. Or something like that. That's what it says in the Ultimania. But yeah, so they have to be careful with what they say.
Yeah, and those decisions are, I feel like, for me, I always like when you're actually inputting the up input to go to the decision there, you can drop inputs very easily. So if you hit X too quickly, you will hit the wrong one.
Yep, so we're careful.
Come on.
Do you have any idea?
And they did a shopping, going to the shopping there. This is where you can buy Hard Edge, that is Cloud's physical weapon.
And then there's Madam, last but not
and a Cali bracelet. Internet gets 2. Fel and Goran are going to buy 1. They cost 3,200. They're pretty expensive, but they're the first 3 slotted armor that we have access to, and the first 2 are linked. So we could use support material there. Okay, Internet's getting the 1,200 chest. Marathon safety or part of the route still, I don't know. But it's 1,200 gil here. It takes about 10 seconds to get it. It's not that bad. That Cali bracelet, though, even though it has a bunch of links, it's very weak defensively. So there is this trade-off there. Doing some upgrades, getting things ready, and equipping. Generally, we end up taking like 1 menu per chapter, 1 or 2, or per big segment. So we try to lessen the amount of menu we do.
Next time we'll be.
You want in?
How can you be so?
Damn, you.
Sure do.
But I was gonna say something I forgot.
Well, I'll explain what side quests each request gives. So basically, if we get Chocobo Sam's request, that is the side quest that we, regardless of what request you get, you have to do squats for the side quest, or you have squats as an available side quest. But if you get Chocobo Sam's, then you go on a little adventure with Johnny, and it kind of follows the original, where you had to, get a dress, you had to get certain things to be able to progress the game. Where
I've never done that.
where you don't have to do it in Remake, and then after that, after you complete that adventure, then you have a Coliseum fight, and I believe it's against a special type of cutter that likes to cast Berserk on itself. Well, that's pretty interesting. And then Madame M side quest that leads us to the Garden Angles, which is, you know, the three guys that we saw earlier, and they are called Garden Angles right then and there, and that's what I like to call them, because they're trying to be the guardian angel of the slums.
Yeah, trying to like impersonate her.
Yeah, which is a whole thing that you'd only see if you do any of the side quests.
You'll see Internet
like
picks up that
the two routes.
Internet picked up that elixir there, and that's going to be really important for a boss later in the run. You need 2 elixirs, and if you forget to grab that one, you will lose a lot of time.
So, elixirs. You get one off Roche, and then we get this one because it's the quickest one. There is one in Chapter 5 in the tunnel, but that one's about 5 seconds slower than this one, so we just get this. There is no backup elixir after this. I've accidentally used an elixir in Chapter 6 before, and it was like, oh no. I mean, you can back it up on Google, of course, but it's slow.
I could never send.
Well, if you do it before Chapter 6, again, before the last lamp, there were some boxes, and they have a chance to have elixirs in them.
Sorry.
So
How much?
What I said.
I was kind of thinking, of timing, how long it would take to get those boxes versus
All right.
Have you ever seen the elixir in it? I've like read that there's elixirs.
I've gotten like, in my plat runs, I've gotten like 2, I've gotten 3 of them sometimes. I've gotten none of them at times too, so that's where I'm like, oh, there's RNG attached to it, so maybe not.
Nothing good.
Yeah.
They're available there though.
That leads to also the Moogle Medal thing. Like, Moogle Medals aren't part of the route because it takes about 40 seconds to get through the dialogue for the Moogle vendor and stuff. But also, you'd have to pick up, like, there's like 4 guaranteed you can get, and to open the shop, you need to use 1. And to get like the first useful thing, the Whistlewind Scarf, which gives ATB, kind of like for Strike, you need like 4 or something. Originally, I had one routed in for my very first route, and that's a problem if you can't actually get all the Moogle medals.
Oh yeah.
And we don't need it.
There's only really like 2 Moogle medals, I think.
There's like the one in Chapter 6 before like going down to Elemento. There's one on the roof in Chapter 8, and I don't remember routes. There's one in Chapter 9 in the expressway out of the way.
People are fighting.
Yeah, and I think you do get one for doing some of the side quests too. I think there's some side quests for someone that has them, like the Wicca box, and also
just trying to focus.
Also, Johnny's adventure gives a Moogle medal.
That Wicca box, I had to do so much casually because I got so unlucky with Moogle medals to get everything. I would just go in, let the time run out, go in, let the time run out for hours.
Yeah, you'll see on. Go ahead, Woody.
No, I was just gonna say it was asked in chat, Vinny, how tight is the Coliseum for not benching?
Very, very, very tight. Only do it if you know what you're doing, what you want to do. Like if there's one bench you want to take, it's the one before Cutter and Sweeper. It saves a lot of resources.
You two,
I'm working on finishing up that money route and stuff. You have to add like the basement shop and. There was another one somewhere I was gonna add. But yeah, it's super tight throughout. Coliseum. Your typical kind of arena type stuff. We're gonna have a bunch of battles on a row. This first one is kind of whatever, honestly. Just mow him down. Internet's gonna get a stagger on the Bloodhounds because he gets ATP Stagger in Chapter 13. The next battle, however, is the Garden Angles with 5 lackeys, so it's 8 enemies. The lackeys are kind of like the hoodlum enemies that we had earlier. They can be pretty annoying. The 3 clowns, I just call them the clowns. They can use mines. We have an opener though. Internet is going to use like 2 Fires and hopefully get a bunch. Fel and Goran, however, they are going to be using DD. I kind of remember when I found this strat. It's crazy. Sometimes you can get them all. There is a chance that Beck attacks very early and hits you and it fails, but it's really low. On going screen, he has to wait for the bell before he can proceed, so you just kind of wait there.
Very satisfying if we can get all of them too. I will say that.
Yeah, it's like a really good feeling.
Let's see if Gorn does it.
See what happens.
Rule is about 1 step, and you hit back, and then you DD into back.
Nice.
That's good. You got 6.
That's pretty good.
2 stragglers.
That's really good.
Just like that.
And that's a pretty average fight too. Kind of what happens here. There's like 2 or 3 that are left at most.
Yeah. Sometimes you get all 8, and it feels so good. I know it was mentioned earlier. It's not going to come up yet, but someone mentioned Johnny's pathing earlier. He can be a bit drunk. There is a way to completely prevent it from him going the wrong path, though. And then we have the cutter and sweeper fight. You can kind of handle this either way. Cutter first, sweeper first. I just take out sweeper first because it's weaker, and then you have 1 target to deal with. If you hit both with Thundara at the start. Okay, Fel got 5.
Yeah.
So he's fine.
Yeah, no mines.
If you hit both at the same time, you need to quickly prioritize cutter only, because he'll try to silence you. I've also had a weird bug happen where I hit the sweeper, the cutter wasn't anywhere near it, and he started trying to silence me, and it's like, what?
Yeah, Cutter's weird. Cutter will also, if he's like in like I want to silence you mode, he will just spam silence.
Yeah.
He's got no other objective outside of making sure that you don't say another word.
And their hitboxes are really weird too. I think if you saw on Goran's screen, he basically his overhead hit from Punisher basically whiffed because the cutter was like reeling backwards.
Yeah, and like you can't fit between the blades very well, so that's again why we prioritize trying to be on the side or the back. For this fight, it doesn't matter much. You just want to stagger it ASAP, and then nuke it down with some magic.
Oh boy, Team Convoy is on Hell House.
Big moment for the run here. Let's see
All right.
how Internet's guys go.
Yep, so Internet's is different.
Looks like
He got
2
5.
lived.
Well, basically 6. Pretty standard outcome for him.
Yep.
Okay, Hell House. This, we're essentially going to be... So there are 3 phases, but phase 2 has kind of like split into 2 smaller phases. We're going to... he's going to start in fire mode. We're going to use ice, because it's the only thing that can build stagger, his opposite element. He's going to be going through different elements and stuff, typically. And we're set up to where we need to take a certain amount of damage. So we're going to get hit by a toy in phase 1. It's like these little toys he throws down, they explode. We need to get hit with Cloud, because we're going to try to get limit based off of 1 stagger and only damage. So we have to make sure to Berserk and go into phase 2 with Berserk. Reward, definitely make sure to use Blizzard on Aerith and Blizzara on Cloud. There is a bug. If you were to use double Blizzaras or double Blizzards, nobody gets limit for stagger. Pay attention. Okay, no white numbers. If you see a white number from Tempest in the top right, that means a bug has happened where stagger carries over to the next phase, and you have to do a hit with Aerith, unpressured, or do the Cloud strat. Goran's going to be doing the Cloud strat. This phase 2, we're going to counter twice in a row, and we're Berserk so we take more damage, which is on purpose. And then we're going to do a calculate. This stagger gain is calculated with math. Internet was doing like a strat, and he was losing runs to this because he didn't have it calculated, a setup, and this is what brought me back to the game after I got my 639. I was sick of seeing him lose runs, so I sat down and crunched some numbers, and we're going to put the bar at 99%. So its stagger bar is 175. It's going to be, I can pull up the spreadsheet. Let me see. It's going to be pushed to...
And pressure, there you go.
It's like 174.25 or something like that, or a half, I don't know. But once we do enough damage, it goes into God House mode, which is like this shield where you can't really do anything. Okay, Goran got through that just fine. And so the bar goes up to 265, so we have it set up to where we stagger. Even though its bar like goes up, it keeps the percentage, right, of stagger. And our attacks don't do any extra, so we have to basically be at the point where it's staggered. Goran having to do an ether for safety. This final phase, he just flies around. You can't do much. We wait for the element, and we counter with the opposite. In which case, we got wind, so we use lightning. We don't use wind. You can tell the color based off the windows. And we're going to stagger it, and I think he's going to do the Infinity End strat. Yep.
Bell looking good too.
Yep, Bell got through that phase.
Infinity End does extra damage on staggered enemies. Instead of 666 power, it does 1110 power. And that gets plugged into the calculation and stuff for the final damage. And that move takes 2 ATB. This is like one of the only times we're going to see it. We're going to see Internet use it more though. And that was a good clean Hell House. If you somehow overstagger or mess up in phase 2, it is a nightmare. You're going to lose like 40 seconds minimum. So it's very important to be able to do this fight correctly. And not go too fast in phase 1. If you go too fast, like the toys fall to the floor or something. Okay, no white numbers for Internet. Goran is going to pick up parry. You have to talk to Chadley twice.
Uh-oh, the splits.
Oh, gosh. That's the problem with having to talk about the intricacies. That's okay. It's just Hell House is so calculated that
he's very exact.
You cannot do anything different on this fight. You have to pretty much do it this way. Once he's staggered, you can kind of change your combo, but if you do it differently, it's bad. There is a thing that can happen where Aerith
You're here. Just one thing.
will attack early.
All right. Once
Like she'll get hit and then she'll attack, and so you have to make sure to queue up Bravery after that because then you have to change your combo.
Which is to say, I have a few. And that's enough of that.
Looks like
My bad,
Internet should be
guys.
through too.
Well,
Yep, Internet's good too.
Okay, yep. Alright.
That's great in a marathon setting for them all to hit that strat is really impressive.
Cloud, Tifa.
Yeah, Hell House is one that you really don't want to mess up.
Well, I do. I'll come too. Hey, Cloud. Bro.
Now we have
And
Johnny.
Yep, here he is.
Just going.
Okay, looks good.
Okay, yeah. So you can move a little bit to the side, and this will stop Johnny early. So he will never go down the side path. You can completely control this. Most runners just follow him, and Johnny stops in front of the alleyway. If you do that, and he might go down it, and you'll lose a bunch of time. I don't know how much it is exact. It depends on how trolly he is.
It's depending on how trolly he is. I've had it happen where it's up to 6-7 seconds, and you can tell based on his dialogue because normally if a normal Johnny, he should never finish a certain line that he says.
Yeah, because he goes down the side, and you get a warning barrier thing.
Yep, you do. You get the warning barrier. It's painful. I saw it happen to Goran in one of his practice runs.
That's someone, or it could wind up getting.
Yep, so I just do the like half-second movement to the side to prevent it.
If I were you.
And yeah, we're all at a kind of another low in the. We're coming up to another break.
The best break in the game.
This is like a good chance to eat and stuff, if you have time. Hopefully, we don't see any yeses from anyone. But we head back to Madame M's. Everybody is on the correct route, Madame M quest, so they don't just lose a bunch of time here. You just go right back in. And don't even do the side quests.
Look at you all dolled up and fabulous. Where are you? Well, what do we have here? You're quite the pretty little lady.
And we have Aerith in her like lowest tier dress based on the quests you do. Is it chapter 8? Yeah, based on the quest in chapter 8.
Chapter 8.
You'll get different dress.
in Chapter 8, there's like 6 side quests. And so if you do 3 of them, then you get like a line of dialogue from Aerith, and that's how you know you got the mid-tier dress. And then if you do all 6 of them, then you get the highest tier dress for Aerith.
To see the honey, you said
I like the middle one.
What?
Yeah, I like the middle one as well. I think that's the best one.
Come on.
But like all the dresses are determined by certain chapters. Cloud's dress is determined by what side quests you do in this chapter, chapter 9. Tifa's dress is determined by what side quests you do, or if you do all the side quests in chapter 3, you're able to pick a dress for her.
The one in the back.
So you can pick like a mature dress,
I
which
like
is her
the
default one,
the foreign one.
the sporty one, and then the exotic one, which is the
Yeah. The like Japanese style one.
Oriental one.
Our honored.
That one's nice. I like that.
This is your first.
Why would I?
Andrea thought it. Over here.
Hey, hold on.
And we have the dance practice coming up here. After this is over, they're going to ask if you want to do it again. You obviously want to say no, but we have definitely in the communities have seen runners accidentally hit yes. It loses a ton of time. I don't know the exact amount of time. I don't know if anyone knows. I think it's like a minute.
It's 54 seconds if I recall. I have it written down somewhere.
Yeah.
Warren did it yesterday, I'm just saying.
Hey.
Oh, he did?
He did.
Yeah, I did do it yesterday.
It just goes to show like the inputs you can get dropped on in those decision menus, and you just have to be. It's always better to just be more safe.
It defaults to yes, and that's
right.
In a game where normally the defaults are no, it defaults to yes for this particular.
Yeah, it's like what the heck? Come on.
Yeah.
If you pass this, you get the music disc. I think if you do great on everything.
Yeah, if you get a perfect score on the practice, you get Let the Battle Begin remix. And then if you perfect the actual like big mini game, it will give you his earrings and I believe a trophy, an achievement.
Yeah, the achievement. I think you always get the earrings because that's like the item that each of the people give you. All 3 of the people, the big 3, they give you an item that says that you can go see Don Corneo. That's what it is, a key item.
Okay.
That's how you get inside. And
yeah, Goran took his time hitting no there.
But yeah, this is mandatory, by the way. You don't have to do anything here. It doesn't change the amount of time. It just changes Aerith's reactions.
And even in any percent, you cannot skip this the sequence.
So Goran and Fel can take a break now. This is one of the biggest break. This is the biggest break in the run. There's nothing we can really do here other than just watch it.
Now, this is interesting to note that some of these little button prompts, they are what's it called? They don't exactly line up with the music. So it can be a little tricky to get to the first time around, but it's generally a pretty easy minigame, and it's pretty lenient with when you can press it. As long as the hexagon like closes in really close, you're generally pretty good. It looks like Hello's actually is hitting the buttons.
Yeah, looks like he is. I guess he's not taking a break.
We'll see if he gets it perfect then.
Well, you tried.
Little more auto scrolling here as well. We kind of have to wait for Cloud to come out of the club, and then we have to be careful. Well, not careful, but when Cloud stops moving, eventually when he moves over to a building behind us, we have to talk to him twice. But if you talk to him too early here, you'll get an extra line of dialogue. It only loses a couple seconds, but obviously we don't want that.
Yep. And you can kind of push Cloud to like get him in position more. World record pushing, that's what I call it. Sometimes you get him to stop early if you do it.
Gotta bully the Cloud.
Goran not going the optimal route, that's okay. He's not doing subs. Walking route here.
Is it
It
quicker?
is faster. No,
Again, because
your
I
route.
started, I changed mine to now do Goran's, and now I'm like, I should
Really?
have trusted myself.
I
Yeah,
timed it after I heard that you did it, and it is faster to do it the way that you do it.
it is. Okay, so I'm going back
By
to
like
that.
a couple seconds. Yeah.
Wow. I got confused in one of my PB on easy. I got confused and went the wrong way, and I walked back towards Madam M because I was like not paying attention and loses so much time because you can't run when Cloud is in the dress. You kind of like only jog.
Yeah, you can talk to Chadley and get some nice dialogue there.
Yeah, but he won't sell you any materia though.
Here you are.
You serious?
I think Hello stop trying to go for the perfect.
You say so.
I missed one.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the walk. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
There is going to be a difference here from the OG. And the OG, it was like based off your dress, whatever, who we'd pick. I don't remember how the quest works exactly, but here it's always going to be Cloud.
Yeah.
I think Born would know. Haven't you done an FS7 run?
Yes.
So what happens?
How did the original picking go?
Original picking is based on. I don't remember.
Pretty sure.
I don't remember how it
'cause you
changes between Aerith and Tifa, but I know it's based on what Cloud gets. Cloud has to get certain like tiered items by getting certain things. He has to do, like wind squats. He has to pick like the highest thing for the materia guy to get like the good clone, get the tiara, get a wig, get the good dress. He has to pick the dress in a certain way. And
Yeah,
if you get enough
Wait.
points, then Cloud will win. But if he doesn't win, then I think Tifa wins, and then or Aerith wins, and then you get thrown into a section where you have to fight like a couple extra encounters that you wouldn't if Cloud gets picked. And so generally you want Cloud to win in OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we pick up a Turbo Ether here in the dungeon. You have to wait anyways. We need that later.
Okay.
You can do the shopping there, but the timer doesn't run while you're doing the shopping.
Hurry.
But this is still a nice spot to do it, because you don't get penalized for the movement.
And coming up here, we're going to be picking up probably one of the most important accessories in the game. That's the Fury Ring. Does anyone want to talk about the Fury Ring?
No.
Yeah, I'll talk about it.
It's a terrible item.
Fury Ring is considered the best item or accessory in the game generally.
Maybe this'll do the trick.
It gives the status Berserk indefinitely to any character that has it equipped,
That wasn't so bad.
and that increases our damage by 30% that we deal and receive. So we're just dealing more damage. It allows us to hit pressure faster. It allows us to just end fights quicker. It makes some like ranges not a range anymore. It allows you to one-shot certain enemies. Like it is literally
so
like
good.
the best accessory. Even Goddard isn't as good as Fury Ring, because even with Goddard, it's like
Nice.
you can only push or stagger a phase of a boss or something, or Fury Ring just gives up straight damage to everybody. So even in like hard mode runs and New Game Plus runs, a lot of time it'll just be like 3 guys with Fury Ring on.
Yeah, that
and
would
if
be
you have
sick.
Fury Ring on someone else, you can also Berserk with Cloud. So you have like two characters Furied. So we see from Fellwinger, he does the thing with DD. He put on Aerith. DD for Aerith also pulls, just like Cloud, except it's not limited in range. So it'll just hit the enemies and gets you a ton of ATB. It's very, very nice on her. But the enemies have to have low enough cut to hit, or keep to hit them. And we're going to see it again here. Kind of just roll and attack. You kind of just rolled backwards. I guess that works fine.
Oh, still got the double.
I do like a side into forward. Sometimes also you can just cause those enemies to just flinch because Aerith attacked, so it scares them and it keeps them in place. Apps Gen.
Deal with that.
We're not splitting for this, Apps. But Apps here is weak to fire. Doesn't gain extra stagger from fire, but you can light him on fire and pressure him, like here. And he's going to have to douse, which is where he jumps into the water. And we're setting up for damage, basically, and pressure gain. Because our damage is manipulated to pressure him again in a second. So he has two different triggers from fire and actual damage. And we break the horn because that will cause him to enter a pressure state earlier. We don't care about the stagger multiplier on it. But if you don't break that, it'll like take a moment for him to hit pressure.
Yeah, and we're seeing the parry cancels with Focus Strike here as well for the first time.
Yep. Instead of like doing the flip animation afterwards, you just parry and cancel it. You gotta be careful not to fail it though. Goran did not stagger with Focus Strike, so he's gonna have to do a couple extra because he didn't get Proficiency. Phase 2 now is the Enrage phase. All the timers reset for pressure, so we can use fire again. Whereas normally there's a 3-minute cooldown on it. And you make sure to use fire with the ward because you have to be closer, otherwise you can fail a damage roll if you're not warded and close. So you'd have to like use fire, or he'd go up, and we're gonna see on NNS when he gets there. Fella's also working on apps. Fella's using Metal Knuckles though, whereas Goran's using Sonic Strikers. Goran has to learn Focus Strike here, whereas Fell already has it.
And he just got it right there. He farmed it here.
Yep. They're doing the same strat. They're doing my strat here. There is a quicker Metal Knuckle strat, I just never showed it. It's kind of it's too annoying to do without Metal Knuckles. And that's apps down.
Funny enough, that if when the strat is done well, you don't take any damage whatsoever. I always found that really interesting.
Yeah, we keep him still knocked throughout the entirety of the fight.
Sure, he has no chance to do anything.
There should be a big waterway just up ahead. Let's find that first.
Yep, and we're gonna look at internets because his is quite a bit different. He's gonna be kind of just man moding it with counters and stuff. This is faster if you do it correctly. With Metal Knuckles.
That it?
As you can see, Apps is just gonna get ready to get doused.
Oh,
it is possible to catch. Yes, it's really hard to make that. You can, but it's so difficult. The moment he starts turning, he'll douse. And then he's actually gonna allow him to go up. Internet is making use of ATB assist. If you do Focus Strike parry cancels, you do not get the assist from using. And assist is, I wasn't even talking about it, but because like we normally don't see it this early, but if you use 2 ATB back to back or close enough back to back without moving a certain amount, like you can use an ATB and attack a few times, and then use it and you'll give ATB to your other party members just for free. As we can see, the party is gaining ATB essentially out of nowhere.
Never in doubt.
And that's ATB assist.
I like the fire to knock him down.
Yeah.
Like off
it's
the
slower,
wall.
but you do get a long pressure length.
Really different strat, but I think out of the 3 runners, Internet always has he always has the most different strats than the mainline strats that we generally use.
Yep. And now we're underground. If you do this segment well, you will not use a single user. Because we have Soul Drain. Fortunately, Soul Drain can under damage on crabs. Very rare, but you could just swap to Aerith and hit it once afterwards if it doesn't guard. They are annoying, they can guard if they are attacked by a regular attack. In which case, they'll take like no damage and you have to stagger them or wait or something. Crab under damage is, we don't like it.
Yeah.
It's gonna cost them a fortune to rebuild.
But they are weak to magic, so just using Eris like normal attack will deplete their health pretty quickly.
Right?
Yep. We just don't do it because you'd have to switch to her, but also they can guard if Aerith hits them as well, since that's the actual proc. Took a while. I used to think it was physical damage, but it turns out it's just doing like a regular attack on them.
And you'll see each runner is picking up a pair of feathered gloves here. Those are going to be very important for later in the run. They're going to give us an ability that, in my opinion, is the most broken ability in the game, next to Counter Stand.
It's too strong.
It is, and I'm sure if they do reintroduce it in the next part of Remake that they'll probably nerf it, but we'll get into a little later, but the weapon ability that you get from the Feathered Gloves is Star Shower.
Yep. But for now, they've got to go through and hit like a number of triggers, pull some levers, do some fights.
It worked!
Yep, see that scissor... Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say something like
There's also a potion lag I found here that Internet does. He does like cure lag, and you can like keep up with Tifa here on Goran's screen and get ahead of her, and she'll just like warp.
We can do this.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't realize that until I went over his run.
It's another interesting quirk between Internet's runs and Fel and Goran. Internet keeps his restore materia and actually uses restore throughout the run instead of in lieu of using mega potions, which is what the other runners are using to heal.
Yep. That's a good question, chat. So Goran is doing an order route of mine, and in this route there was a menu in chapter 10 where we put on the meme blade, but this has since then been cut out, and we just use hard edge because it's the same equivalent, because you still have to kill like blue goose and stuff. But Goran will be putting hard edge back on in chapter 11. Or will he? God, I don't remember.
Yeah, and those blue goos have a really annoying ability called Slumber Spoon, where they can put you to sleep, and it's just really annoying.
If one bubble hits you, you're asleep.
Yep.
20 seconds.
Wow, and Goran got the guard there from the crab.
Yeah, he attacked it. Yeah. This one I like to do Blizzara. I wait for my ATB and I do Blizzara. It gets you a stagger, you remove one of them, and then you just kill the blue goo.
Here's generally where I start paying attention to how many staggers I have for ATB Stagger. We only have about 2 to potentially 3 other chapters that we use to gain these staggers. So basically we need 40 staggers by the end of either chapter 12 or by the end of chapter 13. That way we can get ATB Stagger in chapter 13 or in chapter 14.
Yep. ATB Stagger, we'll go into it more when we see the use, but the character that has it equipped, when they stagger an enemy, they gain a bunch of ATB.
Yeah, and the story of this run is we need ATB as quickly as possible, so that's why we get things like ATB Assist, Stagger, ATB Boost, First Strike. ATB abilities are what's really going to make the fights go quickest.
Internet getting a guard proc, that's unfortunate. Just blizzard it and it's dead though. Didn't need that extra, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's it's just things that you learn in this run. This run, every run, you got new situations you got to deal with. It's not like things are inconsistent. It's just you have to be able to react to everything. The boss fights are at least consistent, but yeah, it's a nice run because you have to learn.
We've got a big boss fight coming at the end of this chapter.
There's Bomb. Thank you for the luck for the runners. Truly appreciate it. We have a very important boss coming up, the Valve minigame. It'll be a little bit yet, but you can tell how long someone's been in the FF speedrunning community based on if they call it Valve or Pump. If they call it the Pump game, they're newer. If they call it Valve, they're older. Because of FF8 Valve minigame.
Another guard proc for Goran, but
yeah,
cleaned it up.
Yep.
Moving on then.
I don't think we don't actually pick up like any items here. You can smash some boxes if you want, but
it's only besides gloves.
Yeah. Definitely need that.
Would kill for shower.
Ether drop. It's important to see if you get ether drops. Just nice time saves. Allows you to be a little more risky if you get them. Maybe skip buying some regular ones. If you don't get any, then you might have to buy some for full price at 500 gil. And you might have to put like an accessory off for a little bit.
Alright, so Goran's coming up to be the first one at the Valve minigame. The Valve minigame
No
is
pressure.
pretty simple. Aerith will like move something and that'll give you time to mash X. And if you mash X enough, then you get a little bit of red that increases. And you have to get your little indicator or little needle thing to hit within the red. And you get less and less red on each like sequential part of the minigame.
Alright.
And, and they all move at different speeds. And that's what gets a lot of runners.
I used to find the second one used to be the hardest for me, honestly. It's like in between, so it's kind of awkward. It's important to not mash like as incredibly fast as you can. The game will drop your inputs because it's 30 FPS, and you won't get as much red. You can actually do that on the final one, and when you should have gotten it, if you get it on like that first frame, you won't get it. And that sucks. So the PS5 update should help with that.
Yeah, 60 FPS should help a lot, yeah.
First one, you just kind of react. It's very easy. Second one, when I see the needle past the north point, then I push down on the stick because that's enough time. Because that's how you do it. You push down on the stick, or you can pause, and you can hold down to buffer the input and unpause. Gotta fail. Fella's also here.
Yeah, this could
loses.
They could get even.
It loses about 14 seconds if you fail it.
Oh no, Fell missed second as well.
The last one's hard. The last one is hard to visually use a visual cue to react to. I typically do an count. So I go, you hear the blips for the arrow. It'll go 1, 2, 3, and then you do a fourth, like imaginary fourth. 1, 2, 3, and it's just like one frame.
That's the strat that I use.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 from Goran.
1, 2, 3, 4, just like that.
Oh, that's in, right? That is.
Yeah, that's in.
So 1, 1, 2 from Fell, so they both get the same time on the
1, 2, 1.
1, 2, 1. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 1.
I believe in Internet. He'll be the one to do 1, 1, 1.
Come on, Internet, you can do it.
He can catch up with it.
Imagine having forced mini games in your speedrun. Sahagins are pretty easy to stagger it. You just hit them 4 times and you do Fyra, and that's enough to stagger and just prevent them from doing stuff. They can counter, they can turn you into a frog if you take too long. Yeah, frog is scary. I've had that in a PV in chapter 14 before. I had to flee as a frog.
I remember that one.
Yep.
Oh my. Yeah.
And if they take enough damage, they'll throw their harpoon.
Uh-oh. Get her.
Ooh.
Get away! Oh my god, that bubble almost got her.
Wow.
Oh.
Internet.
Yeah, Internet missed one. That fight went really rough for Goran there. That's the slumber spume. That's what it can do. That's Soul Drain. He wasn't staggered.
Soul Drain does give you more MP back when it's staggered. I forget the percentage amount, honestly.
Nope. And we got a frog.
You get more. Frog.
Oh boy, we got
Frogs
a frog.
can use items.
You're good at this.
So Internet, I think, was
Alright,
1, 2, 1.
Everybody got 1, 2, 1.
Wow.
They're at least consistent. They must have gentlemened it.
You're seeing here that Fell just got his first refocus there. This
Fell
is
just took
another.
the lead.
Yep.
He's done.
Yeah, that fight with the double blue goose went really rough for Gorn. And Gorn's also getting
Team
his refocus
Choco
here.
is now in the lead. We have a lead switch.
Wow.
Gorn having some trouble on that ladder.
Ladders are hard in this game. If you have auto run on accident, I know Goran uses auto run everywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising how some triangle prompts and some ladder grabs are much harder than what they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can put on auto run with left stick, but we try not to because you can take corners better if you're not running, and you can stop easier and line up easier.
Yeah.
So you can hold R1 or R2. If you're Blasphemous, you hold R1. It is objectively worse because you can accidentally block when you're leaving battle, and you can't stop the animation. If you press R2, you could cancel it immediately. I'm just saying, but
Internet getting a little bit more of a time save here because he already took his refocuses in the kids quest in chapter 8, so he can just burst these guys down and he doesn't need to wait for refocus.
I didn't see if Goran got his refocus here.
He did, I saw.
13. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Fel and Goran get a refocus there because there's 3 Sahagins and you stagger them, so why not?
Well, let's hurry.
Alright, looks like Fel is going to be grabbing the Mithril Rod. And it's kind of funny, out of all the weapons, every other character only gets like 1 or 2 weapons, where Cloud gets like all of his weapons. But the Mithril Rod is basically Eris like best weapon,
magic weapon,
and it's right there on the ground.
Yeah.
Yep. Just so happened to be there.
and the weapon you steal from Eligor, yeah, that's her worst weapon.
Oh, with the bladed staff, yeah, it's
Like
so bad.
weapon.
It's so bad.
On a character that only deals basically only deals magic damage.
Yeah. Not sure what they were thinking on that one. So we're gonna see the ability Star Shower for the first time in this chapter. I don't know if anyone wants to talk about why Star Shower is so broken.
I feel like chat was asking Boren to do it earlier. Would you like to?
I believe Boren should because
Boren, you should.
I won't explain why Boren should.
Why do I gotta? All right. Well,
Do you want me to say
anyway,
it?
Star Shower is a move that Tifa has. It does this huge AOE, as you can already see. It just does a lot of damage, a lot of hits, and it has the passive ability of her next attack will deal 70% extra damage. And so because of this, we're able to chain Star Showers together, and we're able to deal every move after Star Shower just does 70% more damage. Yeah, you thought Berserk was broken with 30% extra damage? Yeah, Star Shower just gives a straight 70% extra damage.
And that applies even to limit breaks, which is the most broken thing in the game.
It applies to Whirl, it applies to just your normal attack. Like, you can empower a lot of different things. You can empower spells.
Yep. And
there's just a lot of uses for it.
The Star Shower into Somersault is probably one of the most lethal combinations in the game, and it's why Tifa is one of the reasons why Tifa's our glass cannon, and you'll see that strat in some of the later boss fights where it just decimates bosses. And another interesting thing to note is that if you did 2 Star Showers in a row, the second one would also be 70% more damage. So if you had Refocus on and had 3, you could do 3 Star Showers in a row and have the 4th ability after that be a limit break, which would probably be the most amount of damage I think you could even do in the run.
Well, it's so the Star Shower buffs the next Star Shower for 70, and then that buff is gone, and then that Star Shower buffs the limit to 70. So it is a final multiplier. Someone asked that. It's not just plus, it's a multiplier on the final damage calculation.
Right.
Which does matter. And that's why it's so insane.
And not to mention, it also has a great AoE ability, as Boren mentioned. It does hit everyone in the area, and it'll even pull them in towards each other, which is really important.
Its only weakness is its startup. It takes a while for it to
Tifa kind of has to do like this little hop before she does it.
And if you don't position Tifa correctly at times, she will just Star Shower into nothing.
Yeah, the whiffs.
Okay.
The whiffs.
The ideal position is like 1 parry distance away. A parry or a parry, half a parry. If you're next to a small target like a human, it's probably gonna whiff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times with the Crypt Shays. If you, at least I'm guilty of doing this, where I'll be controlling Cloud and I'll want her to Star Shower, but the Crypt Shays focus on me and I'll move away, and so it chases after me, and then so Tifa's Star Shower won't actually hit it.
So, great question from the chat. How long do you get the Star Shower buff for, or is it just the next move?
You get it for the next move as long as you don't actually move yourself. for like a second. Like at the end of her star shower, you have like maybe like a half a second where you can react and choose your move.
Yeah, and you don't want to punch. Like if you were to just do her basic attack, you would basically lose it, which is like the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, you'll empower that hit or a parry, but yeah.
Yeah, right. Which doesn't do much for us. But yeah, in an ideal situation, if you don't have any more ATB, you could Star Shower into an uppercut with her triangle move, which could do some good damage too.
Yeah.
But
You
ideally,
don't want to do that on the second apps fight though. We'll get in there when we get there. But she also has 60 keep during it, so hardly any move in the game can stop her during Star Shower. It's the same with parry.
Yeah.
Parry is also 60. You can parry through certain moves.
and that's another big thing, that the keep value for Star Shower is another reason why it's broken, is that, I mean, I've seen it cut through some pretty things that it probably shouldn't, but it just kind of, like, I think, like, even on Sephiroth, and we'll see later, but...
Yep.
And also,
it's just all of that.
Just how you can tell you get the buff, Tifa will glow red before she does her next move.
Yeah,
so
that's
that's how you know that you've gotten the 70% extra damage, is that she will just glow red while doing the other move.
This whole segment here, we have some ghosts. These ghosts are weak to like poison, healing, and you can just kill them with Phoenix Down as long as you're late. If you do it and they are attacked with a physical hit, they can dodge or whatever, and you'll just miss the Phoenix Down. I had some problems on the first ghost because I wasn't paying attention, and I looked back and I was late, and yikes on my PB. You don't want to do that.
You need exactly 6 Phoenix Downs in Chapter 11 to kill all the ghosts, so if you don't have 6 Phoenix Downs, then you'll lose some time on that as well. You have to do a backup strat.
Yeah, I had to do that.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in Vin's world record run.
Yeah.
Oh, Turbo Ether for
Turbo.
Goring. Yeah, that's
Oh,
really nice.
I know you need at least 4 before the shop, before this upcoming boss, because there are 2 on sale.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're taking that vending machine, then you only need 4.
Yeah, and I realized that, and then I forgot about the money route being different from changing things, and I couldn't afford the Phoenix Downs after. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, and these guys can be a little, and you'll see Goran's doing Star Showers here. He doesn't actually need the damage from the Star Shower. He just needs the proficiency. And Star Shower, the proficiency will go up. Each time you use an ability, it'll go up by 10%, but if you do a specific proficiency bonus that each item has, you'll get 20%. For Star Shower, it is if you follow up an attack right after from Star Shower, it'll give you a proficiency bonus. So that's why he swaps to Tifa there, and he does an uppercut after the Star Shower, because he needs to get Star Shower ideally before the start of the next chapter.
There is a backup right here with these Crypt Shades, which aren't engaged in this. They are engaged at 90% for a skip, but there is a backup that you can get it if you need it. And then just we buy Binding in this vending machine because we're going to need to use the ability on it, which is Sleep. We'll be seeing that a few times in the run, but we're going to be using it after this boss for a little later on some flying enemies.
Yeah, we end up using Sleep quite a bit in the run, or at least we used to, because there's several enemies, plus there's several bosses that can be put to sleep. So we'll see Binding equipped for like the majority of the run.
Yeah, enemies have like a certain resistance percentage, and that just indicates how many times you can use the ailment on them. But if they're in certain animations, they'll resist it anyways.
And here we see Goran up on the next split, the duel battle.
I'm ready to split this time.
Split.
So we use 1 elixir there. Yeah, you can go ahead and take this, Woody.
Yeah. So the ghoul battle honestly is pretty straightforward. We're already through phase 1 there. We're going to do a certain amount of damage. I don't have the percent number off the top of my head. I'm sure Vinny can correct later. But basically, we do a certain amount of damage, make him lose health. It pressures him. The moment he's pressured, one of the other characters is going to throw an elixir, does max damage, basically pushes the phase. And then we basically repeat that same thing going into phase 2. With phase 2, you have to be a little careful because there are these orbs on the ground. So as you can see, Goran's already through the battle. That's how quick it is, and Fell's about to be through it himself. But there's these orbs on the ground, if you pay attention on Fell's screen, where you do need to dodge them because they will knock you in the air, they'll hurt you, they'll stun you. And Tifa, you have to be careful with because she is going to take a hit from the ghoul. And if her health is too low, she'll die, and it will kind of mess things up with it. There's also an ability you can do called Piercing Scream. Piercing Scream will stun you, so if you're too slow, Ghoul may use Piercing Scream, and then you need to like back away and wait it out before you kind of jump back in there. And both two really good Ghoul battles from both players.
I had to wait in my PB. It's been so long since I've had to do that.
Yeah, those little projectiles that he's shooting towards you, you can parry those. They count, I believe, as a physical attack, but you can parry them and get free ATB. Yeah.
You can counter, yeah.
Or counter, yeah, sorry.
Yep. And it's not just the pressured state. Ghoul can... It's just when Ghoul is red, it's just its incorporeality stuff, because Ghoul actually has a move where he can switch it without being pressured. I see a lot of runners, if they somehow mess up, they like try to pressure him, and he's not red, and they throw elixir and nothing happens, because he's just got to be red. It's not the pressure state. It's just that does force him to switch phases.
That's right. It's been a while since I messed it up to remember that's the huge.
Yeah.
Tifa can actually die here. It's fine as long as she finishes Star Shower. Doesn't matter.
Yep, 79 health, good enough. He can just heal her after, so it's fine.
Yeah, the Fury Ring is what can definitely sway that if she lives or not, or comes close to dying, because of the 30% damage she'll take. And Internet is actually, because we were talking about sleep, Internet actually, you'll see it more in Chapter 12. You'll see where sleep gets used a lot more on him for some of his strats in those battles.
Yep. So this next fight, it's just a few enemies in a row. If you don't kill these rats and you get across the bridge and deal with the later enemies, these two ghosts don't spawn. They are actually optional, and we kill them because otherwise you have to wait for the bridge to fully stop, and it takes longer, and it's just free EXP and AP. A lot of people don't realize it's actually an optional group of enemies.
And a great example there of the AoE effect of Star Shower. You can just grab all those Cripshays in one Star Shower.
Yeah, I believe it's like half mid jump off the container is when you time the Star Shower.
Yeah. Sometimes you get them all. Sometimes it's just like one's kind of straggling.
Yeah. Looks like Fel should get them all here.
Sometimes there's like one of them that doesn't care about the Star Shower though. Like they don't get pulled in, so that's why it doesn't like.
I think I've had that happen once with.
It's just a mistiming. That's all. There's a little bit of a better method now, where you like go across and you just turn Tifa left and you start it, but you can be early, and you just use the auto camera.
Yeah, Fel and Goran really close right now.
Well, all the runners are really close. So
yeah, of
it's
course.
not like we have any huge.
No, definitely.
Yeah, they're all one bad RNG battle away from
one bad fight.
So we have right after this cutscene a Lesser Drake and a Cerulean Drake. Now you could have fought one earlier optionally. Thank God we don't do that or have to do that. That would be awful. But these Cerulean Drakes, they have a lot higher stagger gauge, a lot more health than a Lesser. You have to do a lot of damage physically to pressure them, or you can just sleep them and hit them with some wind. They're going to do Aurora after it's asleep. Goran hit the wrong target. Or he did that on purpose, I don't know.
Ooh, should be, yeah,
it's fine.
Looks good.
That was actually a good fight.
Really good fight.
He might have done it on purpose because the Lesser Drake came down. But yeah. Typically we go for the Cerulean first and then the Lesser.
And these fights can go just kind of everywhere because the Lesser Drake can throw tornadoes, which like
ice
cuts
attacks.
Literally everything. Again, ice attacks which stun you like twice, hits you once, and then it bursts and hits you again.
The tornado right here, we just saw it on Fel's. It hits, but then it has a delayed impact.
Yeah, and Fel's getting a kind of crappy RNG here, but he should get out of this fine.
Yeah. I don't agree with Goran's YOLO, but it worked, so that's all that matters. And now we're going to see Fel is going to let the party take on the staggered enemy because your party will prioritize staggered enemies and keep attacking.
Orb of Gravity too, just good for later.
So he's good. Assuming he gets that chest, he has the two he needs.
Okay, so we're coming up to the Eligor fight. In this fight, you start off with two counters, build an ATB with Cloud. you throw a bunch of blizzards and you stagger them really early. And you have to make sure that Tifa gets 2 ATB, since we got a materia when we defeated Ghoul, and it was a subversion materia. And that allows us to get rid of barriers like Reflect and the physical one.
Shield. And so we're going to be getting rid of Eligor's Reflect and just spam him down with magic from Aerith and just push him into the next phase really soon. If you didn't do this, he would come down, he would shoot laser beams, throw his javelins in Walnut, and it would just waste a lot of time.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the first time we're seeing the use of the subversion materia, which is a materia that basically we use to remove the shield that Eligor has. Otherwise, he has reflect up, and it would reflect any magic we cast at him.
Yeah, and it takes 2 ATB and a lot of MP.
Yeah.
In this last phase, we get his wheels here, and we have to break them to be able to stagger him, essentially. It has a ton of stagger to his gauge, and once both of them are breaking, he's staggered, and then we just nuke him down with some blizzards.
Yep. Not a super dangerous boss, but you just need to make sure that you break the wheels. If for some reason you low roll ATB in that last phase with Tifa, and if he gets away and starts running around, he can be a real
you gotta make sure you do the extra hits, because after you break the first wheel, the time to hit the other one, you have less time than the first one. So it's better to get ATB off the first one. If he goes away, you can try to do like overpower with Tifa, which tracks and is really quick, and try to hit the wheels. Or I think I saw like a YOLO Braver once hit.
Gotta love the YOLO Braver.
Yeah, you can counter his like weird sweeping move that he does too for free ATB. That doesn't do too much damage.
Take the lead.
So
All
we're
right.
going up to chapter 12.
We have I may have seen this fight earlier.
Did we? Oh yeah, this one. Our friends are back.
Yep, except this time it's not as troll. I have had Tifa get entwined, what is annoying, but it's still easy to back up. We have a lot of damage.
Yeah, and there's the double star shower right there. Huge burst damage from Tifa.
Way faster than the first time. And we don't have a party member entwined. So you just get rid of a regular Spectre and kill the boss. That's it.
And Star Shower does it would protect against Entwine, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, you can parry it as well.
Yeah.
And I think some early versions of the strat, I think we were using fire at one point, but then we kept hitting, I don't know, like there were light poles that kept getting in the way, and so we switched it to Aurora.
Because it doesn't miss, and it's the same damage and stuff, essentially.
And you also already have it on your shortcuts from Eligor, so why not?
So Goran's doing one of the bigger menus we do in the run, because at this point, like, Barrett hasn't been with us, Eric's no longer going to be with us until the end of the game, and so we need to move a lot of material around because Cloud's going to be alone for a little while here. And so going back to something like Vinny's pointed out before, is like AP management is key for getting spells at certain points in the run, so we need to make sure that he's got the right stuff on him so he can gain the levels as necessary. Or
This segment is dangerous. Everyone kind of handles this first fight differently. You can keep going and go up, but you can get super comboed by the enemies, and we're not going to see anybody do that. It's also not even the fastest strat. So you kind of deal with the first group, and then you kill the Elite Grenadier and the Riots.
Yeah, Napalm.
That's pretty good right there.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, the Elite Grenadier Napalm, which hurts.
I've been kind of doing this strat I saw Vin do in his most recent PB, where you dash at this first one, if you see on fell screen, you dash right there, you wait right here, and then you can actually just fire all three of them down there.
Yeah, unless one is late. Sometimes they use ATB and they're late.
Yeah, and it HP locks one of them and you just have to tap them.
Yeah. We're gonna see... Okay, Gordon's gonna E3. Good, I was worried he wasn't E3. We're gonna have Heli Troopers, extremely dangerous enemies. We're gonna see a setup that I made to get a stagger. We're going to nuke the first guy down, go into Punisher, and we're going to do jump attack, do the full combo. 2 op hits, back off, hit him a couple more times, get ETB, and then fire.
Yeah, these guys
Hopefully
are
we don't hit
very
a pole.
dangerous. Nope.
Just like that, we get the stagger and the kill.
They have a move called Propeller Swipe, which can do tons of damage really
Here,
quickly.
I don't know if Gun's going to do it, but you roll backwards and you fire. Yeah, okay, you boost. Typically, you roll backwards, you boost, fire the heli trooper, and you might get the 2 officers actually. And it will always pull them forward.
That's that.
So these 2 fights have a setup because they are very dangerous. You can take a lot of damage from shotgun from these officers, even though we have the titanium bangle on.
Yeah, and earlier it looks like Fel
Where
had
did we get that again?
We get
the
it from
titanium bag.
Airbuster.
Airbuster. Fel had some trouble. He got interrupted on one of his fire casts, so he had a slower battle against the 2 riots.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing that can happen, because those riots, we obviously can't attack them from the front, and if you try and run around to the back of them, they can they can just turn around and then just block you again. And if you don't have ATB, you really don't have any other option than to just wait for ATB or keep running around to the behind him and just kind of smack him to get more ATB.
So we see Fel do my adjustment. I mean, I did make it, but there is a safe thing that you can do. Your Fyra, if you don't roll backwards like Fel did, you can hit the pole. But if you roll backwards, you'll pull the heli and you won't hit the pole. I see a lot of people hit the pole. And now we see Fel doing with the strat. I said, you roll back, you Fyra. He didn't get any. Dang. Sometimes you can get the 2 officers. Here, he should counter.
To get to 7th heaven.
I don't know what he's doing.
That's it.
Ooh. Counter? Okay, nice.
It's fine. He's just going to counter again. Get some ATB. These elites will usually counter when you hit them, so you can rely on it.
Yeah, usually, but sometimes they'll just look at you.
I know. And then we're going to see Internet's version, which is different.
I think he uses sleep here?
Yep. That's not bad. It's about the same amount of time. It's just you don't get the stagger. He can get both here with fire and fire. If they group well.
Almost.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he can create the setup to get them both every time. Maybe I'll help him with that.
So a little bit of story progression here. Well, actually, let's see what Internet does this fight. Oh, so he sleeps him as well there. Nice.
Yep. A little bit slower, but super safe.
Yeah, very, very safe and looks really consistent. And he gets an orb of gravity there, which we'll need for later in the run.
Yep, near the end of chapter 17. You can get a second. There's one in a chest in chapter 13 that they'll grab. It's actually not worth it to grab it if you have one, because the 1 orb strat is slightly quicker in that regards, but there's nothing wrong with grabbing it. They'll essentially want 2 orbs of gravity in the run. Yeah, now we have to run through this whole segment with Aerith, which wasn't in the original, but it shows what Aerith was doing at the time. Because in the original, it's just like you're on the pillar and then Aerith is kidnapped. You see her at like the top in the helicopter with the sun.
Yeah, and since there's no battles that actually happen in any sequence, we don't have to worry about having any materia on Aerith at all here. This is the only interaction we have with Aerith in chapter 12, so.
Well, no, we have the Spectres fight.
Oh, sorry, the Spectres fight. Yeah, after the Spectres fight, it's just, there's nothing.
Chapter 10 is the only place, I think, in the game where you can use her weapon, her square weapon. If you break boxes, she'll like pull out her guard rod and hit them. I think it's the only place you can do it.
It's only, on your way to the Valve minigame. And maybe Don Corneo.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do it there. Yeah.
I haven't tested that.
So we're back to the group. There's some MP shards you can get in boxes as you go up here. We're using parry just to flee through all of this.
Hey, you got a Moogle medal.
Nice.
Going to do a little bit of punch parries. It's not showcased very well here, but we'll demonstrate it later. Firing the second. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the punch barriers are just more prevalent in chapter 13 onward, because we're in such a small area here. Like, it's just not worth it to try and.
And the target sometimes gets wonky if it tries to go for something underneath you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then he made short work of the troopers. He fired the right one, so it doesn't hit the building, and you get the MP shard. Here, we're on a global timer. We're waiting for the helicopter to spawn, so you can do these as slow as you want, honestly, as long as you kill them in time.
Yeah.
I've recently swapped to Tifa opening with Blizzard because she has the MP, and you hit him once, and then it's staggered, and then you just triple OSK to kill. And then you can block the helicopter.
You'll see him take some damage. Yep. Yeah, for some free ATB, he's just gonna block the helicopter's damage.
And now we have another heli trooper. It's good to queue up the Fyra right after this dialogue line so that you don't get hit. It is possible if you do Fyra boost fire, he'll hit you. And you can actually fire. So Goran's still doing this strat, but that helicopter has no collision. He can do fire right now, right through the helicopter. Just kills the guy, goes.
This next fight is pretty scary.
This next fight, we have an Elite Shock, 2 regular sentry guns, and 2 helitroopers. The helitroopers won't spawn until we deal with an enemy, in which case we deal with this. You do 2 hits, Thundara and Fyra from Cloud, and then hit it once with Tifa. Instant stagger. Tifa needs the stagger. 1 ATB on Cloud, switch back, Cloud will boost, and you kill it. Cloud will do Fyra and fire on that heli, and then Tifa is going to roll to hit both of these sentries at the same time and get ATB, and he's doing a Thundara both to kill them and get limit, and now we're going to parry closer. It's a little YOLO. Yep, it's
nice.
No, you got it. Okay.
I got it.
It moved back and then moved forward a little. It worked out. But it was
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I usually parry forward to be safe, and you just somersault it. Sometimes it whiffs, sometimes things happen. It's not too bad to recover from if you have MP.
Yeah, I just... Any fight with a shock trooper is like the worst fight. And I've seen even casually people just messing up the heli troopers and shock troopers just messing people up in that fight.
Yeah, those helitroopers have a move that can do a ton of damage, and it'll knock you down, it'll interrupt you. It can get really dangerous if both of them target you and do it.
And with that strat though, Tifa can get targeted early. She'll survive, but yeah, it's scary.
Goran should be coming up here to very, very notorious battle, I'd say, in the speed run, because when it goes wrong, man, does it go wrong.
Internet making use of the last minute review session we had yesterday, telling me he doesn't need to waste MP there. Yep, so the Turks, the 2-step. Who wants to take this one?
I'll take it. So this is a battle against Reno and Rude here at the top of the tower, a little different from before. But basically in this first phase, Goran's going to already have a little trouble there, but he was going to try and actually counter that first hit from Reno, and then he was going to look to stun lock Reno in place. So now Goran is going to need to do a backup strat here to try and contain Reno without losing too much time, but he is going to take a safe route and heal.
Smart decision to potion there.
Because, yeah, if you don't contain Reno in the beginning or at any point, then you can get caught in these attack animations like Beatdown and the Electro Burst with the AoE effect. So Goran is now working towards basically a backup strat here to just try and get through this first phase and try and get a hold on this battle.
Yeah. He's playing it extra safe here.
Yeah, very, very extra safe to make sure he doesn't lose too much time. But normally what you're going to do is you're going to parry. You'll have Tifa basically Star Shower to basically hold him in place. You'll do some Punisher combos with Cloud into a Berserk and then a triple slash. Swap the Tifa to get some more ATB. Swap back to Cloud. A little more Punisher into a triple. You're basically stun locking Reno in place the entire time until you can push him through the HP threshold to see this cutscene. In phase 2 here, first we're going to get a bombing attack from Rude in the helicopter, so we'll switch to Barrett. The goal here is we're going to try and drop down the health as much as we can, so later on when it comes back we don't have to deal with as much. Then we're going to build back the overcharge. We're going to use overcharge to try and hold Reno in place. So here is where we're going to try and basically once again stun lock him so he can't act. We do try to make sure he gets Pyramid off so he waits his ATB. In this case, he got Pyramid off a little too early, and so because of that, it did catch Cloud. So now Cloud is not in place, so he is going to try and push through to make Tifa defeat him, which breaks the cover. Tifa is a bit low on HP, so it is going to be dicey going into
Cloud.
Yeah,
Cloud
he's going to heal.
her and boost.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully...
It's very smart, yeah, he knew.
Yep, there he goes. Yep, he picked
Good
it
backup. Now Barrett can push.
Yep.
Yep, I think
Ooh, well, he didn't need the overcharge there, but...
That's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think
that
he'll need
pyramid, for whatever reason, gives a chance for Reno to delay Flash Step if he would do it in this final phase. He can do the EM triple shot, which is free. He can do the nothing, which would have been Flash Step, but because of the pyramid, it somehow makes it wonky. Or he can do Flash Strike, which things get a little out of hand. You can delay Tifa's Star Shower, though, and just take down Rude Shield, and it's not that bad if you practiced it.
Yeah, and now he's...
And here we go.
Yep.
Nice, he got it.
Super combo.
Alright, so he caught both
And this
of
is
them.
really cool to see if you've never seen this strat before and you struggled with these guys casually. They just melt, as you can see with the double Star Shower, and Goran's good.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, he got it. Cool. Yep. Wonky phase 1, but recovered pretty good in phase 3 and got the strat.
Yep, that is the good old super combo. It feels nice when you get that.
And Fel gets an EM triple shot, which is good because he won't move from there. And looks like he should get it too. Beautiful.
Yep, he got it. Needs to finish off Rude. Alright.
And
Sit on phase 2 on internet.
In my PB, I'm just saying, don't use Gatling gun. I tested this in my run. I have a bad habit of testing things on PB base, and I tested Gatling, and it was not good. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I think
I actually left it equipped one time myself too, and yeah, it's terrible damage on the helicopter.
I think internet does a different strat for the third phase, if I'm not mistaken. I think
He sleeps Rude, and if he sees Reno stays in place, he just goes into my strat.
Yeah.
It's like an anti-flash strike kind of strat. And
Yeah,
because sleep is on Cloud, so for Goran and Fel, they don't have sleep on Cloud, it's on Barrett, so it has to be different.
Yeah, Rude's, they're basically, you can sleep them. We usually sleep Rude in place to deal with Reno because he's got lower health, like if we need to. It's somewhat also the backup strat if you don't connect the super combo here in the beginning. Generally, you want to sleep Rude and then get Reno taken care of.
Yeah, and he gets a flash strike there.
Yep.
So he's going to go into a backup now. Which is still not bad because... Yeah, nice. So Rude is sleeping, and... I would have went for the double Star Shower, but I think he probably has something else. He's probably going to try and stagger him, I guess? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's very easy to stagger, honestly.
Yep. Yeah. So good backup by internet there, and that's exactly why he does that sleep at the start.
Just focus on seeing Marlene.
Yeah, good fights from everyone.
Yep. Yeah, you have to also be careful. I've made this mistake a few times on when you sleep Rude. If you're too close to him when fighting Reno, you don't want to do triple slash because it will bounce.
Yeah, wake him up. Cloud's gonna get in some cardio right now because he's gonna be doing a lot of running. In fact, all of them are gonna be getting a lot of cardio.
So sleep is interesting because they don't wake up just from like some pot shots from like Bear or something, or a couple small hits. I don't really know what the requirement is to wake up, but you know, if you do bigger hits, they'll wake up right away.
I've been thinking, y'all.
I'm not really sure the exact specifications on it yet. If you were doing 80%, you would go to Wall Market and you'd skip, and you do guard skip, same as the OG one, kind of.
Yeah, it's a little different.
And
You got two what we call barrier skips in this chapter. You got one right in the Wall Market that it's a really easy one to perform, and you basically just go directly to the chapter 14 sewers from there, and it throws you straight into chapter 14. There's another one you can do. You can pass. You'll see the runners as they're walking to Marlene's place. They'll pass the tunnel to Sector 7. And you can actually do a barrier skip there that just skips the Marlene cutscene, going all the way to Marlene, and you can just go and finish chapter 13. So there's those two little skips in this chapter. The Marlene skip is much harder to do than chapter 13 skip, though. But just to put into a little bit of story, basically the plate, Ruin Reno, they dropped the plate onto Sector 7. So now we get to see a little bit of that aftermath, and we get to see, they're really concerned for Marlene. And just kind of just see the entire emotion of this whole chapter.
Yeah, this chapter coming up here obviously was not in the original. We're going to be going back to the remains of Sector 7, and we're going to be, we'll see soon. But we're gonna be in control of only one character, and the only time in the game where we're gonna be only in control of that one character.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting in this game that there are several points where you are controlling Aerith, or you are controlling Tifa, or you are controlling, basically all the party members that are available. It's not like OG where you only control Cloud, Tifa for a bit, and Sid for a bit. In this game you control literally all the characters. So I think that's pretty
Underground
neat.
passage in the park.
Good plan.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get there. Aerith showed me
Yep.
before.
So just a lot of running right now. We just have to basically move forward and progress to. We're gonna basically be going back in that tunnel we were in chapter 9 because we need to get back to to Sector 7. And there's just going to be some fights that we have to do in that tunnel again. It's going to be a little different than our first our first pass through.
And we get the good music again.
Shout out to just want to give a shout out to a couple people. The best Turks, Cisne. Just saying. Just felt like I had to.
Who?
Oh, Cisne.
Cisne from Crisis Core.
Crisis Core.
Orange
yeah.
hair.
Who? Orange hair. Boren, go play Crisis.
Over there.
Yeah, I forget about Cisne.
And of course, shout out to while we're here, Chiaki Nanami, my waifu, best gamer, best girl. Just saying.
Who?
I'm gonna slap you, dude.
Wait, is that what your emotes are?
Not a Junko fan. I take it you're not a Junko fan.
Okay.
Nope.
No love for Junko and Oshima.
Don't make me review your run, Boring. All right, now we're into the first half of chapter 13, and this is, again, like they said, going through here. We don't have to do the crane stuff again, thankfully.
Thank God,
oh my God.
They're all broken.
Somehow, yeah, they're all broken now for some reason.
And Cloud couldn't have just jumped up there earlier, even though he jumps 20 feet in the air to hit enemies,
Yeah.
It's blocked.
Actually, one fun little Easter egg, since we skipped cutscenes, you don't see this without playing it casually, but, and I'm probably saying this wrong because there's a lot of debate on the enunciation, but Kate Sith actually appears in the plate falling cutscene, very briefly.
Yeah, and it's just the cat, it's not the big Mog looking thing.
Yeah, so here we're gonna get our first. It was done before, but we're gonna see punch parrying really shine. So Goran's gonna switch to Tifa and basically punch and then parry because she has the parry material equipped to her, and this is the fastest form of movement we have available, in the game to move forward while we're in combat.
Gotta be careful not to go you can go all the way to this battle if you get a late flee, and then your party is not with you. You can try to teleport them, but sometimes it doesn't work, so you always gotta flee.
Alright, we see one self-destruct.
And we see the self-destruct, yeah.
Okay. Barrett got... Barrett has his ATB, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's self-destruct can do massive damage.
Alright, I think that's Mongo
Goran.
so far away.
Goran and Fel are going to be picking up the heavy duty bracer here. It's I forget. It's like 10 seconds. Internet won't be grabbing it. He's so stubborn. I tell him, come on, it's like the most efficient form of cash. It's
Does he just go with Callie? Does he go with 2 Callies into
Yeah.
the later chapter?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
okay.
goes with 2 Callies.
Okay,
he's
that's
gonna be
kinda
switching.
bunko, but
I don't know if he's added Gothic Bangle. I added Gothic Bangle to the run, and I think he might have done it too.
yeah. Yeah, because Gothic's cheaper. I think it's 200 gil less.
Oh, Goran got the stun on one of the mines.
Yeah. And there's the mines. I think it's the first time in any of these runs that someone got stunned by one of them.
Yeah.
No. Now we have the grungy battle. We have those 3 guardian angels back with this big tanky grungy dude. Internet will be nuking him down. Goran and Fel are going to try to stagger him.
Ooh, and the suplex. Ooh.
If it goes well, the stagger is quicker. You want to deal with the 3 ads first, and then you kind of want to hit him with like fire or something and time a focus shot.
Yeah, this
I don't know
guy's
how
pressure
the
is
staggers
like
it.
so weird. Like his pressure, like the way he pressures is so strange.
Yeah.
So 39 out of 40.
Yeah,
And-
Goran's good then. He should be getting his last one in the next section.
He'll get
Yeah.
the Bloodhound and he'll get the boss. So it's
Yeah.
good.
And he's picking
Not
up
the
that
boss.
Orb of Gravity there as well. And each runner's gonna need 2 of those for a boss later. And he's getting the rejuves. Ooh. And Goran getting a 3rd feast in this round.
Getting trolled by these.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the next
These ring mods are, I don't know what they're called. They're like the extra, the altered species.
Variants.
Variants, yeah.
Yeah, variant.
There's Magnify. This is why we do get Magnify now. It's just on the ground.
Yep. I guess the hand's broken, just dropped it. Or something.
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah,
just there.
Yeah, there's a lot
Why
of
not?
variant monsters. Most of them you only fight when doing like side quests, so we don't see a lot of them in the speedrun. But the game does make you interact with a handful of them. Like Vinny was pointing out earlier with the Cerulean Drake, like they're usually stronger. They take more hits. They're even more annoying in some cases. Those ones.
There's like the altered Vargid ones, which were really annoying for me casually. I don't know.
The one you talking about the ones that like dance and have like the body
split.
like split thing and yeah, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't
It's the
remember how that
Chocobo-
works.
It's like the Chocobo quest. It's
Yeah,
just so annoying.
those ones are gross. Basically, you have to wait for them to dance, and then you have to stag. You have to like, yeah, you have to wait for them to dance. You have to cut them, so you have to like make them stop dancing, and then they spawn a proto one. And if you hit that proto one, it'll do like damage to the main one. It's really weird.
Finally,
It took me forever to do that. I remember that though.
Yeah, I hated that battle so much, and I wasn't a speedrunner then, so I had a different mindset on how I played the game.
Yeah, when you go back to your casual file and you look at your setup, it's like, what was I doing?
Auto
Like,
cure, still awesome.
fresh air.
Like I had terrible setups. All right, so we're past like some combat stuff there. We'll look at Internet's grungy fight. Oh, he already nuked down the grungy. He just nukes the grungy because he has ATP Stagger already. He doesn't have to care about staggering it.
Yeah.
Right, and did he did see Chadley in chapter 13, right at the beginning of the chapter.
Yep. He goes
so-
there and he buys an MP up, which is part of his route.
Right. Right. So he may have lost some time to the runners here, but it in theory should give him some more time a little later.
Yeah, he does not need to talk to Chadley in 14.
Right.
It
Exactly.
is-
He won't talk.
It does lose a little bit of time to do it in 13 because he is out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different
Bell
routes
and
though.
Orb.
Probably getting a little trolled by the ring moths.
Hey! Hey! Can you hear us? If you can hear me, shout!
Oh, Cloud. Well, you got the glitch. The ladder glitch.
Oh, what the? I've never seen
Yeah,
that.
I was.
Invalid run.
Invalid run.
I wasn't looking. I didn't see what happened.
He like walked into the ladder.
He started climbing the ladder, but Cloud didn't like go up for the first like couple frames. And so he like gets off the ladder sooner than like he like. It's this really weird, just glitchy movement. This is why we do no major glitches and not glitchless.
I feel like that stuff happens to the internet a lot. Like he has these weird glitches that happen.
Yeah, because it just happens to everybody. Just small little things, movement things that just okay.
This game is some really interesting stuff, and when you start learning to speedrun it and you start like seeing the weird things that can happen, it's really interesting. Like very, very interesting. I think the one that made me laugh the most was the truck in chapter 2 when I think Vin posted it not that long ago, where like the truck just doesn't spawn.
Yeah, and the guys were like there, and then they just disappeared, and the truck was late.
Yeah.
If there's no path, you gotta make it.
And we now are in control of Barrett for the first time in the run, the first and only time in the run. So, yeah.
And his special
go ahead,
ability is to shoot.
Yeah, I was just
shoot
gonna
and run slow and run slow.
Pretty much, yeah. I was, some of the stories a little hazy to me, but somebody was asking like, what's kind of going on here. So, basically, we went back to Sector 7. We're trying to find survivors. We found Biggs's home, like Wedge's home, where some of his cats were in like an underground tunnel. We decided to investigate it. A platform falls, and we're now separated. So we're controlling Barrett through this like underground lab, trying to find Tifa, trying to find Cloud, and basically get through it. Essentially, is what's going on here.
I'm going to address something from Ozzy. You cannot stop luck. Like you can get like this weird glitch where you can't break the stuff that Fel just broke, but if you run over to the other rubble and you bring up it brings up like that square menu, and you come back to this one, you will break the rubble. It fixes it. It's not.
I have had that happen. You are correct. I've had it too. Twice.
I've only had it
remember
happen
when
once.
Roy had it happen. He thought he was soft locked, and he went in battle, retried, but yeah, he wasn't. It's just he didn't know how to fix it. So we're gonna see a different route here from Goran. Goran does like YOLO ice stuff, which in theory is faster, but the thunder stuff from Fel here is more consistent. It costs an ether, but overall, I like the thunder stuff now, so I switched to that. If the ice stuff misses and on dogs, you're gonna keep missing, and it's bad.
Yeah.
You also have to change your armor if you're gonna do ice strats, because of the possibility of it going bad. You can't use Atp Bracelet, whereas Fel doesn't have to change that equipment. He can keep using it.
They're both thinking about feasting him.
I was gonna say another feast for Goran? No way.
If you do thunder, you don't gotta worry about that.
Yeah, and those dogs, the double dog encounter is very dangerous, and you can die on it if it goes wrong. I had a run last week where one of the dogs got kind of glitched out in like a rock on the floor, and
yeah, if they come near the start location of the battle, the rubble like glitches things out, and you can't hurt them and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't pull them or anything.
Yeah, and Vinny was talking about this earlier with shock troopers and the whole dodging thing, where shock troopers can pretty much dodge everything. Dogs can't dodge thunder, which is why the magnified Thundara is more consistent, whereas Blizzard they can dodge.
Yeah.
Wind, I don't think they can do too. They'll try to dodge like the first impact that doesn't actually hit them, but then the wind can actually hit them. I think they can dodge like a little out of the range though. Goran got hit by a bug. Got hit by a bug. We just queue up a Star Shower and hope Tifa kills some, get some extra.
He got a lot. Some free 5 AP right there.
And we're gonna come up to. He's probably gonna do the menu now. We're gonna come up to a solo cutter. Another cutter, or it's solo. It's got 2 monos, but they're kind of whatever. The goal here is to get it close to stagger and start up Tifa's Star Shower. Because of the startup animation, we don't want to stagger it. And then stagger it during her animation. So at the second Star Shower, the empowered one will hit it when it's all staggered and get full damage. Tifa will have boost. I don't remember if Goran has boost on here or not on this route.
I think he had a misclick.
Yeah, he focused shot. He's gonna have to back up something here.
No focus strikes, that's fine. He might just go for double Star Showers. Oh yeah, this is the old day with boost on Barrett.
Yeah, this is gonna cost him a little bit of time here.
Yeah. He should do double star. He should just go into double star here.
Good kill.
Still coming up to this fight too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're really close.
And now we're gonna watch Fellwangers. I don't know. I didn't see what happened.
You got
Thundara in the body.
He's fine. He's got the updated strat. 2 whirls, switch to Barrett once she starts her stars. And go to the ladder. And Tifa's behind him, so she's gonna hit him with everything. Oh, she's kinda on the side there. But yep, that's how it goes, more or less. Get him close to stagger and just nuke all the health at once.
Alright, and we're coming up to failed experiment here. So failed experiment, he's a kind of a weird boss. At the beginning of the fight, he's actually not really present. Comes in like halfway through. And then we just kind of nuke him down with limits. It's actually kind of a really cool strat.
We'll let it speak for itself when it happens. It is important to kind of heal up Tifa, because she could take a lot of damage in the final phase if we don't have Barrett's limit ready. I personally don't bother with the limit unless I can get it without using the ether. Yeah, these little dudes, you kind of stagger a bunch, and we're going to refocus with Tifa. Get us some more ATB. And this is our second refocus use, which we need for ATB assist. And so we'll just kind of clean up here, get rid of these ads. There's like 12 of them or something in the first phase, 10 or 12. Second phase has less. Second phase is going to have 2 on the bridge. One of them will try to do paralyzing liquid to shoot you and stun someone, but we'll have Barrett take care of those. If for some reason you can't use them, you can uppercut them from underneath. It's just a bit finicky. Tifa's going to handle the ones on the ground though. Gonna throw a Blizzard up there.
He's gonna have to ether here.
And he can overcharge. Who? Throwing? Is he? No, I think he's gonna go without the limit like I do. As long as Tifa has 10 MP going into this phase, just uppercut it. There we go, just like that. And then you can kind of get to this next zone during the cutscene. Goran gets up there first. Goran must have had good grouping. So we're gonna throw a Blizzara, even though you don't have to deal with these ads. And that is because of Tifa's limit, actually. So the Blizzara, and we're gonna queue up the limit on the boss. And the Blizzara is delayed, so it hits and staggers after we start up our limit, so we get limit back immediately because 3 enemies got staggered. And then this is Internet's creation. You just hit the boss from the bridge.
I would say Goran is going to ATB though, so it should be interesting.
He's gonna line some enemies. Bad. This is bad. Get that limit.
Could get ugly. He does not want to die here.
He needs a double star limit.
Yeah, of course. Because the boss's next move is defensive action, which makes him like more tanky or something, which is fine. And Choco is done with the boss.
Think
and
up
so is
right now. And Internet about to enter right now.
So yeah, that's like the star empowering thing really being put to use there. Empower other stars and empower the limit to hit really hard.
It looks like Choco's what, 4 seconds ahead, I think.
Yeah, they're really close.
I want you to take Wedge back from me.
Yeah.
Does Fell
What's up?
Does Fell skip the bench before
Yes.
before this
I
build?
think
He does.
so.
Okay. Because I thought he started a little quicker than Goran did.
Yep. So we just had a lead swap a couple times there in chapter 13. And Internet
Yeah,
is a little different here because he already has ATP Stagger. So when he staggers with Blizzara, he gets
Yeah.
his ATB back. So he will never have ATB issues.
Yep. Ooh, that was he was threading the needle at that one.
You can hit them when they're running up across the bridge and it will always hit. I just like to get them together. Okay, Fel, not forgetting the date. You lose 14 seconds if you go right and forget. Happened to me a couple times.
Yeah.
Neither did Goran.
So I've had to put that in my notes, like at like 70-point font, highlighted, date in all caps. The date here is what is the depending factor again?
It's side quests. It's what side quests you do in like chapter 3 and chapter 8. So if you do all Tifa side quests and get her address, then Tifa will be there. If you don't do any of Aerith stuff, I think Aerith takes priority over Tifa though. So if you do Aerith's like side quests, she'll be there instead of Tifa or Barrett. If you don't do any of the side quests like we do in a speedrun, then we get Barrett.
The city's on high alert.
As he says, also who you pick in the
Transit
sewers.
probably been locked down
Aerith is technically quicker to pick. But yeah, I guess if that affects it.
No, but I think I know someone who might.
You mean Corneo?
Yeah, so Internet obviously has so much ATB at the start here because he has
just
the
parries
ATB stagger.
forward. He does one parry forward and then does this combo, and it's always the same for him.
Yeah, I don't even
Awesome.
think the first star shower needs to hit either. I think he just does
Nope.
it just to set up the second one to hit at 70%.
Yep. So here we have Fel and Goran. They're going to have to talk to Chadley. They're going to buy ATB Assist, 2 ATB Staggers, and reset Hard Edge because we are not going to use it until we get to level 30 and get that next core and get all the juicy attack on it. If you don't reset it, it makes endgame a little slower, and yikes. I've done it plenty of times. We got
This is my 70-point font note. Reset hard
That's
edge.
Yeah, me too. Same thing.
It's like, oh, I don't need it. Oh, no, wait, no.
Poor things.
Oh my
And then
God.
we have the Chocobos.
There's 3
Let's see which theme we get. I hate hip hop and chocobo.
Man,
Curse.
love the sync right
hip-hop.
now.
Oh man, you like hip hop and chocobo?
Yep.
Love the sync. They're on the same loading screen.
What did we get for Fel? Let me see. We got the same song.
Okay, I was saying I could only hear Goran's stream. Man, these two are basically one slow menu away from changing.
Yep,
14 menu is gonna really affect it. That's a big
Yeah.
menu.
it's a big menu.
Yeah, it's our second. I think it's the. I don't think we have any like massive menus after this one. They're all like small.
Goran has the better PS5. It's loaded faster.
They both looked at Betty, so they didn't get the slowdown. Good guys.
Smart.
You see how quick they can chop? I'm
Yeah.
interested in seeing who can pull ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we touched on it at any point yet, but yeah, there are points where we face the camera a certain way, like a video is just pointing out to avoid slowdown, because the game
Goran
makes you
is-
look in that direction.
Goran was low on money. Goran actually does the selling in chapter 13 the old way. So he had to sell less, but he also didn't have enough money from Mythos Saber. He had to sell the Mr. Cuddlesworth to be able to afford Mythos Saber, which is what they buy there. And Goran bought the 2 tier 2 accessories, the Super Nats, which give 10% strength, and then the Plat Earrings, which gives 10% magic in chapter 13, and Fel bought them here.
Looks like
Yeah, and Mithril Saber is Cloud's magic weapon. It's a common theme in the game where Mithril means magic. Tifa gets the Mithril Claws, Cloud has the Mithril Saber, and Aerith has the Mithril Staff, or Mithril Rod, or what is it? I forgot. Yeah.
And Gordon does-
Rod, I think. I don't know.
It just starts with Mithril, I know that.
Yep.
And then Barrett has light machine gun and EKG as his magic weapons.
Yeah. Barrett doesn't get any Mithril Gatling gun.
People will take their menu at different places, so we don't know how close they are. I guess here, Val is a little bit ahead because Goran had to sell. I do my menu in the sewers.
Is Goran still going into the Mithril Saber upgrade to get the magic, the MP up?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys ready?
A minor glitch, but we will explain later. He has to wait until 22, 24, something like that. I forget the route.
I think it's
like
after the.
It's like 21. It's when you have. It's when you have 70 SP.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, I think it's after the Scissor Claw battle. I want to say.
No, it's after. It should be
After
after
the blue go and 2
Sahagin.
routes.
Ah, okay. It's the blue.
It depends. It depends. The EXP route has changed over time. But we have since then been able to drop the MP node that it's going to be getting. And Valk was like the main reason for it, and I worked really hard to be able to get rid of that. And then it's at the point where we don't even have to do any materia menu before Valk now. It worked really, really hard to get rid of that. That was annoying. But it turns out well, we'll get into it, but there's an MP box in the battle, which makes it work. Do not forget to have boost or FS going into this first Sahagin fight. Their stagger gauge is increased. So, if you forget something in the menu, you're gonna be punished here. You can always back it up with Blizzara, though.
I guess it's 22.
So here he goes into the... This is the only time we'll see this in the run, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no, he didn't get the node. Well, actually, there's a minor glitch where if you're on auto and you were to allocate specific nodes, such as the MP, it does not show you getting it, and so, even though you actually got it, and so we skip the animation. This is the only only manual upgrade that was in the route for a long time. It's now gone, but Goran didn't want to update things before the relay. Wanted to make sure he had it all down, which is fine.
And here we're seeing the few applications of the move Blade Burst, which comes with the Mithril Saber. It is essentially a magic attack that travels on the ground in 3 waves, and it can hit a lot of enemies.
Sometimes it doesn't get them, you get trolled, but sometimes it does.
Oh, Fel got them all right there. And then we saw Goran just go with Fire all there.
Yeah, doesn't want to take the chance that Burst doesn't hit some. Sometimes enemies come around the corner and you miss them. So I switched to Barrett so he doesn't shoot the crabs, and then Tifa's back there to just Star Shower to back it up or whatever. There's like so many ways to handle sewers now.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just the game is pretty balanced outside of maybe Star Shower. A lot of things are like really balanced. And so it makes us just use a lot of different things and still get like similar time.
Let's just keep.
Hate to interrupt.
A lot of unique strats come from a lot of different runners, and putting it all together is just kind of crazy.
This way. There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Setting up for his chapter now. Doing his menu, he does things slightly different. He does not use burst at all.
Why did you help?
Andrea.
That really.
That couldn't bring.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. Let's go.
Hey, Internet's the only one who puts items on shortcut too. Sometimes it saves time, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, we got a guard who fell. I think he tried to do the burst and didn't work.
Yeah, he did burst, and it wasn't very good grouping, or they targeted the other party members.
Yeah, you can boost into burst, but
Getting close to Corneo's hideout. From here on,
I don't like doing burst there because of that reason. I use fire there.
Yeah, it depends on their grouping.
And now, story-wise, the key to Dawn's little hideout, which is what we're here for, to find the Dawn, and Leslie's kind of working with us here, has been stolen, apparently. We're going to find out it's actually not. It's like a locket or something of Leslie's girlfriend. I can't remember what it is. It's something from her.
Yeah.
But we think it's a key. Oh, good
Good group up, but wow, that okay, a little scary. Cloud. This fight is
that
very,
25
very
HP?
Yeah.
Yes. Good recovery though. That could have gotten ugly.
Heal up, Ether. This is where things get dangerous because now we're going to deal with shoats. We have one. They like to headbutt the leader, so you got to be careful. Be ready to counter or whatever. First one, we do a regular Fyra with Star Shower, or you can do Overcharge Fyra Dive. Overcharge can pressure them. That's how I do it now.
And headbutt will interrupt him if he gets hit by it, which really sucks.
Okay.
And they hurt. Their attacks do
They're-
a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Pretty much synced now.
Typhoon.
These two. We're gonna see a lead swap during these segments because now we have two shoats and a blue goo which tries to sleep you. They're both gonna deal with the blue goo first, so it doesn't do any sleep memes. And now we're just gonna start unloading some Fyras. Headbutt, unfell.
Yeah. Then you see how much cut that headbutt has.
Overcharge just got interrupted.
It's gonna hit a wall. Yep.
Beyblade.
We got a couple of Beyblades. We got Fire
Thorn
hitting the
hit.
wall.
This is getting a little okay.
Spin to win, baby.
Typhoon is a very broken move, and it's like ridiculously overpowered. Like even if you were playing casually,
It does way too much damage.
And the AI just likes
way
to
too
walk
much damage.
into it too.
Good.
just
That was
they
ready
just
for the
love
counter.
it.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
Cloud got hit.
Yeah,
Cloud got
Cloud's
nuked.
dead.
That's what happens when all three go for you.
Yep.
He's gonna have to Phoenix
That
down.
was really
No,
bad.
no, he might be able to
Bad
do this with Tifa.
This is really sketchy for Goron.
Yeah, this could be. This could get ugly.
Beyblade.
Uh oh, he might.
Headbutt.
Yeesh.
Tifa's gone.
Uh oh, Tifa.
Yeah, he maybe try and stagger him here.
Yeah.
He should
Careful.
have.
Another
Okay,
Beyblade.
fire. He's fine. He's fine. He's
All right,
fine.
he's got it.
He yeeted it. He yeeted it.
Oh
man.
Yeah, Fell's fight went much better, so Fell's in the lead now.
Holy cow, dude.
Super Monka.
Super monkey. That battle gets super monkey.
It's because Cloud got targeted right away, so like, yeah. I like going with a different leader.
The game makes checkpoints, so we don't have to worry if anybody wipes or anything. They'll just start literally right before that fight.
Yeah.
Now I got this final bear here. We got a crab, Sahagin, and two blue goose. Get some good AoEs here.
Clean.
Goran is ahead now because Fel had a bad fight here. See how quick it changes?
Yep. Now cleaning it up.
And they're synced. Kind of, almost. Like 1 second.
Now the mischievous shoat battle.
But first, they're probably gonna do the menu, maybe, and they're gonna grab protective boots, which makes you immune to stop. We've come to the point where we just sell it now for 2,500 gil. I don't know if Goran will use it. This shoat has an insane amount of HP, the amount of a boss. So the way to deal with him is you stagger him or you nuke him. The most recent strat is to nuke it, but you have to be very careful. If you hit 85% health on him and he's not doing anything, he will. Oh, Fel went into the upgrade menu on accident. He'll call ads, 3 shoats on top of what's going on, and they can all Beyblade. We don't want to see that. So we're going to see a stagger strat. It's set up to do low damage, high stagger. I think we're using metal knuckles still, which is good. A bit more risky. As long as you do 3-hit parry, you will build a ton of stagger and low damage. And we get Tifa to 2 ATB, Blizzaras while he's asleep, and then we're going to stagger him. And we're going to do Rise and Fall, Omni, another Unbridled, Omni, and Fire from Cloud and kill it.
As long as the fire doesn't hit a wall.
Yep. And you see, we
No
just
ads.
nuked the boss down. None of these runners are going to be doing the riskier newer nuke strat.
No, fellas.
Because-
Looks like Fella's. Yeah, it looks like Fella's not
Fella's
staggering.
doing
Oh,
it.
did he? He's doing
Yeah,
it.
wow.
Okay.
He's doing it.
Very risky.
Yep.
Nice. Wow.
Got it.
If you mistime the 85% trigger, you can get ads. Basically, you want him to be asleep when he hits that. So you do like 2 sleeps to do it.
And you do not want ads, because then you have to deal with the 3 ads and the mischievous himself.
And you just use like all your ATB. You can do like magnified blizzards from Tifa to help, but it takes like 2 at least. It's spooky.
Oh yeah, my last normal run had the ads because the risky strat. I mistimed the sleep, unfortunately. I also like dropped an input and did like the wrong ATB actions. Yeah.
Go on grabbing the hazardous chest because I don't know if he's gotten one yet. You can get them off the shoats, but it's so hard to pay attention because you're watching your resources and your MP and your health and everything.
And
So
we'll
it's
see-
very common that you don't see.
And we'll see if Fel remembers he got one. He did.
Yep, looks like you did.
So you can make Leslie come here quicker if you like wait by a ladder and he'll come follow. But Leslie, because they didn't do that, they're gonna have to wait. So they're probably gonna bench and do their shopping. You can trigger Leslie here and then go back and do shopping because you have to wait a few seconds. Okay, Fel's not benching, he just healed. So he took the moment to do the shopping instead. You can prevent Leslie from doing this if you wait just a little bit earlier. We can see Internet is working on the show. It's going to be doing the stagger strat.
Nice.
And he's going to do extra fire res from Cloud and just up dives, as he calls it, in Tifa. And they all survived the show.
Nice.
No ads. Nice.
No ads.
And now we have apps. Apps 2. Apps 2
Split
has a bunch
after
of
this,
ads.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of ads. And they're going to be doing Lifesaver so that Tifa can take hits and be fine. Lifesaver will give back half the amount of damage that you took. And Barrett will take the other half, essentially. It's kind of like a heal over... Not really a heal over time, but if you get hit a lot, it is. And then we're going to do double stars, overcharge on Barrett, and we're going to get the stagger gauge as close to full as possible and push without actually staggering. If you shoot him when he's up on the ledge, there's like 2 frames where you can actually stagger him and he comes down and you lose all the time in the row. And you stagger. So we don't have to worry about that from Goran because there's a little bit left to fill still. So he's going to have to chase apps a little bit in phase 2. If the bar is full, they'll pop it right away, and they're going to get ATB and set up for the final phase, where these 2 are going to be doing a magnified Blizzara, because these shoats, even though they couldn't be staggered with the one Blizzara earlier, they have less stats here, and so you can stagger them and make use of ATB Stagger to get the rest of the limit. And they are like so synced.
You love the sync, yeah.
This is great.
Goran about 5, 6, 7 seconds ahead.
And then they're going to try to do enough damage and then sleep him, and then they're going to do a double star shower into a limit, and then they're going to try to get extra ads here because these guys give like 340 EXP and was it 3 AP per piece, and it's really nice if you get a lot because it will be a higher level than normal.
Nice.
I'm going to split when they go through the door. Going first and then him.
Yep.
Because your positioning can differ, you can actually get by the door if you do it right.
And there you just see like how much Star Shower into Limit Break is just so powerful.
Yep, I think the only bosses that we have Star Shower for that we don't use Star Shower limit is like Eligor and Rune Reno, and I think that's it.
Internet does this a little different. He does like a Blizzara on an ad on the first phase. That way he doesn't have to do it in final phase, and he just does Star limit instantly in the final phase.
Chapter 15.
Oh, he does the magnified Blizzara in phase 2. Okay, that's how he does it.
Sure you want to go?
So here we are coming up on the most consistent chapter in the run.
It's a lot better now with my big reroute, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
But
it's just a Drake battle.
Yeah,
but
the one
Drake's
fight, it matters so much too. Like you'll see, we've been enjoying this sync run between Goran and Fell, and we'll see at Drake's. Like someone's probably going to be ahead.
I didn't see how many shots Internet got. I don't think he got many. That's a problem. As long as he gets 3, he'll be fine. Triple is getting the boss. It's bad. It's just gonna hit apps. Oh, something happened with limit on Tifa. I think it whiffed. I think he did it too early. Or from the front. There's some risk there. Sleep. Or forget. No, he doesn't have MP. Oh god. Okay. It's down. Apps is dangerous in the final phase if you are not controlling him. But that's apps down.
Oh boy, Drakes.
Oh.
Time to prage as hard as possible.
First battle here is going to be 3 bios. We just use the magnified aurora to stagger them all and kill them. Very, very simple. They can do a ton of damage for what, just out of nowhere. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's not going to kill anyone as long as you don't have Kali on. In the story, we're trying to get to Shinra. This is the climb from the original, except we don't need batteries, so you don't got to worry about forgetting batteries.
And we don't swing on wires the same way either.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess we
just a
still swing
different
on
way.
wires.
Yeah. The second battle, though, is very important. We're going to open it, go into it, and we're going to do a boost into Aurora. If they group together, we're going to get a perfect Drake fight, which is about 13-15 seconds. Otherwise, an Aurora is only going to fill them quite a bit, so a Fyra would do a lot, and then like some shooting or a full overcharge would stagger them. But the arena here is awful. There's a lot of out-of-bounds areas. If you stagger them out of bounds, you need to do like regular Auroras and stuff that aren't magnified. Fella's going to be doing my opener. We got to die.
Not a good opening. But they're grouped.
Oh, he didn't throw.
He threw a fire up.
Goran got bad. Oh, they're spread out.
Goran didn't get any stagger. This is the worst.
This is not good, yeah.
He's going to have to sleep.
Fell didn't get any stagger.
Okay, he got
He's
one.
just YOLOing. Oh, he got one. Okay, Goran doing the unbridled. Good. Goran did a lot of labbing recently. I told him, you need to lab this. I tried to help him out.
Fella's in a rough place right now. That one that staggered is out of bounds, so he can't really do anything.
Yeah, doesn't have ATB. Oh, did I see pressure? Ah, Goran made use of the physical pressure.
Nice, and Goran...
If you do a couple roll dives, you can pressure it for 2 seconds, and if you have an Aurora ready, you can actually get it a full stagger all in one go. Very difficult to do, to time that, and he actually got it.
Oh, no, he got the... Oh, boy.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Fell had a horrible fight.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
If Internet gets perfect Drakes, he might catch up with
Time
it.
for the grab. Try to aim for that.
Drakes are being mean to everyone.
Yeah, if Internet gets some real good Drakes, he could definitely make up some time.
We're coming up to some soldiers. Of course, they have the same shield as Roche from earlier, but they're weak to fire. We can just use some fire and start showing. Take them down if they group well. Goran should probably do an overcharge.
Ooh, and he gets slept there. These guys can't sleep. Yeah. So, looks like a... Oof, man, and Internet gets a really bad pattern with the Drakes, too. Oh, man, this one guy's out of bounds. Oof.
He hasn't used the ATB at least.
He might actually. This looks good. Nice. Really nice. That worked out really well. They should be dead.
Yep.
Ooh.
Come on. Okay, just spam everything at this point. Just unleash everything. Even Bear
One
should be
getting out of
Pyro.
stagger.
Yeah. Oh, actually.
Okay, one got out of stagger. I don't know if you want to kill the other one.
Oh,
Nope, you moved. Oh man.
this is kind of crappy now. Ugh.
Ah.
No
In this
good Drake
situation,
Turtle.
I think I would switch to Cloud and get ATB and just spam Auroras, maybe. That would probably be the call.
He gets an orb there, but I would say out of the three, Internet technically had the best.
Yeah.
I mean, it was still. Yeah, it
I
was
guess.
good. At least he didn't have to chase after a lot.
Yeah, and he did get a double with the Aurora.
And now we have, we'll watch internets. After the soldiers, you can accidentally trigger chapter 15 skip with just a potion lag. Even well, one potion, one ether, I've done it. But if you accidentally go over the trigger and it doesn't trigger, you can run backwards and hit the trigger. So we don't invalidate the run because of that. As long as you go hit the trigger and don't skip it, of course.
Yeah.
And
it
then
has
you have the
happened
gauntlet
before.
here.
And you guys are saying that potion lag isn't a glitch.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It creates glitches. It's not an actual glitch. There's a difference.
Like,
There's
man, it's a minor glitch.
Simply using items is a glitch. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
This game, dude. There's just so much stuff that simply doing something simple can cause.
What do you think?
Yeah, so right here, if Internet was to use, I think, like another ether there really quickly with Barret. Oh, so heat potion. Okay. Interesting. So he's not going to get it.
Yeah, he's using Cloud to be safe. We kind of glossed how we didn't really get to talk about, but upcoming for Internet is the Gauntlet. We have a bunch of enemies in a row, some Heli Troopers. It's not that bad. You just spam magic and kill, pretty much. And then do some shopping. Internet will be skipping the bench. Fellwinger and Gorn took the bench. Might have been low on stuff.
Hopefully we don't see the internet shuffle or the internet slide into the bench. You got that one time.
That was hilarious. Tried to use the vending and the game said you were using the bench and you just lost time for no reason.
Yeah, I've had that.
Had that happen in chapter 4.
4 is pretty common if you're not careful. You can wait until after you talk to Biggs and then just run up to the vending machine there for no time loss if you're worried about that. So we did some equipping. Goran's going to be doing Mutual Claws. Tifa is as well. Okay. Internet's going to be doing Metal Knuckles. These guys haven't switched to the Metal Knuckle route yet, but that's like the way to go now. We see Aurora from Goran on these ads because even though they're not initially weak to wind when they're flying, they are. They take double damage.
And a little thing about the grappling guns is just that you'll see them move a certain way. Cloud instantly uses the grapple gun. If you just try to like mash it as soon as you walk to a grapple point, Cloud will like do this shimmy before he actually uses it. So
He'll derp around. Yeah, you want to make sure to face your target and just stop.
So there is a little bit of finesse with the grapple guns.
So now we have Blast Ray. Blast Rays, they fill up 1/3 of their stagger bar when you do enough damage. It doesn't matter how you deal it, you just gotta deal damage and you interrupt them. And then you stagger them and they have this shield to push you back from melee. So you want to have your magic ready at that point.
If any of this crumbles,
Yeah, I affectionately call them Kachunkers because they're
the
Kachunk.
If you
that's not
do that. Okay, Goran didn't get the Turbo Ether. He probably has. He just checked his inventory.
Didn't he?
Did he? I think I just saw 1 when he checked it. No, he has 3. Okay,
he's 3. Yeah.
He got the drop in chapter 11.
So this strat that they'll be doing requires a Turbo Ether from all these runners, I believe. The newer strat, you don't have to, so it's nice. If they were down, they would. There was a Turbo Ether they could get for 8 seconds if they needed it. I don't know if there'll be Turbo Ethering for Genova. I don't think Enrad's going to. He's going to be safe. But we'll see. And then we have a fight on foul screen. This is a 100% consistent setup, except he messed it up. He took the stagger. He needs to do roll dives or something. Okay. So the setup here is you overcharge the Sewer Lane Drake. When they start moving backwards, you do an Aurora, Magnified Aurora on the bios because it always goes to the same point. And then you kind of shoot a little bit on the Drake and do a focus shot as soon as you have 1 ATB. And then Cloud does Aurora spams. So he did it in the wrong order there, and that's why he didn't get limit. And then you cross slash plus Star Shower the Drake to kill it. Goran is going to be sleeping it and spamming Aurora, I guess. That's fine. There is the chance that the Drake moves.
And don't come back.
I believe Internet's going to be doing a sleep strat too.
And we're coming up to kind of the boss. We've kind of been seeing him kind of throughout this chapter, which is Valkyrie. And here we have a little mini game where he kind of shoots at us, and we have to walk, and we're like basically time when we run past the boxes or the cover that we have.
Coming through.
Bell is being very safe. No, he had auto run on. He didn't go into it without auto run. So we can see what happens if this goes bad. You get locked down and shot a lot.
One step at a time, huh?
This is like the guard game in Shinra Tower, kind of.
Yeah, very similar.
This. Look at this.
Yeah, he just gets
if
Goran
gets it, he can save some time here.
Goran does not do my setup. If you jog until the end of the white boxes and then you book it, it works every single time. But you have to make sure.
There you go. He got it.
He got it.
You got it.
This was the older setup that he's doing, where you run at an angle, but it's hard to judge. It has some error. And then we got to fight two blast rays together. The strat here is just to deal with one and then the other. You have a pillar to hide behind.
We should hear some pretty good ka-chunks.
Just heard 4.
But yeah, the jog run method works very well.
Buzz off.
I think Phil tried to do Thunder Thundara, so you're under damaged.
Damn it.
Yeah, oof.
Oh, concentrated fire.
Goran just can.
There it goes.
Goran
That's like 6
needs
shots in a row.
These guys, oof.
Ka-chunkers put in work.
The metal knuckle strat is more consistent and faster. It's better if you're paying attention. Because we can go back to the Star Shower cut thing, the keep. They can't interrupt Tifa's Star Shower. Whereas they can get you with like magic and stuff. Internet trying to do his strat and fails. So if people weren't so stubborn and would just use my strat, wouldn't have to worry about this.
Well, yeah, you still have to worry about Barret a little bit.
Don't worry, Vinny, I use your strat for that mini game.
Good. Barrett's not actually an issue with it, by the way, Born. He can't affect it.
Oh, really?
Nah, I've done the jog run thing.
Goran did not die to the elite heli troopers. I'm proud of him. You know, payback for the one time he died like 3 times in a row to them.
Yeah, those guys can dodge the fire and
because he didn't want to heal. You do need to heal. Yep. They are dangerous if they get out of the initial setup. My strat, girl, it's you just walk. You don't hold run. You just jog to the end of the white boxes and then you just hold run. And now we're studying Thundaga. We just learned Thundaga after those fights. So that's how tight the AP route is. If you have to make sure to switch lightnings for chapter 12 and 13 and stuff, make sure the higher AP is on the character you're using. Because when parties are when characters are out of the party, they don't gain AP or anything. They gain EXP at 80% rate, and that's it. I haven't mentioned it because it's more specific, but if you have weird groupings on enemies, the rounding can affect the EXP you get. But the route is designed for the XP route, assuming you get bad rounding everywhere that you can possibly get it. And the strats for bosses that use math are calculated using the lowest possible roll you can get on every single hit. The variance is 95 to 105%. Every damage number in between that, not just percentage. And we always assume that every hit gets the lowest hit.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention because I don't think either of them are using your newer strat, so I wonder if anybody has a 26 Baron.
I haven't been paying attention to that. I forget the HP value. Goran's doing the older one. Fel is doing the other, somewhat newer. Oh, he was late, and this is the problem with the strat. He's gonna have to counter and stagger. And in this case, you just damage him down a lot. Non-fell screen. That strat that he's doing, Valk will target your leader. I haven't mentioned this, but he'll target it, and then I gotta remember to split. And then you can kind of force him out of bounds with Fell strat. Phase 3, we're gonna try to Cloud is gonna do Thundara for Fell because he's at full MP, so he gets a 20% magic boost. And he's gonna get 1 ATB on Tifa and proc this laser by stepping on it. Did not go out of bounds, good. The strats that all these runners are doing, he can go out of bounds. The newer limit strat, he cannot. If he goes out of bounds, you'll get a full stagger gauge, but you will not be able to actually stagger him. And that's Team's Choco's down. Good for Goran.
Didn't get
Goran looking good.
Yep. And we'll see on Goran's, we're just nuking with magic.
Nice.
If you're slow,
right.
he'll get Lumina removal and magic will not work.
All right, there you go.
Very fortunate that neither of them had any issue killing him in that last phase, because if he does get up, it can get really bad.
It loses, yeah. And if he goes out of bounds, you lose about 20 seconds or something. You can back off and then hit him like once or twice and he'll stagger him, and the laser will help with damage at that point too. But we don't like relying on stuff like that and having the slower fight. Internet has a different strat. He's going to be staggering in phase 2 on purpose, just to lower the health in phase 3 in case things go bad.
Secure.
But yeah, you just want to make sure that you have enough MP on Cloud in the final phase, so they'll make sure to use like Turbo Ethers. This is typically where Turbo Ether is used on Valk. And then later on, because you want to make sure you beat that limiter removal, because then the fight is a nightmare if you don't. You have to do so much damage to kind of lock him down and get the laser to hit, and it's awful.
Yeah, basically he gets a little barrier on him when he uses his limiter.
Everybody has pretty much dropped runs to Valk before. This boss is pretty technical.
We're here to rescue Eric.
And when he gets that barrier, the magic damage does nothing to him. So to be able to, you have to hit him enough that way he kind of like starts malfunctioning, and then you have to hit him with the laser if he does get his limiter.
And the laser doesn't cooperate sometimes.
No. This has got to be one of the buggiest fights in the game.
Yeah.
Nope, looks like Tifa took the hit on the laser.
And
Internet's through. So no Valk memes. That's really close race.
Yeah. So that laser, so don't worry about what's going on screen. It's just some trash mob stuff in the garage. This is great for EXP and AP though. This was good design because it gets everything kind of caught up. They're just gonna go through with a bunch of magic and stuff. But for Valk, that laser is dependent on the controlled character when it's like going off. So because these strats that they're all three using, you have to have Cloud survive, right? So they have to switch to Cloud, and this is what causes the boss to get pushed out of bounds sometimes. If you're just controlling Tifa and you let Cloud die, the boss will get launched into the middle if you just go behind him. It's kind of based on your position at the laser to the boss and who you're controlling. So, yeah. We didn't see any out-of-bounds stuff, though, which is all that matters.
Yeah, here we've finally kind of made it into the garage. You see Cloud just throwing a bunch of fires, staggering things. This is kind of where Magnify really shows its colors, where we're just trying to splash as much fire everywhere, get things staggered to get ATB back, and just take care of enemies as fast as we can. So here we're just going to be using a lot of...
I believe in Internet, the Iceman, I think he might be doing ice strats just to do it.
Oh, is he going to do that this time? I thought he changed it a while ago.
He did, but I think he might do it for the relay.
And Goran just getting decimated by these elite grenadiers.
Oh, no, he's doing fire. Okay. No,
yeah, those guys are real dangerous.
Yeah, elite grenadiers have very low health, even like 600 health in the end game. but they can hit you over and over and over.
Yeah, the cut value on their attacks is pretty high too.
Yeah, they're essentially the glass cannon enemy. They've always been.
This final fight is a bit of a cluster truck. We're going to be dealing with soldiers, dogs, riot troopers. And the most important thing is to take care of the soldiers. But they get blocked sometimes and be really annoying. Gorin doesn't bother with the limit. He's just like, whatever, just use magic. Gorin's actually really good at Garrett, so.
Sure hope no one else knows we're here.
Come on, we need to move.
The second soldier fight kind of has a setup with Thundaga. And then I think pretty much the rest of the, the rest of it's kind of just YOLO, honestly.
This building's
Yeah,
incredible.
it's you do certain things, and then it's kind of the story of this game where it's like, okay, we can follow our notes to a certain point, and then at a certain point we just have to improvise. We have to clean up, or if the strat goes bad, or if they're just not grouped 100% correctly, or whatever.
I don't know about
Shit.
Let's just keep heading up.
We see a turbo ether used by Hello.
Yeah, internet opting to use this turbo there.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for?
Yeah, sometimes you have extra turbos and you can get around using like ethers and just save a few seconds. Because if you're using items in between battles, sometimes you kind of need to wait. So you can save a couple seconds.
Okay, guys.
It looks like he went for a double Magna Fyraga, but I think one of his
I think it hit the wall.
Hit a
yeah.
wall.
That really hurts.
We're not climbing the stairs because I forget how much wood he said it is.
I'm forgetting too, but it's like, let's just say 6 to 8 minutes, from what I recall.
I think you did it in a marathon, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I timed it. It was like, I remember being like a little bit over 6 to 7 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, when we opt to take the elevator, we're just gonna have to take 2 forced encounters, which are really easy with just Fire All or Star Shower if you don't have any mana.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if we couldn't skip cutscenes, maybe it would be comparable. But we can skip the cutscenes for the elevator.
Yeah,
I know in OG Final Fantasy runs, for those who've watched, you know they generally take the stairs. On our run, we don't take the stairs because the developers of the game wanted to make the stairs. They made them very special. So the problem with the stairs, for anyone who hasn't seen them while we're going through this Tifa Monkey Bar section, is that the game tries to have fun with it. It's like, oh, they've been climbing stairs, they're getting tired. So like Cloud will like be forced to slow down at a certain point. So you lose time because of that, because you can't actually run anymore.
But Tifa just books it out the whole thing. She's way more fit.
Yeah.
And there's extra dialogue if you get to a certain point and you go back down to certain floors, you get extra kind of hidden dialogue.
Yeah, and just to catch up on the story here, while there's a little bit of downtime, we made it into the Shinra building. We're kind of infiltrating it. We obviously caused a lot of ruckus in the garage, but we're just trying to find our way up to the top of the building to get and save Aerith.
No, Shallow, you didn't skip this. You cannot skip this. Like the stairs and the elevator choice is after this. So you do have to do these monkey bars to progress.
Almost there. Just need
Yeah,
to
because
get
the reason why
across
you're
those
even doing these
platforms.
monkey bars is to get a key card. So you would not be able to access stairs or the elevator without this key card.
Yep, and monkey bar movement, there is a little bit of skill involved. You can use like diagonals. So if you want to hit the one like to the left and in front of you, you can press like diagonal up left and stuff. So they try to do as few movements as possible.
Chapter 16 always feels like an unbalanced chapter because it's a bunch of insanity for the first like 2.5 minutes, and it's just walking for like the next 12.
A lot of stop and start.
Yep. So The adventures of Lara Croft come to an end, and we're to the elevator. Yeah, they push the first button because you have to wait anyways, so you may as well push it and get the timer going. And then we just clean up these mobs.
Well, I'm looking on
Fire Star Shower. He had bad grouping. I always want to keep that Star Shower regardless. And then the 3 guys here. Okay, you got good grouping.
Yeah, it was really good there.
Goran sits there and knocks my fire strat, and then he does it in the relay. He doesn't do his strat in the relay.
What was he doing? The Tripolowski Star Shower?
No,
he
it's
does
just Star Shower.
No, he attacks them to get them to counter to group and does Star Shower. But the Star Shower animation is longer than Fire. Don't worry, I'll remember that.
I was gonna say I don't think I've ever actually seen this part of Goran's run, so I never realized he did that on the elevator battle.
I saw him do it once and it went horribly, so I knocked him for it.
Yeah, so a bit of a break coming up here for all the runners after those elevator fights.
They're gonna have 2 approximately 55-second breaks.
You think everything's...
Yeah,
If it is, then bring it on.
And then there will be technically just like one final break for the near the end of for the start of chapter 18.
This is Shinra HQ.
So here we have
How did you
I
expect?
think there's like a floor missing compared to OG. I think someone said the rec floor is not on the correct floor.
Well, there's the vent floor, and then there's the library, and then there's the parts floor, and it's just a different layout entirely, since there's like, I don't know, it's just kind of different.
I think I just threw up a little.
Yeah, because this game, for those who played the OG, remember there was a lot of like mini games and like things you had to do as you gained those key cards. This game kind of mixes most of that, and it's just kind of given to you, other than the combat simulation that you have to do. But that's the game once again giving you a tutorial about a game mechanic that they want to teach you about.
Someone asked, is the air duct soft lock fixed? No, that Square doesn't fix their games. Sorry to break it to you, but they don't patch their games for stuff like that.
I'm too afraid to test. I don't even know how to trigger it, but I never want to do it in a run and be like, I'm gonna see if it soft locks here.
It's simply done if you hit triangle and look at any other like air duct outside of like the one for Hojo and whatnot. You won't get. Normally, you're supposed to get a circle like prompt to be able to go back. You don't get that sometimes. And if you don't get the circle to go back, you're stuck looking down this air duct, and you can't return back to the game. You're just stuck looking at whatever dude's there.
Yep, I've had weird soft locks in this game. When I was going through chapter 14, just doing some routing, like the door that's supposed to be open where like Leslie's like, wait, wasn't open. I couldn't get through it. I had to like load. And there was that one for Rufus where Barrett was gone.
Oh yeah, it's like
that
read
was
my
hilarious.
mind. I was actually just about to ask you that one. Yeah, like Rufus was gone, cutscene wouldn't trigger because Barrett wasn't there to happen.
Yeah, they're just standing around. There's also one at Whispers. I hope nobody encounters it, but
I haven't seen it in a long time. People were afraid because of like thinking rolling would make it so you could not trigger, but you can't bypass triggers by rolling, so that has nothing to do with it.
Well, the thing is that it hit. It would cause less concern if it only hit one runner, but it hit like 3 or 4 different runners with the same soft lock. So that's why we were just so concerned about it, because it wasn't just like one runner. It was like me and I think there was Dessa that got one as well.
Congratulations! Now move it, please.
It was just like, okay, why is the soft locking here? What's going on? Harvard doesn't play the cutscene of, you know, Tifa grabbing Cloud.
Yeah, and there's also that out of bounds jump that I had at the start of Whispers. Internet, he said he got it the other day when practicing. So that might be a way to get that consistent. I don't know if you could bypass any triggers in the Whisper fights. skip any. But it wasn't just me; it happened to.
Yeah, so that just again, there's a reason why this category is called no major glitches.
Yep.
So much stuff.
Wherever we can.
This game continues the spirit of FS7 by being spaghetti code.
There was a few of us had the sentry in chapter 5.
I was gonna mention that the sentry's just stuck.
Yeah.
And they hit you. They hit you even though they're underground.
Yep, that happened to me.
Yeah,
me
I
and
think it
Andrew
is.
had that one.
I think it has something to do with because on easy they stagger with one thunder, and if you thunder like at the start of that fight and you get staggered underground, he won't come up. So I had to like when I was practicing it, like teach myself to wait for him to come up and then thunder him.
Oh, for me it happened on just a retry
Well,
from last battle.
We've done that on normal, and on normal we don't have the ATB to do that. So it could just happen for no reason, honestly.
People are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
So we're coming up to the next part, or the next kind of little gameplay before we go back to a little bit of a break, and that is the combat sim. So for rules for our category, if you're playing on normal, you select the normal difficulty for this, and it's like a menu, so you can choose like easy or classic for this. We generally for the speedrun rules, we want people to pick their difficulty.
Yep. If you're on easy, you must choose easy. If you're on normal, you must choose normal. If you're on hard, you can choose either one because there is no hard.
Yeah, and you can just spam X on easy as well. It already defaults to easy. And for normal as well, you just hit X the entire menu and it'll go straight to it.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually lead with Barrett at the start, so I have to adjust it. Just like going here.
Phil didn't do the skip.
Oh, he didn't skip the cutscene. It's like 4 seconds.
There's a little.
That was
I
one.
remember.
Yeah, Wody told me about that one in one of my runs. I had no clue either. Wody told me about that in one of my runs last week, and I was like, really?
Yeah, I was told about that in the run. I was like, huh, can't believe I missed that.
Right, 4 free seconds.
I think I found a way to check whether a cutscene is skippable or not. If you match like
Cloud
triangle,
and you see the skip in the bottom right.
You can see the little triangle pop up.
So Goran getting unlucky there, he gets silenced and he's forced to use a Braver with Cloud. Ideally, he would have used a Thunder, or a Thundaga or a Thundara.
He's kind of ragdolled.
Yeah, these guys can... Uh-oh. And we're not allowed to use items here, so he...
Yep, it's a VR battle, you can't use items.
So he can't heal, he can't ether, so he's got to go with what he's got.
We got 39 for Fel, which is fine. The strat that they're doing, if done correctly, can get as low as like a 25 second. That's how low I've gotten.
Yeah, this is a little sketchy for Gorn. Cloud might be in trouble here, but he should get out of it. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Gorn's doing like the older one with like magic and focus strike setups. The problem with that one is Tifa can, like your characters can get interrupted, right? But Tifa, if like the cutter gets in front of the one you're trying to focus strike, you can hit it. Oof. 105. Pretend we didn't see that. So that if you do the menu for a specimen beforehand, it just makes the fight a lot better.
Yeah, internet can make up some time here on Gorn for sure.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy how much like because the other day I was looking at like chapter 17 and 16 and like 17 out of like all the runners, like chapter 17 differs so much. There's just there's just a lot of runners can like easily get like 1 through 16 generally pretty consistent, but then once it hits chapter 17, like it gets like really like crazy.
29 for internet, good time. Sub 30.
Really good time.
How much they differ?
Just right.
Green Dragon FF6 was already done in the relay.
Do you think that's where Professor Hojo is?
Where he should be.
What's the plan?
Little bit of
But yeah, like not.
No thanks.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to add to what you were just saying. I think people are misinterpreting that it's the sixth relay, not Final Fantasy
I'll wait
VI.
out here.
I feel like that's
Oh,
where some
yeah.
coming from.
Tifa.
Maybe.
And that was the last time we are going to see Chadley in the run, so...
Yep, we used to do the menu here, but it lasts about 15 seconds to get stuff off him. And it was just better to do the early ATP stagger route. That's what we called it back then.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so... And like Proexo had asked, no one really runs glitchless as much. A and B was like the only one to really keep going on normal. Glitched. Not glitchless. The glitched runs at 90%. Born used to do it, and then AM was doing it a bunch. But that run is rough because it's like this, except you're under leveled and stuff. It could probably use some work. But
Yeah.
no one would want to bother doing that until Integrate's out.
Yeah, I started when I learned this game. I started with any percent, and then I needed a break from it. I had a lot of runs die to failed skips, so I went to MG.
I started with it as well. I started with any percent normal, and it was very painful. And it's one of the reasons why I switched. And I also like the, and I like the, I really like the consistency of NMG in that you're more focused on variables that aren't going to change because a new glitch is found. But I guess that could go for any game that has glitches, like major glitches.
For me, it was that I was around since the beginning, so Chapter 13 was found. I was like, okay, nothing was really lost. It's just the deep ground stuff. And then I rerouted the game, did a bunch of work, and the next morning Chapter 8 skip was found, so I had to redo everything I just done. And I'm like, no. Nope. And I didn't like that route was skipped. That's why I never bothered. And I knew that more things would be found than they were. So I decided maybe one day when they found every single thing they can find, then maybe I'd route it.
Yeah, and the underleveledness on any percent normal. I mean, Boren and Wody can talk on it too. It's just it gets really monk near the end of the game.
Yeah,
well,
like
it's not really the end of the game. It's specifically like Chapter 14, because in Chapter 14 you're like several levels, like.
That's when you really start feeling it. Yeah, I remember that's when you really start feeling it.
And then, like again, like EXP and AP has scaling throughout the chapters, and so you end up leveling like a bunch in Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, and so you get to where you're only like a level or two under, like no major glitches here, but you're still lacking a lot of like AP and whatnot. Like trying to get a level 3 spell before Valkyrie is like impossible.
I remember AMB, the world record holder for any percent normal, even routed in at some point like farming things in the simulator, because that's how bad it was with the AP.
Oh yeah.
That's not in there now.
It's not in there now, but it was.
A lot of the threats that are used, a lot of them used are from the NMG run. So through optimizing this, it has helped the other categories as well.
Yeah, basically
I feel like this needs to be optimized first. It's not here yet. It's getting there. It's getting there, but it's not there yet.
Oh wow, we got Specimen.
We got a Specimen battle.
Oh.
Here's another big run gator.
Okay, I'll let someone take this so I don't forget to split.
Alright, so Specimen.
I'll let Boren do this one.
Alright, yeah, I'll do this one. Specimen is kind of a scary fight. He isn't actually that scary, but he is a scary fight because basically there's no like completely safe way to handle him. You are going to be taking damage. He is going to be doing his 3-hit combo. He is going to be doing Rake. He is going to be doing Seize. He's going to throw poison everywhere. You're going to run right into the poison. Like it's very difficult to do this like 100% safely in a sense, but it is safe because we know when to throw mega pots and whatnot. So we'll be like using Tifa to push phases, and we're going to break this claw to pressure him, and then we're going to stagger him. And once he is staggered, we're going to push this phase, and we're going to try to get a good amount of ATB on our other characters, that way we can heal up and keep Tifa alive for the last phase. So here we are, we're just kind of nuking him down, building ATB up.
Alright, Boren, you tried. I'll take over. I'm just kidding.
What? I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet. I'm just waiting for the last phase because this phase does Mako expulsion.
Oh man.
And then we run in there and double star
face tanker
somersault while face taking everything and throwing mega pots.
nice.
The
Goring
Tifa
got
tank.
real good luck there.
The strat's so cool. There's a little bit of a safer way to do the final phase now, though, so that we don't interrupt apoptosis explosions. If you're close enough to them, they'll do it. Fel doesn't have there. Fel didn't have limit in time.
Oh, there you. Oh
Could
yeah.
be sketchy. This could get real sketchy.
Going for the claw, which is
So
good
he-
to interrupt them.
Really
Going
smart.
down to 5
He should be
HP
fine. He just needs like one world dive. Ugh.
Focus strike. Good man.
Oh, man.
Even though it missed, it doesn't matter.
He can dodge it. Yeah.
Specimen's
okay.
down.
All right, you got through.
That was the correct move. Focus strike to dodge.
Let's see how Goran takes the last phase. So again, we're just abusing that Star Shower into limit combo.
Yep. The second phase,
gonna
we
get
do.
limit?
I just wanted to mention that we get Cloud grabbed on purpose by attacking and proccing his C's, so that we keep the boss in place.
Gorn. Oh no, he's not getting the enhanced. He got
Whoa,
knocked
this
away.
could get really. Just.
He has 2 guys dead.
He could.
Oh no, we might have a death. We might have
It's
a
okay.
death.
It's okay.
Oh, he's got it.
You got it. Whoa.
Oh my god, dude.
Wow.
Man,
Yeah.
normally it's not this scary, but
Yeah, that was really.
Just like Valkyrie. Just like Valkyrie, many of us have lost runs to Specimen.
I'm just gonna say there's a better setup now with Gothic Bangle,
And
where you're not.
internet
gonna
was
miss.
Nice. Nice
There
finish
you
for
go.
internet. Sorry, go ahead, Vin.
Yeah, I changed it a little bit, so you actually just wait until the animation for him throwing his arms starts, and then you start the Star Shower, and you'll get enough limit every single time. And Tifa now has Gothic Bangle, so that she'll get enough. We don't have to worry about that being like missing limit stuff now, but it's super scary still. It's always
Wow,
scary.
and that. Now internet and Goran are almost on the same page here.
Yep, internet using ice on the whole screen. And then we had Red Boys, which was for Fel. He had good Red Boys. I think he did double Tandaga. There's so many ways to handle it, but essentially you want to stagger these things or kill them outright before they proc eject. At 60% health, I think it is, or something, they start doing their eject animation, and you can't stagger them, and they'll do a big boom, and they're fine.
Ooh, internet getting bad spread there with these guys.
Yeah, it's okay. He just needs to get to Cloud and get ATB and back off. He's gonna have to deal
Yeah,
with
that
the.
eject can do tons of damage.
Yep, and then an enhanced boy comes out, and they skate around and try to do like this twister and stuff. But you can
Good
knock him
record.
down pretty easily. I've made like 4 or 5 different Red Boy strats. I think the latest one uses like double M-Fires and like stagger and Star Shower. It's crazy. But in my PB, I got one to like 1 point off stagger, and he did eject, and it was scary.
And we enter chapter 17. Only 2 chapters away, y'all. This is the longest chapter in the game.
And can we get a round of applause for like the runners? Just or applause, but basically they've gone through like 16 whole chapters, and they've been neck and neck like throughout the entirety of the run. They've
Yeah.
just
Get them
kept
easy
it
claps
really
in chat,
good.
y'all. Get them claps
Yep.
in chat.
That and
really
there's
good
been no
performance.
deaths. There's been mishaps everywhere, and they're all backing
mom
up
and I
very
still
well,
room
getting through it.
like
And that's just a run. You're gonna have mishaps, and you got to get through it. You got to make correct
Every
judgments.
morning, I remember.
Like that focus strike from Fel was very, very smart. That's exactly what I would have done.
Yep. Big chapter coming up though for all the runners.
Yeah, so in chapter 17, you're going to see a lot of, there's going to be a lot more menuing at times, because we're going to swap back and forth between 2 groups of teammates. You'll see throughout between Cloud and Barrett, and Tifa and Aerith. And so because of that, we have to migrate materia, because, you know, we don't have enough materia to just put him on everyone and leave it. So a lot more menuing in this chapter, a lot more dangerous battles. There's, you know, we'll talk about as they show up, some enemies that can be very dangerous to fight.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
because
and
of the danger, you do need to move your materia. We can't just ignore characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if anyone it takes the same sort of from the OG, the PHS system, where you get to switch your party members. It's obviously a little different in this game, but we'll be swapping back and forth between party members a few times in this chapter. So a lot of materia juggling going on here.
We're going to see a route difference as well partway through this chapter. And we'll get to Cloud is going to get a new weapon for one of these runners, and the other two aren't going to bother with it, the Twin Stinger. And we'll go into that when we get there. The main thing that's going to be used is like a lightning magic. There's a lot of enemies weak to lightning. And then some ice. And, you know, good old star showers.
Yep. And one of the things that I think that the developers were trying to do with this chapter was that they were trying to, like, you know, have Cloud and Barret together and have Tifa and Aerith together and just kind of have them separated and kind of do their own thing.
Like a bonding moment, honestly.
Yeah,
I think Cloud and Barret bond a lot during this.
Yeah, and we really don't see that since, like, Tifa and Aerith, I mean, they kind of been together with, you know, Don Corneo. Cloud and Barret have been together, like, Sector 1, Chapter 1. And, but because they built this chapter like this, we have to move, like, so much materia. We don't have multiple copies of, like, we don't have, like, 4 copies of First Strike. We don't have, like, more than 1 copy of, like, Boost and Magnify. So we have to move these one-of materia just around so much. And it's pretty crazy.
Chadley only has a limited supply of First Strike. It would have been really nice if he could get 3.
Yep, same with like ATP Assist. ATP Assist, if you could get multiple of, I think would be the strongest materia in the game. You keep cycling ATB.
I'd better hurry.
But First Strike is the strongest, of course.
Test subject pods?
Yeah, First Strike is really
Guess
good.
I can use these.
First fight, we find Red. We get introduced to Red. We cannot use him. However, we can manipulate him. If you use a move that hits multiple targets and it does hit, then he will do Stardust Ray, magic-based AoE damage, which is very good. We're going to be using it a lot. He will do Sidewinder kind of on his own. We know he's going to do it on Genova, and this is important to realize when we get there. And then he can also do like Bio and Cure on certain fights, but mainly we want him for like, the Stardust Ray, and we can at least manipulate that.
I've been saved a couple times by a clutch red heal.
Yeah, I've had him cure me before.
Yeah, I think someone in chat said I don't know why they made a decision for Red to be an NPC. I think the biggest reason was probably because it was so late in the game it wouldn't have made sense for them to kind of add him as a full playable character.
Yeah, like a lot of the fights here are dangerous. You have to learn a new character in the middle of this. That would be bad.
What is it?
And you have to introduce, because each character has like 6 weapons. And so you have to introduce 6 whole weapons for Red in this chapter alone. Like,
Alright,
sure?
Monos. We have 2 regular monos and we have the variants. Mono Mark 2. These 2 will alternate between green and blue. Green is immune to spells and you'll hit them with physical. Blue is immune to physical. You want to make sure to get rid of the blue guy first because he could do, I forget what the move is called, but he can put this shield on the green guy. And it will take like less damage from physical as well, and that's a nightmare. So we make sure to use a shield, a spell to pop the shield. These 2 can only remain in the same color for a few seconds. So as we saw on Fell's screen, the one that was blue, we got rid of the shield and he went to green, and the green went to blue. So you can do that, or you can do like sleep strats, stuff like that. But we're trying to beat a timer where the enemy would go underground, because that just wastes time.
And coming up here,
Indurate, that's what it's called, because it just used it on Goran's screen.
We're gonna see one of the most annoying enemies in the game, the Moth unit.
Okay, so Goran should stop attacking this one and let it put on the shield and let the other guy turn blue, because then he can use a spell to get rid of the Indurate. It might. Oh, that went bad. Please go blue. There we go. So now he can use a spell and get rid of it, and we don't have to deal with that annoying shield.
Oh,
that was magnified.
Yeah, he did magnify.
It's okay, and then we had the 2 regular enemies and the Moth. The Moth, if you're close by, it has like this constant blade attack. You can use it to counter. We'll see more of that later. But here they just kind of nuke it down with spells.
Nice heal from Red right there.
Yep, seeing that. Seeing Red putting in the work.
I'm glad someone here knows what they're doing.
And this moth unit, he's just gonna chain it and keep it in that corner. If that guy gets out and you don't take care of him quickly, he can do some lethal moves.
Yep, interrupt. He has like this hidden time. It's on the timer. It's like an electric charge buildup. At level 2 it does shock, at level 3 it does ultra boom, whatever it's called.
High, I think it's like ultra high voltage or something. Ultra voltage.
It's something like that.
Ultra high voltage. Ultra high voltage, which basically means you're dead. Unless Barrett is like full health and...
Yeah,
that's literally
you can block it.
Or
yeah, or you can counter stance. You can counter stance it, but we're not gonna. I don't think you don't have it at this point.
Yeah, we don't.
Which you'll see in a little bit.
Thorin grabbed the Twin Stinger chest. But yeah, that move, it gets charged by lightning attacks and over time, so it's really dangerous.
Yeah, I think it has 3 tiers. It has like shock, and it has high voltage, and then it has ultra high voltage. And yeah.
Yep, so now we see Tifa and Aerith together, and we're going to be switching over to them. And we're going to... we're not actually switching to the segment yet, we're not going to gear them up yet. They just have to go and pull a lever and switch back.
Yeah, and as one of the other runners was mentioning, yeah, we see these little terminals, they have the PHS running on top of them. And I think they make a similar noise to what it sounds like when you select PHS.
He's been acting really
in
weird lately.
Final Fantasy
More
VII.
than usual.
True.
So it's a good little callback to how messing with who's in your party.
How are you holding up?
Alexos just showed me up in chat. 35 hours casually. It took me like 40 hours casually.
But it looks like the door's locked.
Just gotta show me up.
Be something we can do. Let's look around.
Gotcha.
So we have a blast right here. Things are wonky with this thing, with the building stagger. If you see it doesn't get its stagger built, even with enough damage, you just hit it a few times and it'll do it.
About those I think we're
Internet might be using Magnified Thundara, but that only works if you get the level 2 Magnify, which I looked at his PB and it's very, very close on an AP. So we'll see how he handles that.
Sit tight until you hear from us.
I think someone in the chat before had asked like what is the build out we're using like for the speedrun, because he wanted to try it casually. I mean, we're obviously like under leveled for this part of the game because we're just going through everything pretty quickly, but the Fury Ring is really what gives us a heads up, like an advantage on just doing damage. And obviously the other characters we have are Platinum Earrings and Super Nats, which give 10% magic and 10% strength. And we're just really using Star Shower as much as possible because it just does the most damage output.
We have curated our upgrade path throughout the game to just get what we want.
Yeah, that too, which is really important.
Internet is a little bit different for his Metal Knuckles, but it more or less is the same in the end.
Yeah, the weapon upgrades are really important as well, because when you're doing it casually, you go in and you pick what you want, but obviously we don't have the time to do that, so we have to curate smartest decisions so that we get the best choices we want.
Plus, obviously, with playing it casually, you're probably going to do side quests. You're going to have higher level materia at different parts of the game that we wouldn't normally have it. So,
yeah, the normal stuff, it was about 40 hours I spent on it. A lot of that was because it's a dumb mini game for Moogle Medals, because I just got lucky. And I never did hard mode. I still haven't done it. I've been routing this, pretty much every day since it came out, or running. So I haven't had the chance.
As a side note, Internet started running this game, I believe, as a hard runner, and when he started running normal, he started bringing some of the strats over from hard, and it was a lot of fresh ideas.
Those ideas really help. Even if you can't do that stuff completely, it's another mindset, another set of eyes,
Yeah, I think the Hell House strat came from hard mode, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. The Godmost skip, and it turns out you could do it on normal.
Alright, it looks like Phil got all 6 dogs.
Nice. Ooh,
Phil got the 6. I worked on this for like 5 hours yesterday, or maybe 4 or 5, however long Born was streaming. And I couldn't get 6 dogs even once. I don't understand what the trigger is or when it's decided, but I couldn't figure it out yesterday.
And these dogs can be dangerous. If things don't go well, you can actually die too.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I've seen several. I've seen several casual runners. I've seen several actual runners just casual players, actual runners died to that fight.
Yeah, because like they dodge.
They dodge, yeah. If they dodge the Blizzard.
You only have so much JTB, honestly, and they can interrupt you with like Whiptail. And if you get 3 dogs, it's not that big of a time loss versus 6. But if you get 6, you can go into the corner and nuke them all. I came up with a way to get 4 actually, where I positioned in a certain way. Yesterday I came up with this, and you end up doing a magnified Blizzard and you kill the first 3, and then it gets the 4th. That's the gauge. I believe Goran just got 6.
Yeah, Goran got 6 as
Yep.
well. Yeah.
Good dogs for Goran as well.
Yeah, Goran controls mostly Aerith for that battle versus using Tifa and shortcutting stuff with Aerith.
Yeah, there's so many ways you can back it up.
We
there.
got
You can
6
use
on
overpower.
internet too.
Oh wow, all 6.
Nice, real nice. Love to see it. Beautiful.
You can take more damage because they're all out, but it turns out them being there is just many more targets to bounce things off of, and it's better.
Well, it's
Now,
just faster since you don't have to wait for the other 3 to come out as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you kill one, then the next one will come out, and then you kill one, the next one comes out. So they're in order. It's not like 3 and 3, unless you kill all 3. And we like it. And now we're seeing some Zanines fell. I probably did the overpower strat. Overpower ups the cut of your next hits by 20, so we can actually do some interruptions on Zanines. They don't like to be knocked down sometimes. So we kind of use Blizzaras and overpowers. You could try to YOLO with Star Showers, but I've seen so many people punished by that.
Yeah, and these Zanines can also, they can bind you, they can like jump on you and hold you down, which is really annoying too. I had it happen in practice yesterday where one of them literally jumped on me at the start of the fight, and it's just, there's really not much you can do.
In the YOLO Star Shower strat.
Goran, yeah. YOLO Star,
It's
you love to
off
see
a
it.
little bit, though.
He got both of them. Oh, and there's the Goran bound again. Jeez.
How many times? 4, 5?
I think that was like at least a 4th or 5th time he's been bound this run.
Is this
Yeah.
If for some reason you didn't have Hazardous, you can get
Oh,
this
internet
up
gets the
here.
double. Oh, jeez.
I hate that.
That's really unfortunate.
Opting for Firaga because it will always stop them because it's 70 cut, as opposed to other spells which are 50. Because Agas are always 70. Sentry launchers, you just use some lightning. I do like a strat with Blizzard, or Magnified Blizzara, because the top one and the right one are close enough to hit with Magnify, the other one isn't. So I have Tifa just do 2 Thundaras there. You can do physical stuff, you can do all kinds of different ways to handle them. Just don't get hit. You can see internet's doing 3 missile launches.
Yep. And you'll see he's standing a little back here because he's trying to line of sight those other 2 on the left.
Yep. They can't hit you behind the wall unless a missile just like curves.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful.
I like seeing that
where we
twin
at?
stinger on Goran.
Yeah. Hey, they didn't forget to pull lever 2, like I did in my PB. You get to the door and it's like, oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Well, the thing is that you have a menu to do like right before, and so you get done with the menu, then you're just like, okay, I'm in go mode.
I didn't do the I do it later. I didn't do the menu either.
Goran taking a bench here. I think that's probably for safety. I don't think that that's in the route.
No, that's
Yeah,
pulled
it's
out
just
because you can see your characters are in the way, so I got rid of that one a while ago. Red in particular. It's just an older route. It was in it back then. So,
Yeah, I think. I was just gonna say, I think every runner at one point has forgotten to pull that lever.
Yep. Okay, so Goran, we're gonna talk about him because he's gonna be learning counter stance, which is the weapon of Twin Stinger. So we gain 10 and 30 on proficiency. If counter stance lands, it kind of just puts you in like a stance to, be ready to counter. If it lands, you will gain the proficiency. So he's gonna try to get 1 here. You can try to get 3 proficiencies on the moth. It can troll you though. We'll see how it goes. So we'll be watching Goran here. As the other two are just kind of nuking through the fights. Usually you want to wait for an ATB move. And he's going to use 1, just throw 1 out right away because it's 10%. I think he might just be getting 90 on the moth. Yeah. My way of doing this was 10% and then you watch both enemies and you get 30% off an ATB move.
Yeah, the moth.
Yeah,
is the internet synced? Internet and Goran, I think, internet's ahead.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was 1 battle I had though.
The ability to just nuke that moth unit just like it makes you not want to use farm for counter stance.
Yep. So the moth, he's going to be farming counter stance on with the blades. He's going to be countering and going into counter stance. A thing you can do, a little trick, is you can hold block to get yourself in there closer, or you can boost. Boost will push Cloud's hitbox forward, so you can always get the counter stance after a boost. But Goran's going to have to get 3. He's going with the risky opener, which is stand near the enemy that can hit you and interrupt you. That's fine.
Super risky.
I used to do that because you can go into counter stance here really quickly, but then I've been hit out of it, and that's so bad.
Also, that move that Moth Unit does, the one where he shoots little blades around, can really wreck the Cloud.
Yeah.
If you're in close range, they will ricochet and demolish you. Yep, I've seen that.
And if it's in like VR, they'll just straight up one-shot you.
Okay, so Goran got counter stance.
A little scary for Goran, but he should be okay.
You take a lot of damage on this route. Hopefully he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Solid sludge. Yep.
So internet
We're
pulling out.
watching.
Ooh.
He's kind of having bad sludges. These sludges can just end you if you do it bad. You have 3 sludges. We have a setup to stagger 1 at the start, or it's ever done, to remove 1 of them from the battle, so we don't have to worry about 3. If you pressure them, they enter fleeing mode, where they'll go down, up, kind of just troll the crap out of you. So we want to only pressure them when we're ready to stagger them.
Yeah, but there's a lot of moves that they do, and you kind of have to be reactionary to them too. There's stuff like Torpid Strike, like Rock Hard, and a bunch of other things that they do. And if you
Torpid is dangerous. It's stop.
And if you do it right, you can counter like Rock Hard. You can counter, the ranged attack with counter stance or other stuff. It's just like.
Yeah. Typically, the setup I use is I'll queue up a Thundara. When I see one using a move, that means he's not going to flee right after. So you do a Thundara, 2 hits with Cloud, and then thrust, and that'll stagger it. That's my typical setup. If they're doing Rock Hard, you'll counter it, pressure it, and go into a thrust. If they're doing Torpid, you get the heck away from it, and then you go in and pressure it and thrust. If you get both characters hit by Torpid, pray.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those fights again where it's pure reactionary. You can't have like a set outside of maybe like one of them. You can't have like a set strategy. You have to react to what's going on.
Just the first one we have a setup for, and it used to be a lot worse when we didn't have a setup. Whack-a-mole was awful. All the runners grabbing the chain bangle. This has been routed out, but that's fine. It's a very powerful armor. It's a bangle, so it has the same attack and defense. Bracers have more physical defense and magic defense. Bracers have more physical defense, and then the bracelets have more magic defense. And we have Brain Pod here, which they're kind of all working on. Fell's done with it. He starts in one, just as one, and then he splits up in the others. The extra adds don't give EXP or AP. They're just there to kind of troll. And in phase 2, he can use stop when he gets to low health, so we want to eliminate him right away. I know internet sets him up to get staggered right away, so he can't do it. Me, I just kind of do damage in YOLO. And we'll be doing Magnified Blizzards from Barrett, and you can like use his overcharge, his limit, his big shot. They have low stagger gauge, so you can kind of just stagger them all. Red will do Stardust Ray as well, which helps, but he can steal your stagger.
And sometimes there's just so much stuff on the screen that like the game goes to like 10 to 15 FPS while all the staggers are happening.
Oh, internet skipped the chain bag. Oh, okay, so he's updated on that.
Real quick to address something remarked in chat. Somebody asked if we have a no material category yet. So we don't have any like of crazy challenge categories like no materia, none of this. Some runners will do them just for the sake of doing them for their own level of challenge, but we don't have a leaderboard for stuff like that.
What do you know? That's the door to the fourth floor.
If we want to get in, we'll
I think the closest we have is darts percent.
Yeah, darts and.
So what now?
I think there was another one, but oh, it was just demo percent.
Yeah.
Please.
Which is basically the first chapter of the game.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up
A no hits percent is actually not possible in this game. Just straight up in like chapter 2, you get shot, and I don't think there's a way to avoid it.
Yeah, a lot of people always say
and if it's
no.
not and if it's not chapter 2, it's chapter 8, and if it's not chapter 8, it's, you know,
Phil almost got caught.
Whoa.
So Phil's doing a fight. Now you have to deal with sledges with Tifa and Aerith. We'll look at like in this. The strat here is to stagger one right out the gate with a Thundara and 2 focus strikes, but internet lets it go away on purpose and then just hits it. If you do it right, you can stagger one right away and eliminate it. And then when you see the second one kind of doing a move, that's when you just go all in. Thundara and Thunder from Aerith and like a rail dive from Tifa.
Oh man, you love this, like both internet and Fel on the double sledges, right?
Aerith got hit, that's fine. Now I would have done Star Shower.
Oof.
Because he's gonna do Killing Blows next, so you have time to do Star Shower.
Oh man, internet getting.
Yep, and we can see this. Okay, you can parry through that. That's fine. Rock Hard is also good to Star Shower. There's like a few ways you can handle this. Oh, Twister for Fel. That is very dangerous. Now, if you hit them with magic and you wait
go back
long enough, yeah, they put on Reflect. And Twister just like keeps bouncing you in the air. We can see Goran did the strat, the stagger right away. We'll see if he gets a good. You should be checking with him. Okay, Torpid, he's safe. Just go at him. He was a little too scared there. I was getting trolled by these, but they're not out of position. These entities can be up high for one reason, or they can be down.
Yeah, they can be on the stairs.
They can troll.
Oh, I've had some troll moments.
Yeah.
It's time loss. I've had them down like really far, and it's like, come on, because then you got to go back up.
I had them at the very top in front of the door. I had to like go up the stairs to take them out.
Goran gets the god like they all grouped up. That is huge for him.
Hit it. Fel is getting an ether here because it's free. You have to wait for red to pull the switch, and you just walk backwards and grab the ether.
And just like that, all the runners are like tied now.
They're pretty, yeah.
Man,
really close.
Real nice. Look at the sync up.
Genova might be the deciding factor.
So now we have 2 Slug Rays and 2 Shock Rays. Slug Rays have higher physical defense, lower magic, and Shocks are the opposite. Shocks can get pulled into Slugs. So there's a strat here, I don't know who's going to do it, but on the right there's going to be a Slug, you can roll dive it. If it pulls a Shock, you kill both. It's very good. And then Aerith cleans up. But we'll see probably different, I don't know who's going to do what strat. Fel is doing the older one where he goes for the Shock, which was before I realized that Shocks get pulled to Slugs, not the other way.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
And Thundara with that cleans it up. That wasn't too bad. He's going to watch his MP, because Aerith needs more MP. She needs at least 57 for the next fight she's going to be in.
You okay?
And as you can see, the runners go to like the end and let Aerith clean up. Internet had a very good fight. I didn't see if he did the roll dive. Goran does the arcane strat.
Okay, now we're coming up to basically the
Boss
boss
rush
rush.
I hope
FF7
did Fel ether? I didn't see it.
Let's go give the others
I didn't see it either. I don't
He
think
probably
I
did.
saw it either.
Yeah, I think he did.
I hope he did.
I think Goran just used the turbo.
Hojo did.
Probably one
Yeah,
of the extra
and-
ones.
If he has
And
an
we'll-
extra, it's fine.
Yeah, he had like 3, so.
So we have to ether Aerith there because we're going into a fight now where we're not going to have a chance to ether her beforehand, and well, we're about to find out now what happens.
Yeah.
Chat says
Internet's-
he megapotted but not ethered on Fel.
Oh.
Boy, he's gonna have to Thundara for the last spot. It's not a big deal. He can do Thundara and then Thundara, but it might get dicey. Tifa's gonna have the Fury Ring though on the way he's doing it, so it's not that bad.
That makes 2 of us.
He's got your back, though.
coming
And
up
Fel
to,
will be
uh,
benching later.
Coming up to Swordipede, and Swordipede is kind of a boss.
Fel can actually do double orb strat here. He's doing my 1 orb setup, but if you get good ATB,
roll.
you can use 2 orbs and it saves 3 seconds.
Yep,
Otherwise,
that's
you
really
would
good.
sleep. Goran's doing the older setup where you put first strike on Barrett and do 2 orbs with him. Okay, he did ether. Aerith has enough MP. So Swordipede, phase 2, he's going to be doing the ward and 2 Thundagas just to lock the boss down and do a bunch of roll dives, ideally from the side of its face, so we don't get blocked. I missed. Overpower. Okay, it's dead.
Yeah, don't blink.
There's a strat where if you have good ATB, you can ignore Arcane Ward, but it needs more MP. Goran missing some hits too. So it'd be done for him.
And we
got it to work.
good. Okay. We just don't want to see that Sawtooth spin move because it can get very Monka very quick, but all 3 runners getting through that fight.
Here we go.
Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Which boss is next again?
We
Genova.
have Genova.
Genova, things can go badly
oh
if you
boy.
make a mistake. This is a very execution heavy boss, especially at the start. Story wise, like we got through this like drum stuff and Barrett is going to get stabbed. He's going to die. And so he's not in fight. So even if we could use melee Barrett, you can't use him here because he dies. Oh, spoilers. By the way.
What?
What the hell?
And then he's not waiting for you at the helipad for Rufus, and you can't continue the game.
Yeah, the storyline just stops there.
He actually just dies.
Yeah, we're just gonna throw a bunch of grenades, like the OG game.
Yep. Chuck grenades.
If only we could use more items in the run, like grenades elsewhere. I mean, we use them in a couple spots, but yeah.
Yeah.
Worth noting, the
Grenade.
runners set up breach on shortcut because the Genova's going to be having shield if things are done correctly, and we need to get rid of it with breach. If you have it on shortcut, you can use it whenever you want. If not, you have to wait for it to actually be on the boss if you're going to attack menu it, and that's too slow, and we would lose damage. So they have to actually time their breach. But I'll go into it.
This is going to be huge for all 3 runners right here, considering how close they are, because you can lose a ton of time on Genova if it does not go well.
I made a mistake in the final phase. I got dropped L2 input and Cloud did Braver instead of like another Star Shower from Tifa, and I lost like 20-30 seconds. Just like that.
Yeah.
Or the one where I did the Star Shower summon Ifrit. That was everybody knows about that one.
That was in the world record for a while there before you beat it.
Yeah. And there was an older strat, which we didn't talk about, the Reinforced Staff, where you get the ATB ward. And it's like Arcane Ward, but you throw it down in this fight, and it sucks away Aerith's ATB and gives it to whoever's using ATB. And then Tifa would have ATB Assist, which would give ATB back. So we just start the cycle of Star Showers, and that's how the ward strat was. But it was slower.
Oh, okay. I remember that one.
It was a very safe strat, though. It's like my first strat. It was pretty cool. Now, Genova is weak to poison. We're going to do a ton of damage throughout the fight with poison. They're going to throw Hazardous with Aerith and do some haste, because we actually need haste for the strat we're doing, because we're going to end up staggering her in one go in phase 2. So we pressure, get rid of a tentacle so it doesn't troll us, and we're going to push into phase 2 with some very specific timing, and hopefully beat the stop circles. Which Fel was slow, so he didn't get it. Tifa should go into it. Aerith got stopped. That's bad. He should have sent Tifa in. He might have enough time to get the Blizzards off, but you end up attacking her, and she counters, and you counter the counter. He should be fine. And we're going to see Thrust and Blizzards, and then he's going to switch to Tifa and do a roll or something. He parry canceled out of it. That's bad. Very bad.
Ooh,
I know they stop circles. So, phase 2 and 4 are connected with the cycle. So the first pressure is going to be Reflect. The second's going to be Shield. He's going to get Reflect in the next phase. Or in the final phase. So he's going to have to do the older strat. Fel does know the older strat though, so he'll be fine. Internet does a little bit of a different strat. He uses Isis with Cloud instead of Thrust. Oh my god. This is awful.
Oh no.
We don't use boots anymore, so get her up.
Down.
Oh no, this is.
Alright, Internet got
boy.
the stagger. Yeah, Fel's having some trouble.
We won't talk in the final phase, so essentially we're gonna get to the next phase, which Internet is in. So he took the lead so far.
Wow.
Goran's getting some stagger going. Internet, so we're gonna go through 3 cycles of tentacles, 3 tentacles, and then like 6, and then like a bunch, and we're just gonna do it in a certain way to get as many as we can, and then nuke it to the next phase with ATB, and then we're gonna do 2 star showers from Tifa, a Thundaga from Aerith, and then she's gonna turbo herself for 2 Thundagas, and then we're gonna breach at a certain time to remove the shield, and then Tifa is going to do a limit after the 2 stars, and that's the fight. And I wanted to do all of that now so we don't talk.
Goran is really having issues
Goran
here.
He missed the cycle.
Yeah, he missed the cycle. Oh man.
If his cloud's gone.
Although Fel is on a wrong cycle, so he's gonna have to do the old strat where he procs a counter and then nukes the boss. Maybe even sleep with Cloud.
Internet, it looks like he's getting ready to push into the final phase.
Wow.
And now we will let you enjoy the remainder of this battle.
Yep, let's shut up.
Enjoy.
And I got a frame 1 breach.
Nice.
Is Fernando done?
It's Fernando.
On Goran's screen, it's important you time your attacks, because if you try to just go all in on Genova on here, Red will steal the stagger, and that's bad. We'll see some benches. That's fine. This is to heal up Aerith, pretty much, for the next fight.
Oh.
Bad cycle.
Bad cycle. Yeah, he forgot he was off cycle, so he got the rejection.
Still up for it?
Oh no. This is holy moly.
That's okay. He has done the run before the older strat, so he might know how to handle it. Sanctuary. Oof.
Oh man.
That's barrier.
He needs to heal Aerith up Red did for him.
Oh boy.
There's shield. Oh. Oh no, don't make this the 10-minute arrow solo battle that I had once. It was hilarious, but let's not see that today.
We're just getting more time to listen to the music, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Team Tomberry is happy to hear that.
Oh man.
I won't.
And this is what we meant by this fight is so important. 'Cause this is what
The execution you need and to not mess up is insane. The understanding. If things go wrong, you need to completely understand the mechanics.
Ugh, and that's...
Oh man.
Right, there we go.
He got through it. He got through it.
I was saying the other two are almost through Rufus. We haven't even talked about Rufus yet.
Yeah, we couldn't. Next boss is we'll just follow Gorn here. Is Rufus. He has Dark Nature with him. They call him Darkstar here. In the first phase, you have to deal with the dog, basically. So we just work on stagger gauge in first phase and a little bit of damage, and we kill it in phase 2. And in the final phase, we sleep him, because the first use is 100% as long as he's not in the air. And then we Braver, and then just finish him off. It's that easy. Braver instantly staggers. If you don't get the sleep or something, then you'll have to time a Braver after a reload, which not a lot of runners practice, but it's good to know how to do it. You can do Rufus blindfolded extremely easily, except in the final phase, you have to guess which way he goes.
Yeah. I do remember seeing you close your eyes in one of your runs.
I have done Reno, Rude, Hell House, Rufus, Sephiroth, all blindfolded.
How'd you do Hell House?
I guessed and redid it until I got it.
Oh, you didn't. There's
1 in
no
4 chance.
There's no sound for the different elements?
I couldn't tell the difference. I had bad headphones though, so right. So I don't know if there's a difference.
I'd imagine there would be, but
It's the same for the infusions in Sephiroth. But Sephiroth is a way to get around the infusions with like ice.
yeah.
So Gorn's gonna go after Darkstar first here. He's gonna HP lock him for the phase push.
Think you got my number?
And basically try to get a stagger bar pretty close
Now,
to
phase 2.
Good thing I came.
As long as you did enough damage, you can gun YOLO. But phase 2, we wait 1 second, so he's going to take about a step and a half, 2 steps, and then we do Shabalowski, so he's closer, and we'll knock him farther away. So you're going to see Gorn waiting just a moment. Right there. Otherwise, you have to have enough damage to beat him in time. Which you can. But yeah.
Now it's just the
And again here, we're just gonna mash L2 or R2 so we get into the menu right away. I've done this on shortcut with sleep. Sometimes it doesn't work though. Sometimes he'll jump. So it's just better just mash L2 or R2 and choose it. And it's not worth it to put sleep on shortcut just for this one fight.
And if you've
We
never
have a
seen this
setup.
strat before, you're gonna hate yourself if you ever hated this fight casually. Yep, and he's dead.
Yeah, the sleep
And we
strat
have it
is
set up
pretty
so
nice.
sleep is on top. Exploit. Arsenal. Arsenal, you just have to use enough magic damage to pressure it. And he has this thing where he changes infusions. I'm just making sure the last split is after Sephiroth, okay. Just making sure I'm not missing those splits. But yeah, so Arsenal, the first phase, we deal with these 3 drones because we can't do much to the boss, and the phase of push after them. You'll pretty much just nuke it down, and then if you break a weak point, like that weak spot and going screen, Red will go and instantly stagger a drone. He'll stagger the next thing that you hit. You can't go for an early stagger, but I find it has ATB problems, so I don't bother with that. Sometimes the opener is a little different based on Arsenal's moves, but it's not a big deal. So you can see we're going between drone and breaking stuff. And we did a soul drain to get enough MP back. And then we're going to be in phase 2. Phase 2, it's a couple hits and Thundara. I don't know which strat Goran's going to be doing. But like we use like ice and focus shot from Barret now, and we stagger the boss. And then we'll start to damage the wheels. Because breaking the wheels, they have less magic defense. So when the boss is staggered, they're going to take a ton of damage. You can damage them when the boss is pressured or staggered. If he's not, hitting the wheels does like nothing. Okay, he's doing the older multi-shot strat. That's fine. So we stagger, and we're just going to kind of hit the body really hard. Internet is a little different. He goes for more wheels. Like he does a wheel here. So when we're doing about 7k Thundaga, it could hit for cap damage on a wheel, for example. Quad 9s. Okay. This was the problem with this strat and why I changed it. You could under damage. But Barret doing Blizzard makes it so it works. Here, I don't know if he's gonna roll. He's YOLOing, that's fine. If the boss opens with the bat cannon, we have to do 4% of its max health. Or is it 6%? Whatever it is, and we can under damage. But the amount you need to do to pressure it differs depending on the part that's out. And as you can see, we just make short work, staggering the boss, and keep him locked down. If you mess up the strat, you kind of got to do ethers and start to adjust, improv. In which case, you'll be swapping your elements, so you might use like Fyra, because he has lightning immunity. Well, not immunity, but it takes like no damage. In the final phase, if you hide behind the pillar, he's going to use Cry Havoc instantly, and there's like an animation, so we don't even bother. We just hang out here, and that'll do quad 9 to everyone. And just instantly kill you. But yeah. Good fight from Goran. Just... It's set up so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, now we're in chapter 18, the finale.
Longest loading screen in the game.
Yeah, it's like a minute or so? Or is it like 2 minutes?
I think it's like, what, 50? Yeah, it's only like 50 something seconds.
And you have to skip 2 cutscenes, essentially. So you skip the one after Arsenal, and then there's another one that's at the start of chapter 18. And they're long cutscenes, and the longer the cutscene is, the more time it takes before it skips.
Yeah, we're just gonna follow Goran here because like we kind of got behind in commentary because of Genova, so we'll just follow this. The first part is just some officers we're gonna kill, and then we're gonna get a truck. The goal is to get fast truck.
Yeah, unlike the original, we aren't looking for a specific color of officer. It's not on a timer. We have to get through certain fights to get to Motorball. It doesn't just get to Motorball once we've, gone through enough time. And so, so we're just gonna be doing some things to, take care of these guys quickly.
Yeah, they made it a little more interactive than just swinging your sword over and over. Well, I guess we swing our sword over and over, but in a different way.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys take over the bike stuff. I'm sure you know how it works.
Yeah, so here we start off with these 4 officers. This one guy's always like way far ahead, and Barret likes to shoot him. And whenever one of those officers gets like shot, they like to speed up a bit, so that loses a bit of time. Mainly we get to this little truck here, and this truck you gotta take care of the officers before you can even catch up to the truck. They like to shoot you with this thing. If you get caught in it, you won't be able to catch up to them, but it does build up spinning slash quite a bit if you do get hit by it. And there is a fast strat we can do where we hit them a couple times and we spinning splash just kind of at the right time. It's pretty difficult to pull off.
Is Goran done YOLO? Okay, Goran got the YOLO. So You want to do 4 combos. So you do the initial spin, and then you set it up so that the one bike guy is still on his bike, because the next officers, it'll take him longer to load it because loads of enemies are based off the bikes, not the enemies themselves. So if you hit the enemy with the second hit instead of the finisher, you don't knock the bike off screen, and so it takes him longer to load, gives us more time on the truck. So you do 2 combos plus 1 hit plus 2 combos to guarantee. If you don't have enough time, you can skip the single hit and go for the YOLO, which Goran did, and he got it.
Not over yet for any of these runners to get first.
It's kind of true. They get soft lock.
Well, that could happen. I would be thoroughly shocked if it happened, though.
Phase 2. Go ahead.
I've had a soft lock on Sephi on his first phase, and where I like hit his damage. Yeah, I hit his damage phase, and then he never changed phase. It was like after I like got launched by him or something.
That's like the apps one that you see a lot, where you get like HP locked and you just can't push or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
2. The second phase here, they just had to drive fast, get through that segment, and then we have the Moth here. The Moth, you want to slow down, let him get to his farthest point, and tank these blades. We're in no danger. We get healed between segments, so we get our meter, and we're gonna do a spin. Maybe. Might be saving it for next one. Okay, good. And he might go for it, he might not. In this case, it's good. If he goes for it twice, you're guaranteed a good fight. When he hits a certain HP threshold, he'll go forward and do another Windblade cycle. And the goal is to only see the initial plus this one. Because once you get to another threshold, he'll try it again, but we can break him and get into the final phase of Moth in that time. And to do that, we do a Sharp Gust. Because again, we don't want to over damage. We could go into another wind phase very quickly if we do that. And he's derping. Okay, he's going forward. We're guaranteed a good fight. He's gonna hit him a bit, and once he gets his spin, he's gonna spin and break him. And so this is a good fight for Goran.
Ooh, he almost got lucky.
Oh, an early charge. Okay, if he charges and you're going max speed, if you slow down and block, he'll end up right next to you, so you can get away with it. Oh yeah, there was the 4 drones that they tried to spin before that, but that's whatever. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Next phase, we got 2 elite soldiers. Elite soldiers?
Spin?
Soldiers.
Spin to win. I think they're just
spin to win.
Soldiers.
Yeah.
I think they're just 3rd class soldiers.
Yep. So they like to move a lot.
Like mini Roches.
They like to troll. We just pray our spins hit and you tank the fires. You don't block them, you just tank the fire. The fire can interrupt the soldiers, their moves, but if they get into this part where they charge, they might not stop. He won't stop. He won't stop, and he'll just keep charging, and you're gonna have a bad time. There is one jump on the right at a certain point they're gonna try to hit to fill the meter. Shouldn't block that going, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll get into motor ball in a second.
Swag.
Ooh, that was
nice.
swag, dude.
Goran is not giving up. I love it.
That was pretty much perfectly leads, honestly. That's like the quickest cycle you usually see.
This part is literally like a break. You don't really have to do anything.
Yep, at this point you have a 1.5-minute break. You don't have to touch anything. And Motorball is going to be different than the original, if you can't tell by the other 2 screens. We have an opener we try to do. We do a little bit of acceleration and then spin, because you can get 4.5 wheels. But you break all the wheels, you get staggered. We do 5 combos and spin. We try to open the stagger with a finisher, and you do that by getting a wheel close to being destroyed. And then you do like a 1-2, it gets destroyed, then the 3rd hit hits, and it builds 12% stagger. If you see any odd stagger, that means Barrett shot him and built some stagger.
I think Internet got the 3 cycle.
Yeah, I must have. So the goal here is 3 cycles, otherwise we're going to see 4. We can't do too much damage too early. You can push too early. It is possible to do too much damage. In which case he'll drive away, like on Fell Screen, and start throwing these bullets. And we only want to see that, was it once? Yeah.
But it's better to see it early than like go through it and then like have Motorball have like 1 HP left.
Got a 3 cycle on Fell as well. Good.
Real close.
And we see the cool opener from Gorn. So, yeah. A lot of times you just kind of try to bait out an attack and then you move to the other side. Gorn's not going for the finisher start here, that's fine. That means he won't push too early, but he's going to have to do it on the next couple. 278, that's fine. You can tell how good you're doing based on the stagger percent, but you don't want it too high. Take some hits here to get some meter. Wait to see the spawn. You got 3 on the other side, that's fine. The spin will get the middle and the front on the other side. So if you get 3 on the same side you're on, and you spin and the 4th wheel was the front one, you can pop all 4 on accident, and you're guaranteed another cycle. So if you move a little bit away, you can make it not happen. But in this case, it's good.
Goran doing the YOLO Motorball.
Yep.
He didn't start with finisher.
And internet's in the middle, like the start of the Whisper segment. This is different from the OG, of course. You would get out of Midgar and you would just like leave and whatever. But here we have like the Whispers trying to put things back in the right path, and they're gonna defy destiny and get some spoilers.
Yeah, we got about 15 minutes left in the run for people to get into Whispers, so just let everybody know.
Yep.
Goran made sure to slow down when the boss was going away. That saves about 5 seconds. He's gonna have to break the... Okay, as long as you don't break the rear wheel last, you can get into like a really bad situation where you're missing if the rear one's last. Just got a shield. Okay.
Good.
Oh, Gorn didn't do any finisher setup. But he's attacking on the left side, so he's going to save a few frames. He might have enough time to do an extra hit.
Good. Okay.
Good.
Alright, you got it.
3 cycle from all 3 runners. That's very good.
Alright, buy some HP ups and get chunky. We want to increase our health a little bit. That way we don't have to heal nearly as much in the Whispers fight. Because we'll just have more HP that we can kind of use.
Yep. Internet is not doing HP ups. Both of us were able to just cut them completely, but for marathon safety, it's nice. But Internet also does regen magnify, so he gets healed throughout the fight. Because again, he has healing materia that he's used in the run. Phase 1 of the Whispers, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Phase 1 and 2, we're trying to not use ATB. We're doing a very specific thing where we have to not hit a damage threshold, which is like, what, 1500 damage with an ATB ability, and you'll proc a move from the big guy, and that just wastes a bunch of time. Or kind of on an auto-scroller, but you can speed it up with damage. But not too much, or you get punished for it.
Yeah, so that's why you'll see them use Focus Thrust there, because Focus Thrust won't do that amount of damage, but they can get a little bit of extra damage out of it and not hit that threshold.
And it interrupts Rubrum as well. That's really important.
As well as Berserk.
Internet taking my advice from yesterday, swapping to Barret during that little cutscene for free. But yeah, for Ruum, you just kind of counter Berserk, switch to Overcharge right there if you need to, stuff like that. Try to lock him down and get rid of him.
So I guess one thing we should explain is how we got our party members for the fight after this. A lot of people that know about this fight know that There's a certain fight after here, and we seemingly randomly get party members, but it is not random at all.
Happy to see me.
It actually is dependent on what we do with our main party currently. And basically, we use an ATB action with someone like Barrett or Tifa or Aerith that puts them at like at different values. So whoever has the most value will be first. Whoever has like the least value won't show up, basically. And whoever's in the middle will be the second one to show up in the next fight. So things like using ATB, things like staggering, Rubrum, Perseo, or Viridi, defeating Bahamut, doing the last hit on Harbinger, things like that affect this kind of affection in this fight.
Deal with that.
Yep.
And generally, most people go for Tifa and Aerith.
I did test Barrett yesterday. It's not the end of the world.
No, it's not.
As long as you understand the fight. We are going to see different routes here. Vel and Gorn are going to go for Tifa first, and Internet's going to do Aerith first. And this whole segment.
The game is nice that the values that you get for both Tifa and Aerith are much bigger than what you get for Barrett. So it's very easy to eclipse Barrett.
Yeah, Aerith gets the most because she's not in the fight for very long. She comes in at the end, so it's a way to make up. And this segment is like the most annoying in the game to practice because it's like 11 minutes. I think only a couple runners have gotten under 11.
Yeah.
And most importantly, do not game over. You game over, you're redoing the entire segment.
Yeah, this is one of the worst places to wipe, definitely.
On Viridian Crusade here, well, Rubrum, we kind of just nuke him down to kind of strat. Viridian Crusade has an opening where you do Tripolowski on Crusade, and this proc Stardust Ray from red to pull the two together, and then you counter, or block Plume and then counter from Viridi, and then they're both together and locked down. And you can have a good fight every single time. And then you switch to Barrett for Crusade so that Crusade targets Barrett while Cloud does his things.
And I guess a little bit of lore. Rubrum, Viridi, and Perseo, they basically represent the Advent Children, which is like, I forget their name, like Kadaj and Laws, and I think some other guy, I don't remember their names. But basically the guys that turned into Sephiroth at the end of Advent Children. So a lot of people are theorizing that this has something to do with Advent Children and potentially a future version of like Sephiroth. Yeah, Yazoo. And kind of another reference to that is when you fight all three of them together, they will summon Bahamut. They summon Bahamut in a very similar way.
I don't remember Advent Children much.
Okay, Goran getting a little use out of that counter stance there. The other two runners not having it. We didn't talk too much about counter stance, as Goran's the only one using it, but you can basically, when you use it, counter almost any ability in the game. Not every ability, there are some abilities you cannot, but it's a large percentage of them that you can.
Yeah. It's really strong because it's kind of like a frame one thing. You push it and bam, you get it off. It can interrupt your own abilities too, so you don't want to do that on Sephiroth on accident. That's kind of common in practice with this strat.
What the hell did I just
Interrupting Bahamut, getting ready to set up for Tifa to nuke. Internet whiffing the Braver, that's fine. Tifa is going to take the kill. And then for Internet, he's going to have Aerith defeat Harbinger to guarantee Aerith and then Tifa.
Ooh,
Internet
rough start.
not doing the braver setup that I came up with yesterday on Rubrum.
Oh, nice.
Actually, I think that was after he went to bed. That's fine. These enemies will keep on their respective character. Rubrum will go for Cloud, Viridian Tifa, and then Crusader for Aerith. Except for in a little bit where they're gonna just go for your leader once you take down Rubrum.
Yeah, but you can generally push one way quick.
Goran doing the counter stance that gets both. Pretty rare to see that.
Another thing that the runners are trying to do is that as we're doing damage to the staggered, like Rubrum and Viridian and Perseo, we're actually doing damage to Harbinger. And we want to hit his HP cap. We want to leave him with like 1 HP left. All we have to do is throw Thunder, and then we're done with that fight.
He's so tanky. When staggered, we do, I think it's it's like 3 or 4 times damage to the main body as what we're doing to the ads through Vicarious Wounds. But in the end, you don't have that. So we want to make sure to HP gate him, definitely.
And as you see, we're seeing Bravers and Infinity Ends, and we're seeing them do over 9999 damage. He is not damage capped the same as other enemies in this game.
Yeah, if you don't damage, like if you don't HP lock the big guy there, you can have some memes at the end, and if it takes you really long, he just starts doing this like move that kind of does AoE damage.
Indomitable, yep. And his fall location is somewhat random. He can fall out of bounds to where you can't reach him with melee at all, even with aerial attacks. Internet just did 26,397 damage.
That looks like he's wrapping up the battle here.
Okay, so once we get to the next fight, we'll only have like 2 or 3 minutes like left in the run. So just for getting the next game ready.
Pretty warning. Goran is on PB pace apparently.
Really? I mean, outside of that Genova, the rest of his run was really good.
Yeah.
Alright, Internet's on the final boss. About a
Here it comes.
3.5 minute battle, give or take.
Yeah. The strats here are going to be different for all 3 runners, actually. Internet might do... He does some dodging.
Internet.
Sephiroth. So Sephiroth, the way he behaves is based on the damage you deal, the pressure, and the distance. So he's kind of manipulating Sephiroth, since we can actually do that. Being at a distance farther away, we'll usually proc a Telluric, unless he's set up to do a spell, in which case you can interrupt it with an ability. And then you just push to phase 2. The nice thing about Sephiroth is his burst gauge, his stack gauge is very low. So, you can fill it really quickly with like Blizzara.
And Focus Strike seems to work wonders on him as well.
Going and getting trolled a bit. Fell entering.
Reset.
Yeah. We're gonna see floating Aerith on internet screen in a second. That was gonna be doing the no counter stance setup that I have, and no Blizzara setup. In which case, you're gonna have to proc Scintilla with Tifa. You can parry through it and proc it too, and not take damage on her. But yeah, he's gonna trigger it with Tifa. Scintilla is a counter. Goran will be using counter stance to just eat through it and damage stuff. Internet just waits and hits him with like a Blizzara, and then Tifa's gonna eat it for foe. So again, we have 3 different strats here.
And here we go for Internet.
Yep,
This is
phase
probably the
3.
last point where he can lose a
Fel
lot of
forgot.
time on. Oh,
Fel didn't have ATB. I didn't see what happened.
maybe he didn't
used
get the
the
stagger in
Braver.
phase 1? Oh.
No,
Oh,
he got
he's
the
an
stagger. He was the braver.
Okay.
Well, that's normal. He might have just done an extra.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can back it up easily. Phase 3, Sephiroth would never open with Ice Infusion, but he'll choose Wind, Lightning, or Fire. Wind is the usual one we see. Wind, Lightning, and Fire, you have to behave differently. Has slight alterations. Fire, it puts a flame wall right in the path of the third character. So you just move left a bit. Lightning, you kind of want to dodge the lightning pool that comes down because it does like 2,000 damage or something. And he's getting trolled away. He's not damaging. And Wind, you just ignore it.
Internet coming up on time here.
Yep.
And Goran is just about to get the Sephiroth himself.
It will be time, and I'll split when it says
it, or-
Sephiroth is defeated. I'm watching. He's gonna do a couple moves with everyone, and after the second Star Shower lands, it'll be time.
Yeah, didn't need it.
Well, nope, not yet.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I gotta watch.
Fine. Oh boy.
Getting tossed around.
Finish it up, internet. Anytime.
Or internet.
Okay, there you go.
There
we go.
GG.
Alright.
Thanks, guys.
GG's internet and go Mog.
Ooh.
Goran starting, he's going to be doing the counter stance strat. It's just a lot of counter stances. This is an older sub where you upgrade Tifa's weapon through the menu by upgrading a different one. GG internet on his time. Fel going into his bottom phase. The standings are exactly what I thought they'd be for this game.
Let's finish this.
Dropping frames.
Do you know what your time was at, internet?
6:28:08. And that should be GG.
I'm watching.
Oh.
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 Some memes on
around
Sephiroth
again.
today.
Oh no. Yeah, she's dead.
That's time
Okay,
for
fine.
Felwinger.
Yeah.
Team
Alright,
Choco.
time.
Team Choco, go.
Team Choco, go. Final Fantasy V, make it happen.
Now we just got our last contestant, Goran.
Our last hope for someone to do Sephiroth correctly. Come on, Goran.
Finish it. Leave it to me.
I'll probably have to retime the end of Internet's run. I think he PB'd.
I did.
Yeah.
You said 6:28. Wouldn't that's a PB, isn't it for you?
Yeah, he had a 6:29 before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting some PBs today.
56 seconds.
That's good.
That we got a 6:26:59 or something like that. That's PB from too.
Nice. And does
And
Goran
second
PB here too?
Yeah, Goran should PB here.
Can we get all 3 PBs?
All 3 PBs? It's really impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets lightning.
Lightning is dangerous, but we're doing like a strat that just doesn't care.
Yeah.
With the HP ups, you don't have to worry. 2,000 damage, whatever. Cloud does need to take the stagger. It's important. Berserk. Or thrust, that's fine.
Yep. Looks good. Nice.
Yeah.
It should be after Star roll because he has opted. Oh.
Tifa whiff. He should be fine though.
Yeah.
He should be fine, right?
No. Okay, everybody got tossed around.
This is kind of. Nah, he's
A
fine.
little scary.
Yeah, he's fine. GG.
All right, there
GG,
goes.
Goran.
There we go.
All right.
GG.
Everybody
GG.
PB'd.
Woo!
God,
Nice.
congratulations,
GG.
everybody.
Nice.
Yep.
GG and go Team Tonberry.
Yep. Nice,
GG.
quick and shout outs to everybody, the runners, for being able to pull it off. No deaths, no game overs. They all did very, very well. Great job for everyone for the commentary.
And that was really close too. So that was really good.
That was a great race.
Good
race, everyone.
And if you want to see it, just a slight plug, if you want to see it at the newest stuff and highest level, June 18th, I will be running in Quest for Glory Marathon. And I will show how to play the game, Boren.
Alright. So we'll pass it on
my
to
best is 5 minutes away from you now, so
the Final Fantasy V crew and have them explain their game and all that stuff. So
yeah,
thanks for having
GG,
us over
everyone.
and
GG everyone.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
having
much.
us.
GG, everyone.
GG's. Have fun.
GG's.